today. I could tell you that much. They might not like me today, but I don't care. Let's get to it. Let's get to it. Come on in, guys. I'm going to bring in the conversation in just a second. Because the topic at hand is going to be very controversial. I can tell you that. Come on in, come on in, come on in, guys. I hope y'all ready to have this conversation today. Now, if all my people who know me, y'all know, always on Saturdays, religious, spirituality, everything you could possibly think of. I'm getting ready to put up the topic right now. So y'all bear with me because my slow butt is trying to figure out how to put in the topic at hand. And I always put it up, but why? I can't figure. Okay, enhance. There we go. Oh, my slow butt. Green screen. I know how to do everything concerning electronics. And today, I can't even figure out how to put the topic up. All right. Some people ain't gonna like me today, but that's cool. It don't matter. It don't matter. It don't matter. How y'all doing? How y'all doing? Am I who? What? What do you mean? I'm getting ready to flip it right now. Hold on one second. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. You guys should be able to see that. Come on in. Come on in. Wait a minute. Let me change my live. Hold on one second, guys. 1 second. I do need to change my live intro. We are not doing readings today. I don't want no one to accidentally send me their information. 1 second. Come on in. Come on in. This conversation about to get real touchy because they ain't gonna like me. All right. Okay, sorry about that. Can y'all still read it? Can y'all understand it now? View the universe and nature as God. So no, that's not me. That's not me in particular. But I do believe that God did create nature. There are some people who believe in nature being God and they respect and honor nature in that way. I'm eclectic, so I pull from a few different things. So I'm a little different. We want to talk about this today because a lot of my people are reaching out to me about a lot of the falsities that we are seeing all over the internet. And it's not just TikTok, but it is everywhere. And so my goal is to go ahead and build a revolt. We're going to build a revolt. I don't know what to name this revolt yet, but we're going to build it, right? So that we can start pushing these fakers and these scammers off of here that are just taking people's money, and you can tell. Yes, I like that. I like that. You guys can tell where these fake tarot readers are coming from, these fake Reiki healers, these fake witches. You can't be a Reiki master within 3 days. Come on, guys. Like, you're not a master immediately from something. It takes years and years of research, years and years of practice, years and years of putting things into play for you to be a master, right? For you to have the experience, for you to know exactly what you're doing. And I have some tips. Yeah, you do before you're a master. Let's think about it. Black belts ain't gonna be a master overnight. When they get ready to learn karate, they go through different phases of belts. It takes them so many years to become a black belt. You know what I mean? They go from different levels of the belts, the orange, the blue, etc. You know what I mean? So you ain't a master overnight. Y'all not gonna like me today, but I mean, I don't care. I'm finna help y'all today. When I'm doing readings, no, I do not. Today I'm not doing readings. But when I'm doing readings, no, I do not. There's a few that I came across that were phishing people's information and yeah. So that, and I have a few tips. I have typed it up. I have my laptop ready. You guys can come in to request to say how you feel. If you would like to be a part of the revolt, I'm going on my website right now as we speak, and I am going to make a meetup via Zoom. I'm gonna put a little $3 charge on it or something. I don't want to really charge you guys for that meetup because we're meeting up together as a community. But the reason why I'm going to put a charge on it is so that the person actually logs in, put their information in, respects the atmosphere. You know, I have your information, and you guys are going to have to sign a non-disclosure, right? Because we're trying to make the community safe for people, because there are people who are they're babies spiritually. They don't know everything. And these witches and tarot readers and Reiki masters that are fake, they are harming the community, right? So we kind of want to get away from the way that the community is being harmed. They're making us look like we're trash. They're making us look like this is what spirituality is about. Reading off of baseball cards and reading off of basketball cards and talking to people so incorrectly and reckless. Okay, no problem. Listen, I have a few phone calls. No, you're fine. I have a few phone calls after, hi, thank you for joining. They are doing it for all the wrong reasons. Yes, mainly for money. It should be about helping people first and foremost, because the only thing that you should be doing for money is the witchcraft that you do at your altar that says, God, I want to be able to take care of my parents. I want to take care of my kids. I want to take care of my family. Give me the amount of money that I need to be able to take care of my family. That's the only type of witchcraft you should be doing. You shouldn't be forcing others. You should not be harming others. You should not be fishing for money and no. We gon' thank you for subscribing, baby. I appreciate it. No one said that any particular person did or did not have magical powers. You don't have to have magical powers to help someone spiritually. You don't have to have any power except for the power to help others, right? That's what a pastor does. He has the power to help others. That's what a teacher does. He has the power to teach others. You guys mistake what you think power is, right? A power is like an influence. You're manipulating energy. I'm gonna need y'all to really think. Comment, please comment, or hi. Come on in and join in the conversation and tell me how you feel. Moderators, be on a high alert today because they're not gonna like me and I don't care. Welcome. We are building a revolt because we're going to move these fake people up off these apps, and anywhere that we can find or see and hear about it, we're going to talk about it because I'm tired of seeing it. And there's some real ones, okay? And it's not my job to be judge, jury, and executioner. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying that at all. What I'm saying is that we can help the community because there are baby people out there who are just getting into spirituality, who are leaving religion, and then they're getting these falsities without having actual research, without reading books, without paying attention to what the heritage is of a particular thing that you're getting into. They're not doing that because no one is teaching them. They're not reading. They're not learning. They're just kind of, oh my God, this is what they said on TikTok and I'm doing it. Oh, yes, ma'am. How do we spot the fakes for those who are uneducated on it? Perfect. I'm glad you asked that question because I typed up a lot of stuff. Let me pull up my website because I am getting ready to go make this revolt meeting right now on my website. That way you guys can sign up and we can pick a date So it's very important. Give me a second. Let me go here and I'm gonna give you guys some tips. Is a reversal candle spread wrong towards someone that is sending you black magic? Absolutely not. There is nothing wrong with doing baneful work against someone who is sending something to you. You're asking the universe, you're asking God, hey, I'm gonna need you to handle that, God, because they mistreating me, they sending stuff my way. It's just like when you in church, right? When you a part of church and people speaking bad against you, what you do? You get on your knees and you pray to God and you ask God to deal with the situation because you don't like how you're being treated. You don't like what people are saying and doing, right? Same thing. Any other religion, any other spirituality, you get upset with the fact that somebody is mistreating you and you get ready to speak against that situation, you're pushing it back. You're pushing it back. So I need y'all to know it's okay as long as you're not deliberately hurting someone. See, where people mess up is that this new age spirituality, these people is out here grabbing these black candles and they're grabbing this gopher dust and they're grabbing so many things and they are deliberately harming people that they don't like. That's where we have the problem in that community. Sending something back to someone who's sending it to you, nothing's wrong with that. I believe in using light and dark. But when you just want to deliberately be like, I don't like Sally over there. She all happy and married and stuff. And she left me hanging and I'm going to make her life a living hell where she got to come to me for assistance. Where she got to come to me for that. What? Why are we doing that to people? Why are we doing that to people? Now, we're going to talk about it today because y'all making spirituality, y'all making tarot, y'all making Reiki healers, witches and all that. Y'all making it look bad. So we going to talk about it today. Let me get to this. I have some tips because for those who may not know, I'm finna help you today. Karma is very real. Yes, you have to be very careful. And see, if y'all don't like me today, because y'all normally used to me being the calm person, I am very energetic. I just exercised. I did some Pilates. I'm ready to give it to y'all. Okay? I'm from the hood, though. I'm really, really, really from the hood, though. But I am not going to disrespect you, right? Because respect is everything. It's earned and not given. Okay? I got to give you respect for you to be like, okay, I respect her. Okay? So I'm not going to mistreat any of y'all who come in the boxes. Trust and believe that. Don't come in here talking to me crazy though, because I'm not the one, right? Because I respect everyone who comes in here. I don't care what your belief system is. You can be Muslim, you can be Christian, you can be whatever you are. Join the box and give me your thoughts or comment in below. We're going to get this conversation going. Hood facts. The thing that they don't understand is what you put out always comes back to the owner. Yes. One reason why I'm very particular, if anyone is going to ask me to do spiritual work for them, I need to know a context of the situation. If you have questions, come on in, please. If you have 1,000 followers, please come in. Let me go to my website while you guys are coming in. I'm getting ready to make a, what do we want to call it, Kim? Pandora. What do we want to call it? Do we want to call it a spiritual revolt? Do we want to call, spiritual revolt? The spiritual revolt? Yeah. My daughter said spiritual revolt. How do y'all feel about that? Can a reading be based off of the reader? Yes, sometimes the reading can be based off the reader. Because if the reader is using a deck that they should not be using on other people, the reading will be for the reader. It will not be for the person because that deck is specifically for the person. You should never use a deck that's just for you, that you meditate with, sleep with. You should never use that for someone else because it's only going to read you. Only. Yes, tarot does align up with so many things. That is correct. That's because it's a tool. It's a part of divination. Thank you for joining in. Let me give y'all some tips. Let me also pull up my website real quick. I'm going to edit it and make an appointment. Spiritual revolt. And the reason why I'm doing this on my website, I have to do this on my website because we cannot have this conversation on tarot. We cannot have this conversation on this live. Okay. And so you're going to have to sign non-disclosures because if anybody is caught recording it, I'm going to come for you because we're trying to help people. We're trying to help people. So if you have a problem with the fact that I'm trying to help people and make sure that people aren't misused, misabused, and scammed, then you can dismiss yourself. Okay. Come on in, guys. Come on in. If you feel that they're demonic, then praying to Jesus Christ, who also did magic, then I'm gonna say that's demonic as well. Come on in, guys. Come on in. Come on in. Come on in. $5 readings aren't necessarily a scam. Some of those people are new. They just started learning their cards. I'm gonna let some of you guys come in. Let me give y'all some tips real quick, and I'm gonna let some of y'all come in. I'm gonna help y'all out today, because there's a lot going on in the world today, and I want to make sure that people has the proper knowledge. Um, come on in, guys. If you want to come in and speak your piece, please request at the bottom. I'm gonna let whoever in. Please be respectful, because I'm respectful of everyone's views. I even allow Christians to speak in here. Okay. Yeah, I misspelled it. My bad. I do know how to properly spell that, but I was too hyped this morning. Okay. Y'all don't hurt me when I misspell things. I also like to misspell things sometimes on purpose, but this wasn't one of them. When I misspell things on purpose, that's because I know the world does not. Everyone's always going to try to automatically correct people. You requested. Let's get some requests in. Come on in, guys. I'm gonna accept this request while I make for the spiritual revolt. Why do they even watch these lives if they're demonic? Like, go and read the Bible or something. Exactly. Stop watching what I'm doing, because
Hello.
here's the thing, right? If people would know the story about Jesus Christ, the original story from the Israelites, he wasn't born of a virgin, he was born of a harlot. And he stole magic, and he went and said, hey, y'all know that story about the Messiah? I'm the Messiah. Yeah, I'm going to heal you with these magic words I got off this rock. And he would heal people. You know what I mean? That was the Israelite story before Christianity came in with their narrators and decided to say, oh, he was born of a virgin, and he received this power from God, and he is the only son of God. Like they gave y'all the cute teenage version. Okay, the original version from the Israelites is different. Let me help y'all. Okay, so and it doesn't matter to me, because honestly I like the old story. It's more relatable. He got upset about being a bastard and was like, yo, I'm finna be the son of God, let's go. He rose to power. Y'all gonna have to read some old books. My knowledge comes, my knowledge is 1100 years old. Read some books, y'all. Read some books. How you doing, spiritually free?
Hello, hello. How are you?
I am wonderful. Thank you so much for joining and being a part of my live today. I am
hmm
very excited about talking about this topic. So you can speak on whatever you would like to on the subject, Queen. And thank you for being here.
Okay. Yeah, I just came across your live, and I saw the
Excuse me
what it
for
was about,
misspelling
and I was
Reiki.
like,
I did that real fast before coming on here, so I
oh,
apologize.
oh no, I'm not judgmental at all.
Sometimes I do it
Um,
on purpose though, because I like to, clickbait.
mm.
But go
So
ahead, Queen.
somebody go come in and say something. So
Exactly.
here's my thing. Um, I just got into like tarot reading probably like the last 3 or 4 years ago, and the reason I got into tarot reading was because I'm somebody that have visions and premonitions and stuff like that. I'm also somebody that, well, for a long time thought I was losing my mind because I could read people's energy really good. I've had
Oh, hold on,
somebody
spiritual.
to
Hold on,
speak
spiritually
to me.
free. Everyone who came in because I
Mhm,
said witches are liars, thank you for joining my clickbait. I practice as well. I pulled y'all in. I just need y'all to know I'm a big clickbaiter. You fall for my clickbait all the time. My next they are not liars, just like the people in the church ain't liars, just like the people in these other religions, they're not liars. Okay, but some people are liars, so we want to talk about how to spot
yeah,
fake people. So give me a second,
correct.
guys. Go ahead,
Okay.
spiritually free. I just needed them to know that.
Okay, so I started tarot reading because I was drawn to it because I needed somewhere to put that energy towards. Because like I said, I would read people's energy, damn near read their thoughts. And I'm not the type of person that just like to approach people. But it got to a point to where I didn't even like going out in public. I didn't like going around people because I would pick up certain things. And because I had been like pretty much ignoring this for years,
Mm-hmm.
just ignoring it. Sooner or later, I had to face it, right? I had to
Right.
like embrace it. So I started doing it through tarot readings and stuff like that. But when I be on TikTok, I see a lot of tarot readers on here every day, every day, all night, and I'm like, it's draining. How can you do this every day for so many hours? So to me, that's how I can tell if they're fake or not. Because there's no way you can sit there and read people like that with that many people in the room like that, just constantly, constantly, constantly. You can't. You can't even focus. If you
No.
are a true
No.
true person that's receiving messages, there's no way you could do that. There's no way. I don't even go live and do that like that anymore, because the first time I did it twice. The second time it drained my energy so much. I said it's got to be another way. I can't do this.
Well,
So
one
I don't.
thing,
When I see that,
let me tell you one thing, because when I got on here over 6 months ago and started doing it for people, because I do it on
hmm
Mondays, Thursdays, and I may add Fridays. It depends because I can't do it every day. It does get draining. You do have to build up your wall a little more, because the
yeah,
people from the people from the outside, there some of the people are going to be sending negative energy to you. You have to light
hmm
I meditate before my lives. That's how I don't get drained. I build my wall and I protect myself, right? Just like how a
yeah,
preacher is going to pray before he get on the pulpit. He protects himself, right?
hmm
So it does get draining. It does, but you're right. If they're sitting there every single day, 8 hours and 10 hours throughout the day, no, who you
hmm
really reading? Because you should be
yeah.
tired at this
Just
point.
and I'm not the person. Hey, if I'm not the person, like I said, I'm an energy person. I come on your live. If I don't feel something right, I'm gonna keep it moving. It's something that's not authentic about that. So I'll sit there and I'll be like, "Whoa, that's not cool. That's not cool. You sitting here pulling these cards and saying these things." And I'm just like, "No, let me get out of there. I'm not feeling that energy. I didn't feel that when I came across your page."
No,
But y'all, it's a movie out with
talk
oh,
about
what
it.
is her name?
That I know which one you talk. Are you talking about the one that just came out? The
The reading with
Yes, the reading.
have you seen it?
Nope, but I'm gonna watch it today after this, after I get done with my phone calls after this live. If y'all are in here and
Please
y'all have
watch it.
scheduled personal calls with me, I will be calling you after this live. If I'm running a little late, guys, please bear with me.
So
But
what are some things that you say, okay, meditate, and I normally do that and clear the space and air when I'm doing my one-on-one readings and stuff like that. I normally do that before I do the readings, but like the going live, I can't. It's too much. I be hearing I just it just be too much coming at me at once, and
so
like
a
I'm very
couple of
sensitive when it comes to energy.
And that's fine. And since you're new to Terra, and there's nothing wrong with the fact that you've been researching and you're just learning. So when it comes to going live and deciding to do readings, you have to protect yourself, right?
hmm
Meditate always, and it's more than just meditating. If you practice and you're a person who kind of practice on the occult side, light a particular candle for a particular purpose. People who are learning from me, they will be getting a chance to learn how to use the days of the week based on the planets to align yourself each specific day of the week
hmm
that you possibly can. Okay, this is
Okay.
connecting with the universe, connecting with the planets, connecting with the angels. This what so sometimes you gotta dig a little deeper so that you can find out what the people of old did. And if you look in my bio, there are rare ebooks that come from the 1500s, 1800s, 1700s. You can buy a couple if you want to, and I can help you out
Okay.
with learning how to do old stuff to protect you, because your spiritual wall is something that you personally have to build. It
hmm
doesn't just happen
Okay.
overnight.
Yeah.
It took me about 3 years to actually build that wall for me. It's not
Yeah,
easy.
I can see it's gonna be a process. I can definitely see it's gonna be a process. And
It
I have
will.
a lot of people that want readings. Have you ever declined a reading from a client? I've had to do that a couple of times too.
Yes.
Have you ever had to decline? Okay.
Yes, you have
So
the
that is something.
right to decline someone, just like people have the right to decline prayer. Hmm.
Hmm.
You have the right.
Okay.
And there's nothing wrong with that. I decline zodiac readings, not that I don't know about the zodiac, but if I don't know what your birth chart
Hmm.
says, I might be reading off information. So unless we look at your birth
Hmm.
chart, I'm not doing a zodiac. I don't do pregnancy, I don't do fertility. There's certain things I don't
Yeah.
do. You know what I mean? So I'm
Hmm.
just, and I don't do mediumship because I don't want the dead coming knocking on my windows and doors because I'm talking to you. So
Right.
that's me, but I
And
have
you
people who do
right.
that. Um, I thought reading was a gift, not something you could acquire. I'm listening. Yes, it is a gift. However,
It
it
is.
is something that you can acquire because you have to think about it, right? When you're in school, you begin to acquire things over the years that you become stronger in, and some things that you decide, this isn't for me. And that's the same thing with spirituality. You can begin, everyone has this access to the universe. Let's say that. Everyone has this access. You have to begin to open up and accept that you have the ability to cultivate many things from your clair abilities, which is the clairvoyance, clairaudience, so many different things that begin to build in you naturally.
See, I'm clairvoyant, and that's how I was able to control it because I
Grounding,
they kept
balancing, and
I
shielding.
well, it runs in my family, but I'm clairvoyant, and I know that, and it's just that the energy that I was getting was I had to try to do something, to kind of try to level it off. So I went to reading tarot cards, but I started to learn that as I'm doing the readings, I'll start reading a person before I even pull a card. Um,
Yes, you
like I
can
was
do
at a
your
pop up
own
shop.
readings. Say that again.
I was we had a pop up shop, and I set up there at the pop up shop or whatever, and I was reading people before I even pulled the cards for them, and then when I pulled the cards for them, it was exactly what I had already, pretty much everything I had already said before I pulled the cards.
Mm-hmm.
So it's I feel like when people start getting into the spiritual realm, the spirituality, that's the first thing they go to is tarot cards. But it
Sometimes.
is a gift. It is a gift. It's not something that you have to be. Like I said, I've been having experiences since I was a child. So I'm just like coming into this. I'm 44 years old,
Mm-hmm.
and like I said, I'm just 3 or 4 years in. So I just started like in my 40s.
Okay, and there's nothing wrong with that. And see, and so the people who are new to it, they're gonna charge less, right? Because they're still learning. If you see these people still reading in the books, these people know that they have a gift, but they're unsure how to interpret the cards. So they're still reading in these books because they're new to it. Those people aren't fake.
I've
They're
never
really
used the
trying to
book.
pay attention and learn,
Uh-huh.
right? So give those people an
Yeah.
opportunity and understand that they're taking their time to learn their gift. If a tarot reader
Yeah.
is asking too many questions, yes. Let me give you guys some tips. Let me add a second person in. Hold on one second here.
Hmm.
Oh, I got a few of my friends in. They coming in. Subscriber. I do have to let my subscriber in first. And then I will of course let someone else in after. Hi, Blue Baby.
Hey, love, how are you?
I
Hey,
am
Blue.
wonderful.
Honey,
How are you?
you are
Fine.
absolutely gorgeous spiritually free. You are a beautiful female. I
Thank you.
you I
Tell her.
your smile
Tell her.
is a light. You hear me? Honey, you are beautiful. So I want
Thank
to
you.
say this too. If you choose to go live and do your readings, right? Let me tell you, I've been with CC since the beginning. She can
Hmm.
tell you. I have me and Armion down in the chat. We have been with her from day one when she started doing the readings on the lives. When she started doing the readings, she was doing them for free.
Hmm.
And we told her, we sat with her for almost 4.5 hours one night. And she barely ate. She did not move from the camera. We didn't know if she had to go to the bathroom or not. We became
Yeah.
mods that night. In that moment, we are her defense. You understand what I'm saying?
Mm.
We
Yes.
pay attention to the chat. We see the negative stuff coming in and we put it out. We we basically told her that you cannot continue to do this for free. It
Yeah.
cannot be done for free. Even
Right.
though, because let me tell you something, people will take advantage of that. And that's what people were doing. They were
Yeah.
they were draining, like we physically, and you
Yes.
have Army down in the comments, Queen Army down there, we physically saw her drained from the live,
Hmm.
and it was unfair to her. So now we came up, we set forth off the live, we set forth rules. Hey, we're only going to do this for about 2 hours a day, because at the end of the day, you need to make sure you are protecting your peace and your mind
Right.
and your spirit. And you need to
Right.
make, and we'll sit there in the live and we'll tell a girl, eat. Where hubby at with the food? We need to make sure you eat, girl. Eat something, because you can see it. You
Mm-hmm.
can
Hmm.
see it. And
And
so
I can't do it. I ooh.
yeah, but see,
Mm-mm.
that's where you have to have your protectors too. Not along with your meditating and making sure that you are spiritually strong to be able to handle doing the lives. You also have to have your shields. We are her shields. We ensure that the people that come in her live do not disrespect her, and they're not bringing that negative energy into the live.
Hmm. Okay. I
Baby, my
believe
block
that
game is
energy.
strong. My block game is strong.
Yeah. And I was getting ready to say
Your energy is strong.
when they joined
My
my
right ear
live,
just started. I just got a frequency in my right ear. It was ringing so loud. That's why I was doing my ear like that. That
yeah.
energy was strong.
Mm-hmm. And when they joined my lives, they knew nothing of me. I knew nothing of them. I
Mhm.
read them from the comments. I never seen their face. Right? So a real
Right.
reader will be able to actually truly read you without asking a question. I don't even have to ask a
Right.
question. I only like to verify if you're married or if you're in a relationship, if you're male or female. I verify simple things, right? It's extremely important to
Mhm.
verify simple things because you don't want to tell someone that they're getting ready to meet somebody and they're in a relationship already. You got to kind of pay attention. It's like you
Mhm.
got to have that discernment because their husband or mate or whatever could also be watching while they're getting their reading and you're getting ready to tell them they're meeting someone else. You
Right.
know what I mean? Like, so
Mhm.
it's very important that you're careful. I'm gonna give a couple of tips and then I'm gonna let Blue finish speaking. So one of the ways for you to be able to tell if they're fake, number one, I'm a businesswoman. Collectively Different is a business. Okay, I'm not
Mhm.
just sitting in my bedroom doing readings and having y'all give to my personal Cash App. No. Okay,
Right.
they should have some form of payment outside of Cash App.
I agree.
You should have Cash App, you should have Stripe, you should have PayPal, you should have some forms of payment outside of Cash App. You should have a
A
website where
website.
people
If
can
you're
book with
yeah,
you.
website. Mhm.
Now, mind you, Cash App is fine, but Cash App is associated with a lot of scams. Don't you want people to actually look at you like you're professional?
You're legit. Yeah.
Right? I'm not saying that there's nothing wrong with Cash App. That's not what I'm saying, right? What I am saying is you want to look professional, right? Because the moment that it's just Cash App, people are looking at you like, is that your
Yeah, because it's
personal
quick
Cash App?
money.
You about to buy dinner tonight?
Yeah,
Everything
it's like quick money coming at you. Mhm.
Exactly. Everything I get goes into Collectively Different because I'm getting ready to start making candles. I'm getting ready to start setting specific things up for each individual that follows me and that subscribes with me and that subscribes for the mentorship programs on my website and things of that nature. Not many people are going to be doing that. Some people are just readers. I'm a spiritual life coach. So I coach
Mhm.
you with your issues. I mentor you. I help you. I talk to you. Okay. Hi.
Yeah, it doesn't just end there.
Yeah. For
Yeah.
me, it doesn't just end there, but for
Mhm.
some people, it does. That's all they
Yeah,
want to
once they
do.
got your money,
Mm-hmm.
it's gone.
Exactly. Exactly. Let me give y'all some other tips. Search for reviews. Listen, it don't just have to be reviews on websites. Go look at some of their videos and see how people have commented and said, that reading that you gave me last week, oh my God, you were so on point. Most of my people come into my lives and say how amazing I helped them out with a particular issue and how I never knew nothing of them and spoke into their life and walked into their house. right? So look for reviews. Look for real
Hmm.
reviews. I know that people can pay for reviews, yes, but you can tell a real review from a fake review because they are so genuine with what they say. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm helping y'all today. I'm helping y'all. I'm gonna give a couple of more and then I'm gonna let Miss Blue finish speaking and I'm gonna add a third person in. Okay. Um, fishing for information versus verifying. All right. Let me help y'all out.
Thanks for my
Asking,
coins. Whoever sent me coins, I'm sorry.
no, you're fine. You're fine. Fishing for information. I'm not going to fish for information. If you give me a vague question that you want something sincere on, I'm going to
Mm.
clarify. Like last night, someone asked if I'm on the right path. I said, are you asking about spiritually, financially, emotionally, relationship wise? Which path are you asking about? So that I can
Right.
zone into the person. That's not fishing for information. Fishing for information is I hear and y'all ain't gonna like me. I hear a man's voice starts with a A T K can join okay. Let me help y'all.
Hmm.
Let me help y'all. For people who are talking to the dead, they are listening for the name of the individual. So they will sound off while they're speaking, right? Because when you're hearing from the dead, not automatically is that person just going to jump and tell what their name is and who they are. Because they, okay, so let me break that down. If people are mediums and they're talking to the dead for you, they are going to fish around trying to understand K E E N O Ken. I hear Kenneth, right? That's a real
Oh my
person
God.
who's talking to someone from beyond, right? When you have regular readers who are not mediums fishing for information, that's different. Let me break that down for y'all. Let me say that one more time. When you have a medium who is listening to the dead for you and you've asked, is my loved one speaking to me? And they're verifying Lis, Lisa. I hear Lisa, right? Mediums are listening in the distance. They're listening in the distance from either
Hmm.
God, angels, spirits from the beyond. It's a divination type of factor, and they're trying to make sure they clearly understand who's speaking to them. Tarot readers who are fishing for information are not going to sound like that. They are going to try to so what's going on in your life at the current moment? They're going to okay, what did you last do, what this that, and they're going to give a reading based off of something you say.
I
Okay,
have a question.
go ahead, I'm trying to help y'all today
I
because
have
I
a
want y'all to
I
stop
have a
falling for these fake
coworker.
people.
I have a coworker. His father has been deceased probably like 5 years now, whatever. And me and him pretty close or whatever. And when I would visit his house, um, I noticed the presence of somebody
Right.
there.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, somebody is here. And so I know he was real close with his father. So past couple of days, I feel like it's his father talking to me, and he's telling me to tell his son not, because he was real close with his dad and he just goes into depression sometimes. And he was telling me to tell him that it's okay but I'm scared to tell him. I don't want to tell him
Um,
because I don't want to tell him.
I don't think it was
I don't know
him.
how to
I
tell him.
don't, and if you heard the name, it would definitely verify with him and that you really heard from the loved one, right?
Yeah.
For the people in the comments
But then
who,
I don't talk back to him because I want to say, like, I want him to tell me something that can identify himself so he'll know that it's a message from him. Because I don't want to just go to
yes,
him and
you
say, hey,
can.
your dad said,
Um, I was mentoring someone into mediumship, and she wanted to take a break from it. And that's another thing we're going to talk about on on these lives with people. I need y'all to stop being racist.
mm,
Just because I am a African American reader, spiritual life coach, and individual does not mean that everyone that is a part of my live and a part of my moderators have to be Black.
Right.
I need y'all to
That
stop
has
being
nothing to
racist
do with.
because one of my very beautiful individuals who was learning from me ran away and said, I would prefer for you to have only Black moderators because they said, why is this pale colored woman in here, to her in someone
Oh,
else's life? Stop doing that to people.
wow.
That's disgusting.
That's not. Mm.
That's not the way that you handle things. That spirituality is not just geared towards a Black group of people, a white group of people, a brown group of people, an Asian group of people. We are all one race of many different colors. I don't
Hmm.
accept racism at any type of form. So let's cut
Well,
that out.
y'all know that it wasn't said about blue. I'm just
It
saying, because
wasn't
blue
blue.
wouldn't have
No,
ran
it wasn't blue.
nowhere.
But
Blue
Blue,
wouldn't have
you
ran
you a sister
nowhere.
from
I'd have been
another
like,
mother,
what?
anyways. I don't know. I don't see. Ain't nothing, girl. Bye. Um. So I just need y'all
Hi,
to be careful
coach.
with that because y'all get to harming people the way that y'all talk about them, and why is this pale colored woman in here like they can't speak upon a particular subject?
Right.
You can't tell someone where their knowledge come from, right? And I'm not trying to
Right.
tell anyone with the fake tarot readers, Reiki healers, witches, etc., that they don't have knowledge. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that people are on this app scamming people. People are on this app
Yes.
using people, and I want us to get away from
Hmm.
that, right? Continue
Yeah.
to learn more before you decide you want to do readings for people. Continue to cultivate yourself. That way you can learn the way that you read. I know everyone's different. I know everybody's
Hmm.
different. I'm not saying that it's not okay to be different. What I am saying is using people, nah. Let me give y'all another
Yeah.
example, and I'm gonna let a couple more. I'm gonna let someone else in. Um, I got a few more people requesting. I have 3 more requests here, so I'm getting ready to let some more people in. Another thing, inbox messages. Inbox messages. Let me help y'all. I do not DM you. And these inbox messages offering you fake readings without any prior communication, saying that you got to pay 400 to remove a curse, blah 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 blah, this that and the third. Real readers do not inbox you. We will not,
Right.
because if you feel led
Whoa,
to
what
work
was
with me,
that?
you're going to work with me. Never
Oh
inbox
shoot.
anyone. You are
Mhm.
making yourself look desperate. If you are new to this, please
Oh,
don't inbox anyone. I don't care what dream, vision, whatever it is that you see, write that vision and that dream down. And if that person reaches out to you for assistance, then tell them, hey,
Mhm.
I had a dream or a vision about you, but I was waiting for you to reach out to me so that I can help you. And I saw such and
I
such and such
totally
and such.
agree.
And they will really be like, whoa, wait a minute. I ain't never talked to you from Adam to Eve. How did you even know that? I said I had a dream, but I wasn't going to reach out to you because it's up to you to reach out to me if you want to work with me. Trust me, I've done it plenty of times. I tell people the things that I see and hear. Am I going to reach out to you and tell you? No, I'm going to reach out to you if you're on my mind and you need help.
Yeah.
That's what a spiritual life coach does. I'm going to reach out to
And
you.
she
I'm not
does.
going
And
to.
she does.
Exactly, I do. I'll reach out to you. I'll text you. I'll call you. Am I ever going to call you and tell you when are you booking your next reading? No.
Negative.
If
No.
you told me you were about to book something, I am going to call you and remind you because you needed to book it for a reason. But I'm not going to bombard you and tell you that it's you must book something with me. You must. No, people who start doing that, baby, nah. Come on. Mm-mm. No.
Let me tell you, me and I consider myself to be very close to
I
CC.
never
Very close.
message anyone either.
Um,
Yeah.
CC and I are on a different level than most of the people she might interact with. Cece reaches out to me not as a spiritual guide, but as someone who is a friend to me. I consider Cece to be a friend and family to me, to check on me. She will check on me because she knows the weight of the world is drowning some people. And it has nothing to do with tarot. It has nothing to do with it. Was just one individual ensuring that the next individual is okay, walking in this
Right.
together. You
We are
understand what I'm
friends.
saying?
Yes.
Mhm.
Like, in all reality, when I tell you that even if her and I were not as close as what we are, she does things on this app that no other reader is doing. And I'm not selling Cece because Cece can sell herself. She understands the role that she plays in this
I
world
do
and what
not
she
ask
is
my
doing.
moderators to do this. They do this for me because
Does
they believe
not.
in my gift. I don't ask this.
I
Yeah.
do. I do. And it's not because she has read me. Well, she has read me on live, but that's not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is I see the joy and the healing that she brings to others. And she doesn't ask for nothing in return for it.
I can believe that.
You could tell me what reader you see on here that is doing that right now.
None, because
I
you know,
know a
I
few.
they pop up on my For You page all the time.
Darcel is a beautiful person on this app. He is a high priest. I think he does voodoo and hoodoo. Darcelle. Um, he's a
I
person
think I
I
follow
found.
him.
He's a person I found that seems very, very genuine. He will not do spells on people if you are not in a relationship with the individual. He will not. He will not do hexes and curses. So yeah, there are a few of them out there. I have a
Yeah.
few people that, yeah, you follow him, you like him. Yeah, he's a sweetheart. Um,
Mhm.
but thank you, Blue. You're very sweet for that, because I don't like being a person to toot my own horn. I'm a Capricorn. I should toot my horn, but I don't do that because why? It's not about tooting my own horn. I actually sometimes want to cry myself when other people are like, I'm crying.
Because you
When
feel it.
mm-hmm.
You
Mhm.
you
Characteristic.
feel that pain.
So let me say
Yeah.
this for everyone who is new here. Hi, thank you for joining.
I'm sorry, really quickly, Cece.
Go ahead.
They're asking, can you say that, give his name again?
Yes, Darcel. I think it's Darcelle. He has over 80 something thousand followers, maybe more than that. Watch out for
Yeah,
his
he has a
bot
lot.
accounts. He has how many?
He has a lot. He has a lot.
Yeah,
Might
yeah.
be over 80,000, but he does
Yeah,
have
he
a
might
lot.
be he
Mhm.
might be over, but it's Darcelle. And he's a priest who also has esoteric knowledge as myself. Um and he's been doing it for a few years longer than me, probably about 20. But he's a very
Oh.
loving person, very kind person. And yeah, that's how you spell his name. So please follow him. He doesn't
Mhm.
even know that I'm shouting him out right now. We don't even talk. But I watch real people on this app, and I can tell you that there are some real
Mhm.
people. Um,
I, I want to
so
say right quick, 'cause I run to the grocery store. I love you to pieces, my girl. I love you to death. And please, everybody, be respectful to
Let
CC.
me
Understand?
follow.
Absolutely, I'll follow back for sure. I love you to pieces. I love everything you stand for, everything you represent. And for the people that are coming in that are new and are unsure about what's going on with CC, understand. Take your time, do your research, sit back and listen to understand, not listen to respond. Because not
Mhm.
everything requires a response.
mm-mm.
And I love you, CC. Talk to you later, my girl. Cause
Okay,
yeah, something yesterday that I definitely need to talk about.
okay, okay, Blue. I got you. I have
Bye.
There
It's
are
nice
some
meeting
people
Bye.
who
you.
signed
Nice.
up for calls. They scheduled calls with me. So everyone who follows me, you have the availability to schedule calls with me if you want to. My calls are always free until you guys go overboard. I can talk to you about different things in your life and what you need help with, and gear you towards, if you want to book a coaching or reading with me, I can point you towards the correct one to help you out on your path. That's only if you feel led to work with me, right? You can
Mhm.
sign up in my bio, you can send me your information, or you can book a call. I will never force you to book with me. Let me tell you how much, and I'm going to be very honest with you as a reader and life coach. I have someone who was so concerned about getting back with an individual who wants to know if they were coming back. I did one reading with him. I did not do another one. I did a phone call. I advised him to wait a minute. Let me tell you how much of a person I
Mhm.
am, a beautiful person I am, because most of these people will continue to tell you what you want to hear so they can keep getting money out of you. And
Right,
I'm not that person.
right. Yes.
So I told him, I said, listen, I'm not gonna. That's so sweet. Thank you. I was like, I'm not going to have you book another reading with me just yet because the energy is off at the moment. This particular person may
Mhm.
or may not come back based upon what you just recently did. So I need you to take time, work on self love, work on yourself, think about
Right.
what you're doing, and how you're feeling before you decide to, okay, hey, I do need a reading to want to see how the future is going in this. I'm gonna let you guys in. Trust me. I'm for bear with me because I'm making
Oh,
this
good.
spiritual revolt. Kim, go ahead and speak, sweetie, and then I'm gonna let another person in as
Um,
well. Spiritual, you can
I
stay there
just
for
had
a
a
second.
few things.
Go ahead.
Mhm.
One, myself too. For y'all who don't know, I have a very similar testimony to Goddess CC. I'm not going to go into full details today because that's not what it's about. But she too read me on her live, was in my business, in my house, and as well as off live and a reading off live. So that is the reason why I followed her as well, is because she was in my business and she didn't know me. But that's what I
Right.
wanted.
Mm.
And I made sure that when we did the live off live, the private live, I let her know multiple times, don't hold nothing back. Don't try to spare my feelings. You give it to me straight with no chaser.
And that's what I
And she
do.
would definitely do that. And that's what she does. And she definitely did. And it was what I needed. And I'm telling you, that's only been a few days ago. And when I tell you I haven't slept so well in the last couple of days, man, I tell you, I feel so good right now. But I just wanted to come up because I was noticing while in the comments there were several questions that were being asked on multiple
Yes,
occasions,
I wanna
multiple
I
times,
wanna
and I
go
didn't
ahead and
want those
answer them.
questions
Thank you
to
for writing
fall
them
at the
down so I can
wayside.
answer them.
Yeah, so I was writing them down. So one of the things that really stood out, it was kind of recent. So I'm gonna go here first. And someone asked a question: how can you tell if you are the fake yourself? Meaning
Mhm.
themselves.
So,
Mhm.
okay, that's a good question. That's a really good question.
Very, very
Um,
good
Yep.
question.
I got you. I got you. Let me tell you how. If in the event, when it comes to reading, coaching, anything of the sort where you're helping people with issues in their lives, if you don't feel genuine, if you're
Mhm.
like, "Ugh, man, I'm so tired of these people, they getting on my nerve." Now, mind you, you're gonna get tired. It's okay. But
Drain.
if it's more of a strain to you to help people, if it's more of you're like, you can tell that you seem to be using people versus really helping people. There's it's a thin okay, it's a thin line between being a newbie and a poser. So don't automatically assume that you're a poser from the jump. If you aren't building yourself, if you aren't giving
Mhm.
yourself the knowledge, if you aren't taking time to meditate, because spirituality, before you even read anybody, it should be a
Mhm.
lifestyle, right?
Yeah.
So if it isn't a
Mhm.
lifestyle, what are you doing? How are you really helping people when you're not helping yourself? When you're not helping your family, right?
Mhm.
It shouldn't just be about the money. My time is money. And I still get on here and answer questions for free every time I go live. Every time I go live, I still do tarot readings for free. I allow you guys to book phone calls with me to talk to me for free when I should be spending time with my family. And I give you
Right.
guys the opportunity to reach out to me and just talk to me about your problems. So it depends on how you genuinely feel about what you're doing. For you to know, am I fake? Am I really real? What's going on? If you don't really hear anything when you're reading these cards, if you don't really feel like you have a gift, it may not mean that you're fake. It just may mean that you are at the moment uneducated. You have not cultivated your gifts. You have not built your gifts. It could mean that, right? You have to reevaluate yourself because it's not going to be
Yeah.
easy. If you can't reevaluate yourself to know if you are real or fake in what you're doing, and you don't see that genuineness in you, if you don't feel that genuineness in you for helping people through their situations and their lives, hang it up. Because it should be a genuine care in you, in an individual, that says, I want to help someone else because I remember when no one didn't help me. When I was in church, I remember when the church didn't help me unless I had money.
Right.
Why do y'all
Right.
think I always help people whether you can pay or not? Now, that doesn't mean that you're going to use my time continually for free, right? Because
Absolutely.
everyone's time is money. But you should
Yeah,
genuinely
right. I
be
agree.
able, you should genuinely be, exactly, you should genuinely be able to say, okay, you know what? I genuinely like helping people. This is who I am. I genuinely am a spiritual person. I pray, I meditate. This is my life, right? This is me. When you can say that, you know you're genuine. If you can't say those things, right? Because you want to deal with self. So if you can't do a self check on you and realize that you're really genuine, I would say that you want to reevaluate yourself and become more genuine so that you are no longer seeming or being in a fake or poser type of way. For that person who
Right.
asked, how do I check myself to know if I'm fake? Okay.
Mhm.
That
No,
was
it's
really
not a
good.
Pinterest trend, y'all. It really isn't. It's a self check. So for that person who asked that, I hope that helped you. So do a self check, self love, self care, and your spirituality should be your life. It should not be something that's on this live. It should not be something for the internet. Baby, I get up every
Right.
morning. If I can, if my room was a little bit cleaner and my husband wasn't in there, I would go ahead and show y'all my altar. I would show y'all my candles. I would show y'all my amount of herbs. I would show y'all my entire altar area. I would show y'all the amount of books that I have. If you look at my bio, you can buy rare ebooks. I have read over 500 books in my lifetime 15 over the past 15 years. And
That's
it's
a long time. I'm
more than
definitely going to check
500. I'm
that
going to be
out.
honest with you. I've read 500 esoteric knowledge type of books from 1100 years ago. I do my due diligence, guys. So I'm trying to tell y'all, do your due diligence and know who you are. Self check.
And another thing I noticed, like when I be in people's lives, when they be like pulling the cards and stuff, they'll be sitting at like a desk. I pay attention to their background. Like you said, you're gonna see something in the background that's going to show you if this person is really living that type of life. Some of the ones that are doing the card readings, they don't have an altar. They don't have any of these things in
No,
their
they don't.
home. They just have a deck of cards.
And
So
that's
you can
okay. And listen, I'm not saying, so hold on, let me say this real quick. I'm not saying that because you don't have everything that you're not, it's not a lifestyle for you, right? You don't have to have an
mhm,
altar. You don't have to have a bunch of this, that, and the third, but you should have some books. You should be learning.
something.
You should have
Yeah.
some books. If you want to have cards, that's fine. You should be meditating. You should be praying. You should be learning why and how the people of old from over 1100 years ago actually prayed to the angels, actually faced to the east, actually worked with the archangels of the fallen, which people think are demons, but they're still angels. They just, they on a different time, they on a different platform, but that's for another live. I ain't gonna do that. um how they worked with the
Do you have
higher
any
and
books on telepathy?
yes. Thank you for
Okay.
joining. Thank you for subscribing, honey. I appreciate it. If you look in my bio, there is a way to when you click the link, it says purchase rare ebooks. Click each
Okay.
specific one. It will tell you the hundred and fifty to 200 and 300 books that you'll have. I am going to give you my Google Drive link to all these books where you can download the zip file, right? So
Okay.
there is African spirituality, there is um African spirituality and voodoo, there is dreams and divination, there is the Kabbalah. I have all the rare Bibles. I have so much, right? If
Yeah,
you don't want any of the old esoteric knowledge, I can recommend other books to you that are more newer. I read old knowledge. I go way back. That's me.
yeah.
If people ain't ready for the old knowledge, don't go in my bio and purchase them rare ebooks. And the reason why I'm telling you don't go in there and purchase
I
them,
need
because
all of it.
you're going to learn some old stuff and go, oh, wow. So they did this. You're going to learn that some of the people in the Bible that they claim is in the Bible from today actually
Mm,
kicked it with Jesus, was going to school with Jesus, and was a little bit smarter than Jesus before Jesus found out what he found out. I'm gonna need y'all to go do your research. Don't believe me. Go read. Go read. I read old knowledge. Old.
Okay.
Definitely. I'm glad I came across your page. I definitely followed you and everything.
Yes, old is better.
It's just
I'm glad
a
you came across my page today as well. Hey, hi everybody.
yeah,
Thank
it's
you
a
for
breath
listening.
of fresh air, honestly, because like I said, my head been all over the place. My eh, my family, they think I done went over to the dark side,
Hi.
being a preacher's daughter. I done went over to the dark side, so it's just like
I was a
it's just
preacher's
me.
daughter. I ran a church for over 8 years. I'm an ex first
Wow.
And I
lady.
was a former
She
pastor
was a former
of
pastor.
Mm,
11 years.
Uh-huh.
wow.
Both me and her, but
That's
I think
crazy.
she did it for about 20 years.
Oh,
Yeah, I
okay.
preached for over 20 years,
Mhm.
yes.
For over
Hmm.
20 years.
I got
See
tired
there,
after
you
eight
know.
years and said, "No, this ain't my life. I'm good."
It
And been in
was
the
just it
church
was
since I came out the womb. So, yes, I
I have
understand
a
how you feel,
question for
love.
the people
yeah.
who are here who would like to be a part of the spiritual revolt where we get together and we bring up the amount of individuals who are mistreating people, harming people, and scamming people. What is a good day? Would you guys like to meet on a Friday? I'm going to tell you guys how to spot them. Okay, so I'm making this on my website right now. It's only going to be $4.44, and I'm doing that because I don't trust people. People like to
Right.
watch over there
Mm.
in that big old 272 amount of people, and I want real people to come in there. So I'm just going to make it $4, right?
Thanks for the coins.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. I'm gonna make it $4, and I'm doing this on purpose so that people can log in, give their email and information. I only have a capacity for 100 people, so I'm gonna make it right now. Give me a second. The 10th or the
Okay.
My
17th.
only concern is I don't want Fridays to overwhelm you so much that you can't come on here on Saturdays.
I'm gonna be on here on Saturday.
So
I
we're
heard.
going to have to cut it off.
Okay.
We're going to have to like make sure we cut it off at a certain time
Well,
so that you can prepare for Saturdays.
okay. We
Like
can do
keep it
that.
between a
Well,
certain
it'll
time
be an
frame. You know what
hour.
I'm saying?
It'll be an hour, and if I have to give,
Okay, that sounds good.
if we have to go over the hour, it's fine because Fridays I will
Right.
also be doing readings for people and things of that nature. Um, Here's what I'm gonna
Okay.
do. Do y'all want the 10th or the 17th? Because I want to start this revolt. I want to meet twice monthly.
Let's start the
Twice
10th.
monthly.
We need to start this like now.
Yeah, I want to meet twice monthly. I don't get off till 7
Well, look,
p.m. the 10th.
I don't want to cut y'all off, but I just want to say thank you.
You're
Thank
welcome.
you for what you're doing. I'm gonna go to your bio and I'm gonna get your ebooks and everything. And I
Yeah.
just really appreciate it.
They're
I'm
not
gonna keep in touch
mine.
with you
They're
and keep
something that
following
you
you.
can get all over the internet, but it's hard to find because the world doesn't want you to read
Yeah.
that old knowledge. So
Mm-hmm.
it's dirt cheap. Most of the collections are $11.11. Check your
Okay.
spam folder because it'll be coming from Awaken Goddess at collectivelydifferent.world. So make sure
Okay.
you, when you buy it, I will make sure to send you each ebook collection. You're going to need to unzip the file. It'll be over 150 books for you. Okay.
Okay.
Each collection,
Thank
whatever
you.
collection you want. You're welcome, baby. Join
All right.
anytime.
Bye, Tim. Bye.
I'm going
Bye,
to add
bye,
some more
love.
people.
Mhm.
I'm going to add
And
a
while you're
few.
doing that, let's answer another question while you're doing that. I
Yeah,
thought was
sure,
a
Kim.
very good
You keep
question
me
as
up on the
Let
well.
me
questions.
get out
It's
of here,
very.
y'all.
Uh,
Yes, I'll keep you up on the questions. One of the
Yes.
questions I thought was really good. Hi, should I protect my head with a covering while doing readings?
it's completely up to you.
Absolutely.
First off, Kim, answer how you feel about that so that I can make this spiritual revolt meeting for the 10th. That way people can go on my website while they're here and they can go and book for that meeting.
Okay.
Um,
Now how I feel. This is a twofold for
I'm gonna do
me,
9
and
p.m.
it's
Eastern Standard Time. That way people who are already
okay.
home
9 p.m.
will be able to, and on other time zones who are already home getting ready to go to sleep, you guys will be able to join. Is that cool? 9 p.m.
That's
Pacific.
cool.
I am Pacific, so it'll be late for some of you guys on the other side of the equator. And the reason why
That's
we're
good.
talking off of
Yes.
this app is I want to make sure. Okay, 9 p.m. the 10th. All right. I only have a capacity for 100. $4.44. It's not much, but it will give you a link, a Zoom meeting. We will meet specifically off of the app via Zoom. everybody who signs up, I will be sending you a non-disclosure. The reason why is because we're gonna protect collectively different. Y'all gonna not gonna mess up my business, but I'm gonna help y'all and give y'all some tips on how we can do this spiritual revolt, and you guys can give private information in that live on Zoom on the amount of screenshots and videos and people that you have found that are scamming people, right? Well, we're gonna try to. I got you. We're gonna work on it. We're gonna work on it. Go ahead, Miss Kim.
This is kind of a twofold for me. I think I'm a little on the fence with this one. Reason being is that we were taught in the church, and many know the scriptures that women were not to pray and prophesied with their heads uncovered. And a lot of times people believe that simply meant a head covering.
Mm-hmm.
But a lot of people didn't understand that that scripture was pertaining more so to the single women who did not have husbands. And I think once we understand what that scripture really meant, because our husbands was our heads. It wasn't a physical head covering that you actually put on your head. It was the fact that you have that husband to cover you. So I would actually say no to this question. I don't think you necessarily have to have your physical head covered with a covering in order to do a reading. I did wear a head covering in the church until I understood what the scripture actually meant. What I always tell people, when you're going to study something, the first thing I learned when I went into college, you need to study the who, what, when, where, and why
Mm-hmm.
of what you're actually studying. And once you're able to do that in everything that you're studying, then you would actually understand why that particular subject subject was actually written the way it was written. So
Facts.
I would say no, because when I learned the truth about the head covering and it simply meant my husband was my head covering, I actually started praying and prophesying with my head uncovered. And I never got any pushback in the church. So I would say, as doing any tarot or whatever type of reading you choose to do, whatever path you choose to go down, I would say no, I don't believe you have to have your head covering, because the fact is that when you're doing these readings, you should be covering yourself from head to toe to begin with.
Mm-hmm.
You should be
Absolutely.
balanced from head to toe to begin with. You don't necessarily need a piece of cloth to cover you.
Exactly. You should be spiritually covered. So for those who
You should be
ask that,
spiritually
and
covered.
Kim, I'm gonna Reiki is not fake. I've gotten Reiki done on me before I decided to look into Reiki healing. Reiki is not fake. It is not. If you actually go, and let me help you guys who think Reiki is fake. I've added it on my website, guys, for the spiritual revolt. It's set for the 10th at 9 p.m. Book your spot. I only have 100 availabilities because we're going to get this going. We're going to keep this going. I'm not playing no games. They're not going to like me, and I don't care. Um, so one of the things when it comes to Reiki kind of also goes along with some of the old ways of understanding reflexology. If you understand from the Asian and some of the other cultures, reflexology was a point in the foot, and anything in the foot was connected to every single nerve and portion of your body, every organ, all through the feet. Right. And through reflexology, they are able to do certain massages and certain things to help heal certain areas and stop certain pain. Reiki is a more so energy type of healing without having to touch. And it definitely works. It's not something that's fake. That's just like when they pray for you in the church and you feel healed. It's the same difference, guys. Come on now. Um, I am a tarot reader and spiritual life coach. I just want y'all to know, for y'all who are new, witches aren't liars. That's a clickbait. Thank you for joining. Um, I like to keep, very we have a lot of questions here, so wait, hold on one second. Those who would like to talk to me one-on-one, all right, you do the link in my bio takes you to everything that is me. Okay, so let me break this down and then we'll get back to the topic. I'm gonna say this, and if people ask again, I will take a break, and I will say this in about 10 minutes. All the ladies who are sitting here on my live, we're going to get up and we're going to do 10 squats if you want to, right? We sit on these lives too long, so you got to move around, get your blood pumping. So when I get ready to do that, ladies, do it with me, please. You don't have to, but hey, getting your blood pumping is important. Um, when you click the link in my bio, you can schedule a call with me. If you want to schedule a call with me, send me your number and information. It goes right into my calendar. I have about 5 people to call after this meeting today, and another 20 people to call between Monday and, I think it's Monday and Wednesday, or Wednesday and Friday, something like that. So get in there and schedule your call, or send me your name, number, and information, whatever works for you. You can schedule a call with me before you decide to book a coaching with me. It's very important. I would rather talk to you first, okay? All right. I'd rather talk to you first. So thank you. I love colors. So understand I'm a colorful person. It'll be pink, green, blue. You never know, whatever. But thank you. For those who want to book with me, the call is free. I will never charge you for that call until y'all get to the point to where y'all want to book a call all the time and you're not caring about my time. I'm gonna be like, okay, you have booked a call 4 weeks in a row. It's time for you to book a reading so we could talk face to face and deal with your issue, right? That's the type of person I am. I'm not gonna force you. I'm gonna say, hey, you keep having some issues here. Let's talk about it. Let's deal with it. If you're in the mentorship program, your calls are automatically free. A part of that mentorship program, you get to book with me all the time, as much as you need to. You get some emergency calls, emergency readings, all of that. Um, now that we've talked about that, I'm going to get back to the topic at hand. Any other questions about how to reach me, how to book my ebooks, how to book readings with me? I want to make sure before I start letting the next people speak. Turn to him. The biggest misconception you guys have is that spiritual people and witches and stuff don't believe in God. Huge misconception. Um, Huge misconception. All right. If no one has any other questions about how to reach out to me, always click the link in my bio. All my social media is there. Okay, you can follow me personally if you want to. You can buy the rare ebooks. Click them. Don't just buy them. Click them, because I have all the books named there. You can see how old they are. You can see the years on them. Okay, so you get to get old information. You get to be like, oh, where did she get her knowledge from? I get my knowledge from these old books. You can have the same knowledge. I'm not going to ever make it seem like nobody can't do what I do. If you don't want to, I need you to be careful while you're reading this knowledge. Don't just get to doing whatever they doing up in there. Because some of the stuff that I do is 1100 years old. Don't get yourself caught up. Read for knowledge, then decide what you want to connect with. Don't get yourself caught up. All right. Go ahead. She is Ematic.
What's
No,
up? What's up?
hold on one second,
Hey.
Pete, before you speak.
So I just wanted to finally somebody's making a topic on this because I have been seeing this for like months on end. Now let me tell you something. I am a crown Yamaya. I've been a crown Yamaya for 16 years. I've been born and raised into the culture. I practice Ifa and stuff like that. So I completely understand what everything is going on in the spiritual world. However, a lot of people, when I see all these tarot card readers and I'm just like analyzing, I was like, you gotta be shitting me. I was like, first of all, they're not asking you for your name. They're not asking you for your birth dates. And what they gotta understand is that the tarot cards are just a guide.
They are.
In order to really read somebody, you have to understand, you have to tap into their ancestors. You have to talk to that person's
Not
ancestors
just the
in order
ancestors.
to give a proper reading.
Correct. And it's not
Uh,
just the ancestors. If for some people
but
they deal with
yeah,
the
so you
angels
have
and
that,
stuff.
and then people, people figure that yeah, they deal with a lot of angels and stuff like that. However, a lot of tarot cards, they figure, hey, let me buy a pair of tarot cards and then a couple stones and some sage, I'm automatically a witch. No, that's not how it works. It comes from your bloodline. Not
Mm-hmm.
everybody is a witch or a priest or whatever. It comes from the higher ups.
Correct.
It comes from your ancestors. It's got to be in the bloodline. So it's like, that was just seeing all that and the Rikis, and I'm like, oh my God, these witches. I was
My
like,
bad,
and
I
I'm just
spelled
looking
it
at their
wrong, by the way.
altars and stuff like that. I've seen bones and stuff like that. We do the readings. I was like, you do readings for bones? I was like, wait a minute, I never seen that. For me, sometimes I use tarot cards, but I'm not big on tarot cards. I rather use like coconut shells or Cory shells and stuff like that. But yeah, you can easily, spot these fake people out because, of course, like what you guys said, we do not come to anybody in their inboxes at all.
No.
That's definitely a big no. You know, um, it's a huge no. So it's like, if you really wanted to reach out to somebody, you have to really analyze to see where their tensions are. Saying they're not going to be overcharging for readings and stuff like that. See, our powerful number in E5 is 21. So if we're going to charge anything, it's going to be $21.
Exactly.
Say,
And
like,
that's
say if they
and
go to
now
like a
I'm gonna be
botanica and
honest
want
with
to
you.
talk to
Wait a
a
minute.
babalao,
Now
say
she
a lot of baba.
I gotta be honest with you.
Mhm,
I use angel numbers, right? That's how I get down. I have no problem with
mhm.
going 11, 11, 22, 22, 33, 33. But
Oh, it's cool.
if you meet me in my personal time, in my home, where you want me to talk to you for over an hour to 2 hours of your time, I'm not charging you $21. I'm going to charge you $88. I'm going to charge you $100. You're taking over an hour of my time. If you're on my live, $22. Nothing wrong with that. 22, 22. I love my angel
No,
numbers.
I completely get that. But no, the reason why I say the 21, because there's 21 divisions in Yoruba. You get what I'm saying?
Oh, okay,
So
yeah.
it
So
has to
that
do with
number means
African
something for you.
spirituality.
Got you.
So that's why I say the 21. Yeah, that's why I say the 21. That's how we do the charging and stuff like that. But of course, it's definitely not going to go over an hour. Oh, no, 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 no. But yeah, definitely. Yeah, that's just my inputs on that. So
Okay.
yeah, but I've
Everyone
been in
who is
this for
looking
so
for the
long, and it's
spiritual
just like I've
revolt,
seen it. It's crazy.
hold on one second, I don't want to cut you off. I'm so sorry. Everyone who's looking for the spiritual revolt in my bio to be able to connect and be a part of that meeting, I'm going to make a link right now. It's on my website, but it didn't go to the top of my bookings. Um, so I'm just going to make a link to send you guys directly to it. Okay. So give me just a second. Before you go back to the link in my bio, I'm going to fix it right now. Let me sign in and fix that so that you have the link directly to it. It's going to say Spiritual Revolt. Um, hold on one second. Add link. Go ahead and continue talking, I'm sorry, baby.
And I was going to say, maybe she, while you're doing that, can answer another
But
question
yeah,
that's been asked. Okay.
so
Okay.
Okay. And it's one of the questions was,
go right
why
ahead,
is it
girl.
that
Go
all of
ahead. Go
my
ahead.
readings, these are questions from the comment section,
Okay.
in case you wasn't in here at the time. It's why is it that every time I get a reading, they're all the same?
Ooh. Uh, I'm finna answer that, but let me go to the bathroom. Y'all tap the screen. Tap the heck out of the screen. Ooh. Go ahead and answer that, Miss Kim, on what you think that is, and I'm also gonna come back and answer that.
Okay. Um, I actually had this question. One of the reasons why I was, hesitant myself about getting a reading is because every time someone would actually come into my inbox, they would always say the same thing. So I think it's a twofold answer. One, it's a generic answer. Sometimes people just give generic answer because they're all reading from the same exact script. The second reason can be if it's not in your inbox, but someone is actually reading you live, it could be the fact is that there is something that's in you that has not been healed, delivered, or whatever choice of words you want to use. So it could be a situation that you were dealing with, and that particular blockage is still there. So every time you keep going to a different reader, they keep picking up on that same blockage. So I believe those can be the two reasons why you keep getting the same readings. What do you think, she?
Definitely, because that's confirmation that that's the problem of the issue. You keep on asking the same question, you're getting from numerous different readings, from different people, and it's coming out the same. So obviously, you need to take notes, fix the situation.
Yeah. Okay, she, go ahead. You can continue.
But yeah, definitely when it comes like those type of readings and stuff like that, yeah, definitely you want to go ahead and take notes on that and stuff like that. But I just want to make people aware, of how the African spirituality. That's what I'm here to educate, because there is, there's so many different versions. You got voodoo, you got santeria, then you have ifa, and stuff like that. So it's just like I just want people to gain knowledge and not get scammed. So like I said, when they go like to like certain babalaos and santeros and stuff like that, you have to be very careful because they'll start asking, oh,
They're anxious to done.
you need to they get this cleansing done.
Gotta
You need
get
to
for the
spend this
meeting.
type
I
of
have to
money.
order
You
something.
need to receive this Orisha. You need to receive that, blah, 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 blah. But they haven't consulted Orula, which is Orumira, to if it's like even in their path, because in order to find out if you are in that type of bloodline, in that bloodline to where they practice Yoruba, all the answers come from Orurula. He's the one that determines who holds your head.
Terry
He's
is
the one that
definitely not
determines your
fake.
whole, you know so it's like that determines everything. If they tell you this is not for you, it's not in your bloodline, leave it alone. You know what I'm saying? Just
And that's for
start doing
and that's
right.
definitely she for some religions, for some spiritual uh healers, that is correct. For some religions, based upon your heritage, some things you shouldn't mess with. Um, even if you are of a different race and you're like, okay, I want to do voodoo, hoodoo, this, that, and the third. Well, you got to be careful with that because some of those ancestors might remember being slaves to some of your ancestors, and then you're gonna be upset when they
Oh,
start
big
messing with
facts.
you. You know what I mean? So like she's very right about that. But I want to answer the question that was asked before I went to the restroom. Um, and ask that again for me, Miss Kim, because I don't know what answer you
Yes.
guys gave. I wasn't here, so I'm gonna give my answer.
Okay. Why is it every time I go and get readings, they're always the same?
Okay. So, first of all, thank you guys for joining. I do not believe witches are liars. That's a clickbait. That's a clickbait. I do not believe that spiritual people, tarot readers, all of that. I do not believe that they're fake. Just like I respect every other religion. Thank you for joining and clicking on to my clickbait. I am a spiritual life
Period.
coach and practitioner. If y'all didn't think I was a practitioner and you didn't know that, that's fine. I am a practitioner. I do practice. Um, so to give my answer as a spiritual life coach, it got you. See, it gets everybody every time I do it. I'm good on the clickbait. I will get you
Got my ass.
because I
I was like,
want people to
oh, my
come in and
time.
talk.
Let's go.
I'm a marketing person. I used to do sales back in the day before my gift became activated. And one thing I remember and understand about people in the world is that number one, people will always want to correct misspellings. Like how many people have come in here and said Reiki was misspelled. They did the same thing when I did Christian one on purpose. I didn't do this one on purpose. I did the other one on purpose. Um, People will always want to correct misspellings, and people always want to come against something that you automatically say is incorrect. If you just automatically deny it, they're ready to come in and talk about it because you're not going to talk about my God, you're not going to talk about this, you're not going to talk about that. Okay, so I know that it's a way to get people in. Okay, um I'm gonna get y'all next weekend. Y'all gonna laugh at me. So let me answer this question. Why are the readings always the same? One of the reasons why the readings that you get from people are always the same is this. You got two things that happens here. You got people who are giving you the same fake based readings because they're giving you the memory of what the card is, right? So in most of the books, when it comes to tarot and oracle, I'm not going to say oracle. Let me put that to the side because oracle is different. When it comes to tarot readings, you have the 22 trump cards and you have the other cards. They're all the same. Okay. Even though people name them different, they name them wands and pages, and they name them cups and pinnacles, and they name them spirit, air, fire, water. They name them all differently, but they're all the same. They all are geared towards the spirit. Water, air, fire, earth. They're geared towards those four elements, okay, in connection with the divine. Even when you look up the definition for what pinnacle is, cups and all of that, it's all towards the spirit of the four elements. Okay. I hope you have an amazing evening as well. No, they're not all fake. Just like praying for someone isn't fake. Just like talking bad against someone isn't fake. Witchcraft is not fake. No. Put yourself in a bad predicament with someone and you will wish that you didn't. Yes, I'm going to let a couple of you guys in. So I want to answer this. You have the people that are reading you the same information from off of what the card means. And then you have the people, if you find yourself getting a reading Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, right, on the same subject, well, that energy has not changed, right? Why are you getting a reading that soon? You should only get a reading when you have an issue that you're really concerned about. You should never let too many people read for you. First of all, you're letting too many people into your energy. And you should never put yourself in a predicament where you're getting one too many readings all the time. Okay? And so for me, I can tell you as a reader, if you're hearing the same thing from a real reader, you're not listening. And the spirit of the divine and God will tell you you're not listening. I know I spelled it wrong. I'm human. You're either not listening or they're giving the same information based upon what the card means because they're new to reading. So they're giving you a response that they have remembered from the card, right? So you got one of the two. It's either remembered information from the cards that sound exactly the same, or you're not listening, right? This isn't my reading live. I'm having conversations, but if you want to come in my live and you want to test me, I had someone do that last night. Her name was Gwen, and she told me to tell her about herself, and I was able to tell her quite a bit about herself, and I don't know her from Adam to Eve. So if you ever feel like you want to test me, right, you can come into my live when I'm doing readings and you can ask that question. But just understand, when you want to test the divine, God's definitely going to go ahead and burst your bubble because you think someone might be fake, right? Test me. Come into those lives for that. But be genuine, because I'm going to be able to tell when you're not being genuine. That's Monday and Thursday. Monday in the morning, Thursday at 7 p.m. This is a conversational live. Okay. All right. Readers that do yes or no questions. Kim, how we feel about that? Let me let a couple people in.
I'm sorry, I just need the question repeated because the plumber just left.
You're fine.
Thank goodness, but I need you to repeat that.
How do we feel about yes or no? How do we feel about yes or no questions? Okay. Before I let any of the other people answer, hi, thank you for joining. Thank you for joining.
Hi. Thank you.
So I'm gonna be honest with you about yes or no questions. I'm a real seer. And let me tell you a little bit about myself. Right? Mute yourselves, guys, because it'll be an echo if y'all don't. Um,
Yeah.
so as a seer, I was born and raised in the church, and I had a gift from very young. One of the examples I always bring up, which scared me to death, is when I saw my dad pass away when I was 15 years old in a dream.
And I woke up and I explained it to him. I was like, oh my God, I had this dream. I cried. I was like, it felt very real. A year later, when I was 16 years old, every single thing that happened in my dream happened to a T in real life, except for the only difference, he fell out in a church service when this all happened, but everything else from the dream happened. Okay. I realized long ago that I had a gift to be able to see things. And when people really do have that gift and they do see things, they're not fake. Because if you can truly see future events, no one can tell you where that gift comes from but God. Okay? So I'm not going to say that everybody's fake. That's not my job. We're spotting the fakes and we're talking about the people who aren't truly using a gift and they're misusing people for money. Now, when we get to the yes or no question part, I believe that outside of having a gift, and I tell you this story for a reason, right? Because I'm getting to the yes or no question. So let me go around the merry-go bush. Thank you. That's so pretty. Let me go around the bush because I'm telling you this story for a reason. Okay. When I use the pendulum boards, right? Which is the yes, no, maybe, unknown. Sometimes I can't even use them. And I'm telling y'all this for a reason because I did it to Miss Kim and didn't even recognize it. I was about to pull the pendulum board on her and I just began to hold it and I just started talking to her. Right? So for the people who do the yes or no questions, they rely on the energy to move. I'm moving it right now. I'm moving it. They rely on the energy to give them an answer on the board. I am specifically moving it at the moment, but they rely on the energy to move on the board. When it comes to yes or no questions where they are using things like this, which also moves on its own, it feels the energy, right? Open, I'm moving it. I'm moving. It's hard to move, but I'm just going to open it. Okay. So open is no and closed is yes, right? I am touching and moving this at the moment. When you put your hands here where it can move on its own, there is no way to move these without you watching it move on your own. Okay. You can see when it's moving on its own or if someone is manipulating it by touching it up here. I'm going to help y'all today. Okay? I'm touching it. I'm touching it right now. Okay? Why can't you see the full screen? Give me a second. Hold on 1 second. I'm going to let you come back later. Can you see it now, baby? Yes, I am cropped because I need y'all to be able to see that. Okay. Hold on 1 second. Let me take this off so y'all can see what I'm talking about. Give me a second. I'm going to put it back up there. I'm going to break this down for y'all real quick. Let me get rid of the background so y'all can see me. 1 second, because I want to help some of y'all today. I'm going to help some of y'all, and then we're going to go back to the topic. I'm going to pull it back up. Okay, so you have the pendulum boards, right? Some of them are big. And there's also the Ouija boards, right? I've just recently realized that Ouija boards aren't technically evil. There's just a spirit connected to it. Okay. And so I am moving it. So I want you to pay attention. I am moving it right now. Okay. And so what people do is they wait for, and I'm going to stop moving it. They wait for the energy to move the pendulum, right? I'm moving it, but they wait for the energy to move the pendulum to say yes, no, maybe, etc. Sometimes I don't use these because if I've been doing a lot of readings, my energy is all over the place and then my hand is shaky, right? So because I know people can see that and automatically assume, oh, she's moving it, I don't use this all the time. And as a seer, yes or no questions are not that simple unless you're using a pendulum board or dowsing rods. Now I'm going to go back to showing y'all what I mean by that. You see how my fingers are at the top of these rods? Now these move on its own, okay? They move on their own. My fingers are at the top of them, so I can move them, right?
So when you see someone's fingers actually moving them or in any way, shape, form, or fashion, you can tell that it's being manipulated. When they hold it, okay, in the middle where you cannot see them moving anything. For the live, I'm going to ask the spirit of the divine, please give us a yes so that they can see what I mean. I'm holding it and it's going to move inward on its own. Spirit of the divine, please give us a yes. Spirit of the divine, please give us a yes. Spirit of the divine. Just so that they can understand that it moves on its own. Okay. Now, did y'all see how that closed on its own? My fingers weren't manipulating anything from the top or the bottom, right? I needed you guys to see that because when people's fingers are actually up here, they are manipulating it. They're moving it, right? It moves on its own. This is also used to detect water in the forest. It's also used to detect gold, but we use it for an energy transference so that the spirit closed is yes and then open is no. Now I am touching it at the moment, but I ask the spirit of the divine to move it so that you can see how it is when someone is not moving it. Okay. It's very, very important that you understand energy. The energy is all a transference. Now, people can use bones because that's very old. That's a part of like African religion. That's a part of Haitian. No, there's no magnet. No, that's not a magnet at all. Matter of fact, Chubb, do you have something that has a magnetic pull? Bring me a magnet. It's not a magnet. No.
Excuse me, CC.
Go ahead, speak,
Can
honey.
you let them know how they get access to books? Because there are a couple of people that did purchase some books, and can you let them know how they'll be able to access it?
Yes, give me as soon as we get off this live. Soon as we get off this live, right? I will be giving you access to the drive files and it will come into your inbox. I will send you an email and I will send you every link for your books. You have to download them. They are zip files, okay? This is a magnet from off my fridge. No magnetic pull. They're not magnets. I'll put it closer for you. No magnetic pull. They're not magnets. I'll go ahead and just drop it on there for you because if it's a magnet, it's going to stick to it. Okay? They're not magnets. These are not magnets. They're not, yes, copper is not magnetic. So for you guys thinking that people are, yeah, thank you. For you guys thinking that it's magnetic, no, people are just moving them. If you see them holding them like this, they can low key kind of manipulate. When you see them holding them the way that I was holding it, where it can just move on its own, right? You know that there's an energy transference. Okay. I just wanted to give y'all that little breakdown because I know y'all see people using these. Pay attention to how they're using them. Pay attention to if they're moving it at the bottom, if they're just holding it. Look at their hands. Okay. My hands are nowhere where anything can move anything. You would see my pinky if I'm trying to, you know what I mean? You would see my fingers. You would see that. So this is where I would do yes or no answers if I want to, right? And this is where people sometimes do yes or no or unknown. But if they're fickle with their movement, you can see them kind of moving or shaking. So I tend to use the dowsing rods. Okay. Yeah, it would be very obvious. And if I'm tired, I'm not gonna use that because y'all gonna be like, she moved that pendulum. So I just wanted to help y'all with that. I'm not gonna say that people can't do yes or no's. I'm gonna bring the topic back up. I am the type of person who I have a hard time doing yes or no's because it's never a yes or no for me, not with tarot cards, because I can't just flip a card and be like, yes, right? It's not that simple for me. It's definitely not that simple. Okay.
It's definitely not simple for Miss CC.
Mm-mm.
Miss CC so tapped in that, as she stated in the beginning, I've seen her multiple times get ready to use, her pendulum or her rods, and immediately just like put it down because the spirit of divine began to speak. And so for some, maybe yes or no, but most definitely not for
No, not for me.
Miss CC.
Mm-mm.
Not at all. I actually joked with her last night because she had to stop saying yes and no questions only because not one question she was able to give a yes and no answer, and it was so
Our collective reading space. Write that question down, Kim, and then I'm going to
okay.
let the next two people speak after you, Miss Kim.
It was so amazing because people were getting healed from her not just giving a yes or no question. The vibe last night was so amazing. People were so overwhelmed, not because of them being hurt, but because of the healing that they were
Thank you.
experiencing from her not being able to give yes or no questions. So I would say that's another reason why
Buzzwords to
how
look
you can
out for.
tell. Yeah, exactly. That's another reason how you can tell when someone's not fake
Put
is
that
when they can
question down
actually.
to Miss Kim. Buzzwords to look
Yeah.
out for.
Buzz. Okay. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and I'll mute so that the young ladies can go ahead and
Sure.
do we have a gentleman on here as well? I don't want to
So
disrespect
are
anybody.
collections readings real? Let me answer that before we get the two people to answer some questions. Collection readings can possibly be real because what's happening is in the transference of energy, they're just pulling cards and they're giving out basic information for whoever is there. I don't like doing collection readings. I've done them every once in a blue moon. In my personal opinion, I don't like doing collection readings because once you start asking a question, I'm gonna zone in onto you, especially if you really need help. Are readers supposed to ask a lot of questions? No. Real readers who have a seeing gift versus just reading off of a playing card will only ask important questions. Like if you're asking about a love reading, are you in a relationship or not at the moment? I will ask you that. If you're asking about your finances, I don't even ask you about why you're asking about your finances. I'm able to tell if you're in a good place or not when I'm listening to what God is saying, to what the spirit of the divine is saying. When it comes to pregnancy readings, I'm never answering that. Go take a pregnancy test. Not being disrespectful, but let's leave spirituality for people who truly need help with situations, right? It should be bare minimum, bare minimum. If they are just playing on playing cards and they don't know no better and they don't really have a seeing gift, they're going to ask you a bunch of questions. Think about the church, right? Go get a test. Think about the church. Did the prophet who got up to speak to you ever ask you 90-11 questions? Why you can't answer pregnancy when some people need positivity? How is me telling you if you're pregnant or not positively gonna help you and affect you in any way, shape, form, or fashion when you can walk over to the store for $2-3 and get a pregnancy test? That will answer your question way before me. When you can make an appointment with a doctor and go get a pregnancy test. That's not something that I positively or negatively want to answer. Not being disrespectful, guys. I'm being real, right? I want to help someone with real issues. That's not a real issue that I want to help with. Go get a pregnancy test. Even when people ask me if their mate is cheating, you know that your mate is cheating before you ask that. You just wanted confirmation. And I'm going to tell you that. You needed confirmation, which is why you asked me this. You've been seeing some hints. See, I'm a different reader. I'm going to tell you about critical thinking. I'm not going to tell you what you want to hear. I'm going to tell you what you need to know. I'm going to help you with critical thinking instead of fluffing you up and telling you what you want to hear. Real readers are not going to tell you what you want to hear. They're going to tell you what you need to know. I work differently because I'm a coach. I'm not going to just be like, oh, you're going to get with this person within 6 months. The future changes. If I give you a futuristic reading, my disclosure behind a futuristic reading is, in the event that you change the trajectory of your future and that person that you want to be with also changes the trajectory of their future, y'all may or may not work out. That's a real life situation because readers are only reading the energy at the moment. Yes, I do health, but I am not a doctor. So I will also tell you in the event that I see something that you need to connect with your doctor, and also find you a holistic doctor, because we know Big Pharma wasn't put here to really help us, right? So put what's going on with your regular doctor and your holistic doctor together so that you can get a connection of how to truly help yourself. And also watch what you're eating. Y'all don't even know that your stomach is connected to 70% of your immune system, and what you eat begins to affect you and create autoimmune diseases. Come on now. Like, I just want to give y'all a little bit of knowledge before we get back to this stuff here. The stuff that y'all be asking us readers, real readers, we're going to look at you and be like, no, we're not answering that. We're not answering that. You know better. Right? Everybody is different, but I'm trying to keep it real with y'all. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to keep it real. I'm not fully vegan because I need my beef as a blood type O for my iron. So when I eat beef, it's 100% grass-fed organic. I'm very picky with my foods. Everything is organic, very picky. Let me get to these other two people here. Because I can talk all
Right
day
before
about
you
them.
do that, please, can you tell people about yourself? Because they're asking about who you are first before you let the panel go. Really
Okay.
quickly,
Sure,
please.
Kim. So when I let the other people speak, I'm gonna start sending out the books to the people who bought their rare ebooks. So check your in about 10 minutes. Check your inbox. But before I let these people speak, I am originally from New Orleans, Louisiana. I am married. I am a spiritual life coach and practitioner. I'm born and raised in the home of voodoo. I actually grew up in church. I've been a seer since I was 11 years old. And it really heightened when I was about 15, 16. I ran a church for over 8 years. My ex-husband, at that time, we were Pentecostal apostolic. I left the church due to many factors. There's a lot of fakes and falsities even in the church world that I was not okay with. And in that world, they want you to sweep it under the rug and just pray about it. And I wasn't with that. They didn't like me for that, for a few other things that I experienced. And so I left. Uh, Becoming the woman that I am today after leaving the church for over 10 years ago, I did a lot of research. I meditated, I took classes, I read very, very old books. I did a lot to cultivate myself and build myself. Yeah. Yeah, because I'm going to get on the bike in a minute. In a minute, after I get done talking, everybody get up and do 10 squats. We've been sitting here for too long. Got to get your blood pumping. And the men, if y'all don't want to do squats, you can do push-ups or stretches, whatever. So it's very, very important. For me, I researched. I first started with researching Wiccan and understanding the way that the Wiccan laws were. Then I began to research Norse. I began to research Egyptian. I began to research and understand astrology. I did a lot of research over the years that made me the person that I am today. And I wanted to help people. I am also an advocate for religious trauma and spiritual abuse individuals. There is a safe space for you to be able to tell your story anonymously. I will read your story on YouTube. I will read your story on this app. We will talk about it. I will be a part of anybody who has any type of podcast for religious trauma and spiritual abuse. I'm very heavy on the you don't abuse somebody because of your spiritual belief system, your book or Bible, or your God. You should not be using people incorrectly because of what you deem to believe. So I'm very big on that. I do practice. I do practice. For those who say I ran from the Bible and practiced the occult, baby, voodoo and hoodoo uses the entire books of Psalms. Did you not know that? Did you not know that the original story of Jesus Christ never had anything to do with being born of a virgin? The original story of Jesus Christ, he was born of a harlot, he was a bastard, and he did magic. Come on, guys. Jesus was the homie. Jeshu, his original name, Jeshu. Jeschu. Jeshu was born of a harlot. Joseph came through and slid by while husband was gone, slept with Miriam. Mary y'all know, slept with Miriam. She had Jesus. When he turned about 30 years old, and see, I'm finna get y'all before I let these people talk. Hold on. Let me get y'all real quick. But when he turned 30 years old, he was in the school with Moses and Jethro reading the Torah and many other books that he learned. He was upset about hearing the fact of the rabbi saying he was a bastard, ran over to Jerusalem, and there was a rock there that they believed was built by God. Click the link in my bio and buy any of the old books, the esoteric knowledge and old Bibles. It's going to tell you the stuff I'm telling you right now. Don't believe me, do your research. There was a rock that came out of the ground. They said this rock is from God. Anyone who touches this rock, who looks at the inscription on this rock, can do whatever they want to do. Okay, they can have whatever they want in this world. So this rock was protected by dogs. Jeshu was mad about being called a bastard, went to Jerusalem, went to the rock, read the inscription on the rock, took this inscription, he put that inscription in his hip, looked at the dogs so that the dogs can erase it, walked away and said, I got this inscription now. Let me go ahead and read this inscription so I got this power. He took that power, he round up 310 men and said, hey, y'all remember that story about that you've heard that I'm a bastard? Well, you remember that story about the Messiah? I am the Messiah. They said, give me a sign. He said, I got a sign for you. Show me what you want me to do. Bet that. I'm giving it to you in ghetto language, okay? Because you're going to go read it yourself and be surprised. He said, go ahead, bring me a sign. They brought him a lame man who couldn't walk. He healed him. They said, oh my God, you must be the Messiah. He spoke the Shem that he got off of the rock that he stole out of the temple over these people. Healed him, said, all right, I'll give you another sign. They brought him another man who was blind and couldn't see. He healed him with the Shem. They said, oh my God, thank you, baby. They said, oh my God, you must definitely be the Messiah. Everybody automatically thought, including the queens of that day, that he was doing magic. And that he was. Jesus is a deity, just like our ancestors are deities. Just like all of these other religions that have characters in them, they're all a deity. They're all either individuals who lived on the earth at one point, or they are fictional characters, one of the two. And if you don't like me for that, I'm sorry. I don't know what to tell you. My knowledge comes from over 1,100 years old. So go search for yourself. But I like Jeshu. That was a rise to fame. He said, oh, y'all said I'm a bastard. I'm finna show y'all I got the power. I like Jeshu. So, but y'all keep that thought, because basically Jesus did the occult, when you read some of them old books, Moses did too. In the 6 and 7 books of Moses, he got, love you, baby. In the 6 and 7 books of Moses, he got all of the seals, because when Moses went up to get the information from God, it wasn't just 2 tablets, it was 12. I'm going to need y'all to go ahead and do y'all research. It wasn't just 2 tablets, it was 12. Moses did magic too. See, the narrators of today's age wanted to make things pretty for y'all. The narrators from the 1500s and all of that, no, no, no. Iron, go ahead. I am so sorry. Iron and CDN. Iron first and then CDN. I just had to give y'all that. Give y'all that little nugget, since y'all want to keep telling me I left the church and went to the occult. Can y'all? Can you unmute yourself? Go ahead, baby.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate you very much.
Yes,
I love
you
everything
the
you've
one who
said. It
spelled
totally
Yeshua.
makes
Yes,
sense.
that is the Hebrew way to say Jeshu, to say Jesus. You spelled it. I think
Hmm.
you spelled it incorrectly, but that's fine. Yes, it's Yeshua. That's the Hebrew way to spell Jesus. Go ahead, Iron.
Okay, no, what I was gonna say, what I find really frustrating and why I didn't really want to come on TikTok in the first place was because I knew that it was gonna happen. I always get people that catfish me, steal my content. Like it really frustrates me because I get people that come and message me and they tell me, "Oh, somebody that pretended to be you, just I got scammed by them," and then they tell me that they got charged like $400 because they got a reading and they told them that they needed a demon removal thing, and I'm like, "What are you talking about? Why?"
Mm-hmm.
And I'm so tired of trying to tell people, listen, I even put videos on my page, please do not get scammed. I've tried everything with TikTok too, like, like to tell them. And it's just like, now it gets to the point where I'm like, I don't know what to do with these people.
Let me tell you
And
what to
then,
do about that as a businesswoman, Queen.
mhm,
First and foremost, make a business name and then trademark it. And then you can go ahead and you can get them for trademark infringement. I'm waiting for my
nice.
trademark for collectively different to finish. Um
Yeah.
and you will be able to get them for trademark infringement. And TikTok has no choice but to remove the accounts.
Oh, definitely. I'm
But
going
you
to go
have
ahead
to
and
have a
do that.
business name that is trademarked. Otherwise, it doesn't matter.
Definitely. Another thing is that I see and I go into a lot of other readers because I know that there are some genuine people that they are good at what they're doing because they are gifted and everything. You could
Hmm.
see the difference. You could definitely see it. And then when I go to somebody that isn't, what frustrates me the most, and I cannot, like, I don't comprehend how people just like they're so desperate. They're like, oh yeah, $15 for a love candle, right? And if they show it's an aluminum foil and a stick candle, and then they tell the person just close your eyes and wish for it, and then they just light it and then they turn away and they're like, next person. I'm like, this how, why, like, and
Hmm.
people are eating this up, and it's so frustrating because I've been doing this for such a long time and I've honestly been mentored and helped, and when I see this, it frustrates me because I try to tell people, please be careful, don't fall into this trap, and they're just so blind to see it. They don't care. They just want instant results one way or another, and it's frustrating. And
Yeah.
another thing that I tell people when they go into my life, they'll ask a question, and I'm like, listen, I already know that you went to other readers, you've been jumping from live to live, and they're like, oh my god, how do you know? And I'm just like, listen, I just know. And I tell them, you're gonna get multiple answers. Like, you need to stop. You need to self-evaluate, and you already know the answer. You're just not accepting it, so you're trying to bounce back and forth. So I'm not gonna answer. And then it's like, oh, you're so mean. I'm like, I'm
That's
not
not
mean. I'm
being
just telling you
mean.
exactly what you need to know.
No, that is not being
That's
mean.
and it's just like it's extremely frustrating at in many points, and it's tiresome when you try to tell everybody in your life, like, they all want to have a bunch of questions and answers, and sometimes people, they want these crazy spells onto other people, and I'm like, I am not going to do something against somebody else's will.
There we
If it's
go.
the same thing, like, if you're not with that person, I'm not going to do that. Don't come to me to hex somebody. I'm not going to do that.
No, at all. And
Like,
I'm the
I
same
just
person. If you're not with that person, don't ask me to do nothing for you. If
exactly,
you
and
just
then
want to
they
put
get
if you
mad
just
at
want to
you.
put a spell on somebody because you mad at somebody and you don't like how successful somebody is, I'm not doing that for you.
Exactly. And then they get frustrated and they're like, "Oh, you're a fake, you're a scammer, you don't want to help." And I'm like, think what you want. I'm not gonna just destroy somebody else's lives for what? Just to give you self gratification? That's not how things work. I
No.
believe that karma comes around, so I'm like, no, thank you.
Facts. And also everybody who is here, I fixed the link. It's in the top for the spiritual revolt. We will be meeting on the 10th at 9 p.m. We will be meeting on the 10th at 9 p.m. The link is in my bio. Click Spiritual Revolt. It's only $4.44. I did that on purpose because I already know a fake person who wants to be a part of it ain't gonna pay not a dime. So I'm trying to get us a little safe section where we can talk about the people that y'all see on these apps. And then we can come up with a plan to be able to. I ain't gonna talk about that right now. But I'm sending people your books right now, so I'm multitasking. Iron, you are correct, sweetheart. I'm sorry that they are um
No, but that was pretty much it. Just for everybody to just really be safe and really like there's so many fakes out there that make other fake pages. I just hope people just really look at the actual page because a lot of people, just like yourself, you get it's like it's tiresome. It's like how else can I tell you? Please be careful. Look at the numbers. Look at the top. Really look at everything. It's just
yes.
that's all really.
No, facts. And those who are asking how to distinguish fake readers, I'm going to get into some of the ways to distinguish them right now. But I want to give people an opportunity to talk about what they're talking about because I'd already been talking a whole lot. But I do have a couple of tips, like look for reviews, pay attention. They should have other payments other than Cash App. People disagree with me on that, but if you're a businesswoman and a businessman, you have more than Cash App. Um, Let the world do its magic. I don't have a problem with anyone doing any type of magic. I'm making it my problem to come against fake people. You have a problem with that, you can definitely dismiss yourself. Somebody needs to do something about it. Just like somebody needs to do something about these fake churches. This isn't a game. Like letting people be harmed and hurt and scammed, I'm not okay with. So if you have a problem with me having a problem with that, then that shows how you are as an individual. Mm. Um,
Hello,
Really quickly,
Go
I just wanted
ahead.
to
I'm
like
sorry, sir. Just really quickly, they're asking for the revolts before they purchase. Is the playback going to be available for any of the revolt?
Absolutely not. It will just be a secret meeting between me and everyone who is there because we are going to get together and we are going to compile a group of people together to be able to get the fake people out of here. These fake witches and fake readers and fake spiritual people who are giving people misconceptions. If you believe in what you believe in, you can have a different belief system. We're not going to be out here mass reporting people who have a different belief system. That's not what I'm saying. If you see people are being scammed, if you see these readers are up here talking to people like you trash and they gonna talk to you out the side of their neck and you okay with that? No. My mama can't even talk to me out the side of my neck, let alone a reader who's supposed to be giving me something. No. No. We are gonna get together and we are gonna make sure that people are no longer scamming people. That is what I'm trying to do with the spiritual revolt. We're not gonna be picking on people you don't like. We're going to be getting together in secret. No, it will not be for replay. You will have to sign a non-disclosure because I'm sick and tired of them making spectacles out of the spiritual community. We're going to find a way to do something about it. Okay? And if you have other ways outside of me, we can talk about that in that spiritual revolt meeting where we can talk about podcasts, where we can expose people. There are people exposing all on YouTube. I have a YouTube page. So the ones that you guys would like for me to expose, take screenshots, take videos, do what you need to do. And those of you who are watching in the 215 people, if you are one of these fake people who are watching and you are upset that we're about to expose you, I don't give a good goddamn. I'm protected. Please don't try to come for me. Because I'm not scamming anyone. I'm actually helping and coaching. So I do believe that because I am not harming people, I think it's right for us to go ahead and get together and get those who are harming people out of here. Wouldn't you do that if someone's harming your daughter or your son? you want them out of there, right? Wouldn't you call the cops if something happened? You gonna tell, right? You gonna get that taken care of, right? Because they hurt your family, right? So we finna do the same thing, period. I don't care what anyone has to say about it. So no, it will not be on replay. It will not be available. You have to come and be a part of it, and I will set one up on the 10th and somewhere towards the end of the month, and then again next month. So every time I'll make videos and go live and tell y'all when to book for it. But no, we um listen, next person, while I'm sending out your books, check your spam folder. It will come from awakened goddess at collectivelydifferent.world. So it will be from my business account. You will have never gotten an email from me. So please pay attention to your spam folder as I send out your books, guys. CND the players, go ahead, and then I'm gonna bring someone else up.
Hello, my name is CD. I'm a professional astrologer. Some people in the live stream may know me from TikTok. I have about 480 something
Awesome.
followers.
Awesome.
80,000, 480,000 something followers. And I do this full time. This is my full-time job, my
Me
full-time
too.
gig, but I'm also involved in ETR. And for those of for people who are involved in ATR practices, if you want to verify
Please
ATR
mute
priest,
yourself.
ATR priest. One thing that the priest that I speak to, because I'm also from St. Charles, Louisiana, you know, every priest, depending on how old they are, they will have their spiritual family around them, their godmothers, their godfathers, their god siblings. They will have their own god sisters. Godchildren. I've asked priests questions about the Lawa and the Orishas, and they'd be like, you know what? I don't know. Let me go ask my godmother. Or like, you know what? I don't know that. Let me go ask my godfather. They will have a community around them. Stuff like Santeria and Voodoo, those are tribal religions. So when people practice them, they practice it as a tribe. It's not necessarily a yes, you have your chiefs and your shamans, but like it's not we all follow this one rule of law. Like every voodoo temple
It's
and
all
every
different.
Santeria, every single, if you could go to 5 different voodoo houses and they will all practice a little bit differently because the ancestral lines are all different. Because
Exactly.
I've seen in ATR communities, some people will hop from priest to priest to priest to priest to priest, and they'd be like, I can't get a consistent answer. I'm so confused. Because every priest is from a different
They're
spiritual
different.
ancestral line. So you're going to get something different because they're reading from they're crowned under, they're under a different law, they're under a different orisha. You're going to get something different. But if you want to verify African priests, it's to see who's around them. Because I've been involved with some priests who were alone, and at the time I didn't know better, and I didn't see that as a red flag. And I noticed, are we allowed to name drop? Let me know. We are not allowed to name drop on here.
Go ahead, but I would like to leave it for the meeting off of TikTok. But go ahead, you're fine.
Okay, this is a very old scuffle I had. There was this priest on TikTok named Monroe. Now Monroe Rodriguez, and he was I don't know how many traditions he's initiated in. Some African priests will be initiated in more than one ATR, right?
Okay.
And I noticed every single priest that would pop up here on TikTok and any other, he would always have an issue with them. And it got to the point where I'm just like, you can't, it would always be like, this person's a bad priest. He would always say this person's a bad priest. And I'm like,
come in.
There's been 6 priests. There's like 6 priests, and you have the issue with all of them. This is suspicious. Like, and then it can come to find out when I went to my teacher, this was an individual who did not have a good reputation in the ATR community. And so he oftentimes he would do that as a way to protect himself because he knew that his reputation would eventually catch up, and he would go after priests who had no beef with him. I had a friend of mine, her name is Sarah. She's a Louisiana and Haitian voodoo priestess, and she's like, "Why is he coming after me? I ain't never said nothing about him. I'm confused." Just going after everybody. It was ridiculous.
That's messed up.
And it got to a point where he almost got me canceled on the spiritual side of TikTok. And then he started his own little Discord chat. And one of my readers came to me and he was like, CD, we would ask Monroe, what did you do to piss him off? And he could never give us a straight answer. We asked him several times. And then eventually the tide started to turn. People saw him for who he truly was. And people, how do I say? And I won't say abandon him per se, but he didn't have the same momentum.
Right.
So once again, this is why I say, you guys, when you're dealing with like ATR priest or just anyone who claims to be a priest of a certain path, like look to see who's around them. If their community is not around them, then that's not necessarily that's not a good sign. Even in some like hoodoo is more of like a solitary practice, but most of us
And
who know
everybody can
hoodoo,
practice hoodoo, but everybody cannot practice certain realms of voodoo. You cannot practice Gelagichi. You cannot practice the Kenoki. You cannot practice certain old voodoo. You cannot. You have to be initiated. You have to be under somebody because that's a closed religion.
yeah. Yeah, and even with hoodoo, like most people who get into hoodoo start out in like an African American Baptist church or a Methodist church. Most of us, it's our grandmothers, our aunties, our great grandmothers. Even in hoodoo, you have to directly go to those elders. Also, when I say ATR, I'm saying African traditional religions. Let me clarify something, because people say closed practice and open practice a lot. There's a difference. It's the word I use is there's universal religions
Exactly.
and then there's ethnic religions. Judaism is an ethnic religion. Hinduism is an ethnic religion. If you have to say that the like, if they say like Greek paganism, Norse paganism, those are you're listing out the
They're ethnic, correct.
Egyptian Orthodoxy. They're ethnic practices. Universal religions is stuff like Christianity, Buddhism, Islam. These are religions that
Break
are
it
not
down.
tied to an ethnic group. Remind you, when you get to like Coptic Christianity, Ethiopian Christianity, Greek Orthodox, these are ethnic denominations of Christianity because they are inherently tied to that ethnic group. I like not anyone can be Ethiopian Orthodox because the Ethiopian
Y'all
Orthodox
send him a
experience
follow.
is inherently tied. Thank you. It's inherently tied into being Ethiopian Orthodox, you know? And so that's what when you're trying to understand these religions, like again, like my main thing is astrology, right? And I know the type of I do Western tropical astrology. That's a
Okay.
hodgepodge between Western Asian, Southern and Southeastern European, and a little bit of North African. Anytime I utilize astrology, I will always make references to each and every one of these mythologies that contributed to these signs. You know, I know my judge. Now, were you about to say something?
CD, hold on. So the question that you're
Yeah.
asking about white people practicing voodoo, listen, just because they are Caucasian does not mean that they were not taught it from their heritage, their ancestors, because there is a group of people. I think it's the you're gonna have to go ahead, do whatever you got to do. The I think it's the Apache. Oh, I don't know how to say this word correctly. Thank you, thank you. Some of their practices are kind of voodoo and hoodoo-ish. Everybody's practice is different. What I say is this: if they learned it from their ancestors, leave them be. If they're doing something and they did not learn it from their ancestors, that's on them. Because if their ancestors were slave owners of the ancestors of some of those pantheon, they ain't gonna get no help anyway. So I don't mess around in other colors and cultures, other, how do I say that? I don't mess around in other races
Other
doing other
bloodlines?
religions. It's not my business because you don't know their heritage. They may have found a part of their heritage. You know what I mean? So you
Hmm.
can't automatically assume that they don't know what they're supposed to be connected to. That ain't my business. Okay. But CD, how do you feel about that?
So, so for example, like I know white people who practice ATR. It's not like, how do I say? It's kind of they're vetted. There's some white people who should not be practicing ATR, but the small number that I do know are they were vetted out. There's a difference between someone who a non-African person who genuinely, wholeheartedly feels a connection to the religion and they want to initiate. When I say ATR, I'm saying African traditional religions, and
African
then there are other
traditional
people who
religions,
just want it
guys.
for power. Yeah, and then there are people who want it for power reasons. You know, I like dipped my toe into the spiritual community. Well, not the spiritual, the witch community in the city I'm living in right now. I got stuck between two white men. One was practicing Ghanaian root work, which is Godmother's Ghanaian, but he's white, and another one was practicing Louisiana voodoo, and they both throwing shit at each other. And I'm just sitting here, just like, so these two white men are throwing stuff at each other using I wasn't sure whether to be offended or confused. I didn't know how to feel about that because I'm just like, they're not coming at me. They're
You
coming at
should.
each other. I
And
was I was
and see,
very
I don't like
confused.
that because you shouldn't be doing Louisiana voodoo. Hi, hi. If you signed up for the revolt, I will make sure we will be live on the 10th at 9 p.m. I will go live on that Zoom. So come into it. If you have any problems accessing the Zoom, you let me know. Um, I'm from New Orleans, Louisiana. And I was raised Christian, so I didn't learn about my heritage. I'm researching about my heritage when it comes to voodoo and all of that now. I'm more of an eclectic person. I kind of pull from many different things because I'm solitary, right? Most of my research came from classes and most of my stuff come from learning on my own. People like him and other people like him, they learned from their ancestors. They learned from their people around them. You know what I mean? So you have people like me who are solitary, who have taught themselves, who have learned and done classes, who have basically gotten old knowledge. And you have people like him who have their ancestors around them. They're giving them the basics of their heritage. They're learning from the depths of what actually was done back in the day. So you have a mixture of people. You just got to use discernment.
Yeah. And also to clarify, someone in the comments mentioned that Ethiopian Orthodox is the same as Greek and Russian. Yes and no. Like there's a lot of similarities, but again, there's when I'm talking about like ethnic differences, I mean like cultural experiences, like the history of the like the way the Ethiopian church has survived and progressed and over the years is completely different from how the Russian Orthodox has had to, and from how the Greek Orthodox has had to. So when I'm talking about the differences, when I said they're tied into these experiences, I'm talking about the literal experiences of the people of that religion. Like the people of Ethiopia have a different experience with their Christianity than those of Russia, or Greece. Even though it's technically all Orthodox, again, their experiences that are different. Now, with astrology, I'm not gonna lie to you, it's rather easy to figure out if someone's giving you bad astrology. Like, for example, like again, I'm gonna name drop here. I was sent someone messaged me the other day and they said, CD, how in depth do you go with your astrology? Because I got a reading from someone named Astrology by Mari, and I was like, what are you talking about? And they sent me their reading. Some astrologers do like pre-written or pre-recorded readings, and I'm reading what she was given, even though she was only charged $30. I was like, what is this? I was like, what the hell is this BS you were given? Like,
okay, so first and
even though it's only
foremost, CD, how do you feel about pre-written or pre-recorded? I don't really I don't do pre-recorded. How do you feel about
for
that?
for astrologers, I completely get it. Like, if you look at like old astrologers, like a lot of old astrologers would physically get up, go outside with their telescopes, get their books, write a lot of stuff down. Like old astrologers put in a lot of work into that. So yeah, they had to do a lot. There's a lot more manual labor that went into the birth chart readings of the old days. We have more technology to where they don't have to do that as much anymore. But like that's what a lot of it was. Astrology, one reason why, like how I say, it's so expensive for an astrological reading is because these astrologers are putting in a lot of work. So when they give you their reading, it's not like a tarot card reading. They're reading you the research that they've done on your birth chart, and then going up, they're giving you a whole breakdown of what they've been researching over the past 2-3 days a week. I don't necessarily like to do that because knowing me, my ADHD ass, I will get into a habit of just like having a copy and paste and copy and paste. It would, and people would start to notice and they would start to invalidate. I know better. I just know how I am. I wouldn't be able to do that.
Exactly.
But for astrologers, because astrology is a pseudoscience, so there's a spiritual part of it, and then there's a scientific part of it. Like for example, it's a correlative study, not a causation study. Like I cannot say, oh, Pluto farted today, so you're gonna have a bad day. Like no, Pluto is miles and miles away. But
right.
When you were talking about collective readings earlier, I do collective readings because
I don't
Pluto's
have
a
a problem
generational
with them.
planet. I know. Yeah, it's just like I have a degree in sociology. Like even if I wasn't doing astrology, my whole thing is to study how our society as a whole develops over the years. Now, for example, like I can look at some astrologers, like for example, Marin Altman. A lot of people do not. I've heard that the Orisha Ochosi is not a Yoruba deity, but an indigenous. No, Ochosi is Yoruba. Marin Altman, for example. People saying, "Oh, is she a scam? Is she a fake?" I can look at all of Marin. You may not like Marin, but I can look at Marin's videos and I can tell exactly what planet she's looking at, what transit she's looking at, what aspect she's looking at. I can tell. You may not like her, but I can tell she is reading from actual planetary transits. But the thing is, as us astrologers, the shit we read is dense. It is complicated.
It
It don't
is.
make half the make sense sometimes.
And I'm
We
not
have
gonna
to
act
dumb
like
it
I know
down.
all about astrology. I ain't went to school like y'all did about it. I just know books from like the 15 and the 16 and 1700s. I read really old books on it.
Mhm.
But baby,
You want to
outside
hear a
of them
secret?
books, when you start getting into that old stuff, ooh, the stuff that y'all did to understand the stuff that they did to understand astrology, baby, how they're able to tell you which planets run what times of the day, what planets run certain days of the week. What child, that stuff get tiring. Mm-mm.
Exactly. Like when minute you said you were a Capricorn, I was like, I wonder how her knees are doing. I hope her knees are okay. You know,
My knees
because
always
again, because
going
you can
through.
use dang, because you can, because and here's the thing I can also say, like medical astrology, I don't think
Ladies,
any
get up
and
and
most
stretch.
astrologers, yeah, with medical astrologers, we are very upfront about a lot of the ish that we know. I've used medical astrology before, but I never used it to diagnose anybody. I had a client come to me and I was like, yeah, this means this, these mean that. And she's like, birth chart, tarot cards. I don't read tarot cards. They make my head hurt, you know. And she's like, but God, and she wanted me to tell her what disorders and diseases I could see in her birth chart. And I was like, why do you need to know that? And she's like, well, I don't really have insurance. And I was like, you shouldn't be going to an astrologist to be your doctors because you don't have insurance. And she's like, well, I thought I could just go without it. And I was like, no, I
Right.
understand you're trying to save money, but no, you should not be doing that. You should not be doing that. This is a pseudoscience. You
Listen,
know,
no,
you can get
and
yourself.
it's no. CD, you correct. So listen. So everybody who is here, I'm getting ready to let up some more people. Okay. Miss Kim, did you want to stay there because you're watching the questions for me?
Yes, and
Okay.
I do have a couple I want us to talk about.
Okay. CD, can you stay right there for just a second because she brings up some of the questions from the chat and you can answer them with me since you have degrees and things of that nature, as well as me having certifications. You can kind of put your knowledge into some of the answers for these questions. Okay.
Yeah, I can do that.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Go ahead, Cuba, and speak on the topic, and then I'm gonna let another person in right after you, Cuba.
Yeah, no problem. So, hey y'all, I'm Cuban and I'm Afro-Cuban, so my name is that. And so my mother's side of the family practiced
Hold on one
something.
second. Hold on one second, Cuba. Everybody who's buying your rare ebooks from out of my bio, I am multitasking and doing it right now. So if you bought Adult Magic, if you bought the Kabbalah, if you bought the rare Bibles, if you bought astrology, the astrology collection, if you bought the voodoo and hoodoo one, I need you to be careful with the voodoo and African spirituality one. I wouldn't tap into that unless you're African. That's just me. But if you bought any of those, I'm sending them right now. Check your spam folder. Download the zip file so you can start reading these books, okay? You're gonna get that old knowledge that I have and him. And he was taught by his ancestors, so definitely you're gonna get that very, very old knowledge, okay? I'm sending them now. Go ahead, Cuban.
No, thank you. I appreciate the
You're
knowledge though too.
of course.
But yes, so my grandmother, my abuelita, my mom's mom, she used to like read birth charts, do astrology. In addition to that, my mom, she taught my mom herbology, who taught me herbology, and going through all of that. And because I studied chemistry and I'm going to school to become a doctor, I'm going to med school, like I've been utilizing different herbal practices, and I also went ahead and learned tarot just because it's like within my DNA, in addition to practicing, you know what I mean, the religion of my people,
Of
the
course.
practices, I really say. And what I've noticed here on TikTok, in addition to just like people being weird, is like they want to keep people in their delusions. They want to keep people in their idealizations instead of really doing what they say, which is healing, which is mentoring, which is providing, you know what I mean? Like the like good things, you know what I mean? They don't want to push them and propel them to excellence is really what I'm trying to say. They don't want to push them and propel them to healing. They want to allow them to stick in desperation energy and low vibration so that they feel dependent on their readings and dependent on their
Oh,
knowledge.
babe. Ooh. She said something very powerful there. I just dropped my stuff. There it is right there. Dependent. They want you to be dependent. Cuban, I'm gonna let you finish talking. I want y'all to listen to something. That's one reason why I left Christianity. Because
Yeah,
most of the churches and most of the belief systems, they don't give you critical thinking. They don't help you with cognitive thinking. They want you to be dependent on them. So you always need them. You always pay. You always want for an answer. Go ahead, Cuban.
exactly.
Go ahead.
and and that's just it, like, and that dependency. And one thing, if you want to keep people dependent on you, that says that you're not really utilizing your gifts to the fullest potential. Because if you can manipulate, you can actually like master that magic within you, can actually master that ashe. But instead you are not comfortable and confident, and you're insecure in your gift. And so you're like, the only way I can keep making money, which is really what it is, a money grab, the only way I can keep making money or keep getting this attention and this validation is to ultimately lie to these people. So you're not getting as many people and helping as many people. You're really keeping them and damning them to hell. And that in itself is like a hex. That in and of itself is similar to keeping people in hell. And where do you think you're going to go? Where do you think your life is going to go? While you're putting these hexes and these nasty energies onto people, that kind of stuff comes back, and it comes back tenfold. And it's embarrassing to the spiritual community
And
because
it's not even just tenfold. Tenfold is kind of a Wiccan thing, right? The Wiccan community believes in like 3 times 3, or tenfold, things of that nature. Let's take the tenfold thing and make it universal. Karma is karma. What you do in life is going to come
yeah,
back to you, good or bad. You know what I mean?
exactly. And I think people don't understand. So while they're spewing out that energy, and they know it because it's intentional, right? They say, "Oh, I'm trying to help people. I'm doing this for you guys," but you can tell their energy is nasty. You cussing out people, and you're telling people you want to help them. You're degrading people. You're going out of your way to keep people down. Like, don't don't you know? Because it's not even a feeling, but don't you know what comes with that? And aren't you a how could you be okay with that? And how could you represent a community and say that I'm cleansing my energy, I'm helping people cleanse their, you know what I mean, their auras and their fields, and then do all this BS in the background? It's not okay. And it's embarrassing.
Kim, didn't she just say something that I've been talking about, that everybody been mad at me for talking about?
Absolutely.
Y'all get mad at
Yes,
me
she
on this
did.
app all the time on how I say I can't do a reading listening to Cardi B. I'm sitting back listening to the spirit of the divine. If I'm listening to Cardi B too long, I'm ready to drink some wine and drink some liquor and go chill. Not, don't get it twisted, because I'm not going to talk about y'all. There are some people who do Tipsy Tuesdays. That's a thing. Because when it comes to some of our ancestors in the African American community, they loved rum, they loved wine, they loved cigars.
Mhm.
So those of the African community like to do Tipsy Tuesdays and read your
My
tarot
rum's sitting
while
over there.
drinking. What'd you say?
So my Haitian Bacardi sits sitting over there,
Yep.
full
I'm here
bottle.
for the rum.
So
I'm
some
too
people,
Cuban. I'm here for the rum.
yes, they drink the rum in honor of their ancestors, because in the African American community, one of the ways of blessing something was to drink the rum and to spit the rum onto and blow the cigar smoke, as well as and that was their way of blessing things, just like the church bless things with anointed oil and other religions bless things with other things, right? So when you see that, on Tuesdays, and they're doing Tipsy Tuesday or Tipsy Thursday, that's fine. But I'm not going to sit up here and listen to all that mumbo jumbo in the background. I can't listen to a song with words while I'm trying to really hear from the divine. That's me. I
Right.
don't know about you. CD, you tell me. Am I wrong for feeling like that? Maybe everybody different, but tell me how you feel.
Everyone channels differently. Like for me, like you just brought something really weird to my mind. I saw no, mind you, this is not like religious canon or anything.
Okay.
I saw someone take Beyonce's songs and making them to spiritual hymns. They weren't singing to Beyonce. They weren't singing to Beyonce. They weren't praying to Beyonce. They were just taking her songs and making them gospel.
I
You know?
mean,
And so
okay.
yeah, and so for me, it really depends on what gets you in the reading mood. Like me, I've gotten to a point in my life. I read. This is my full-time job. My readings last 3 hours per person. They can last like I can be reading up to 9, 10 hours a day. Okay, that's why I take breaks. And so sometimes I'll be in the mood for some African drums, and sometimes I just want to hear Nicki Minaj rap to Monster. It
I
really
can't
depends
do it.
on my mood that day. Because I use analogies and metaphors from like I'll use like for example because I'm a very like example person.
Okay.
So I'll use a story that I heard from my grandma about the African spider, or I'll use a story about how Beyonce overcame her losing her first baby. Or I'll
Okay.
talk about how Nicki Minaj used to work at Red Lobsters about with cheesy biscuits. I'll talk about Bill Clinton and JFK. Like I will pull if I can use a real life example that clicks in their
And
mind,
that's a beautiful
and
thing.
then exactly that's what works for them.
That's a
Can I
beautiful
also
thing.
say
I don't have a problem with that, right? If you're using real life experiences, if there's a certain type of music that you like to listen to that gets you in the mood, that's fine. For me, I can't do it. I have to listen to some sort of type of meditation music. It doesn't have to be of the forest or nothing like that. Unless it's a love reading night on a Friday, then I'll play love music. You know what I mean? Everybody reads differently, so you can tell who's genuine or not. So just because they play different music doesn't mean that they're not genuine. I need y'all to know that. That's just me.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I can't do it. Okay.
and plus like
I
at
would.
least
Oh,
sorry, go
I'm sorry.
ahead.
Go ahead, Queen. No, go
Okay,
ahead,
thank you.
sweetheart.
Bad. Okay. But like I'll say like when I do like different stuff with like herbs or like aromatherapies, different essential oils, like if I'm trying to attract abundance, like I listen to Rick Ross. Like because
Okay.
he's gonna tell, and if you want to do leadership, I know it's funny, no, but seriously, like because he's I'm the biggest boss. Oh, we getting money, we're doing this, we're doing
Oh, I
that. Like
have
so
my list. Trust me, I have my list.
when you want to attract certain energies sometimes and I have Gemini placements too, so when I want to attract certain energies I go straight to music, I go straight to words, like
And that's a
that
beautiful
is
thing.
something that I do. Or like in Cuba, especially with like Celia Cruz, there are a lot of Santeria influenced songs, like specifically for Yemaya or Awanile, which means like the cleansing of the waters. Like these are things that we like literally take from Santeria, like Santos, 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 cleanse, so holy cleansing. So sometimes music does have like that power force, even if it's like quote unquote popular. It just, and like you said, it depends on the spirit that they're bringing in. Like I can't do it when I'm reading tarot cards, but I can do it if I'm trying to get that energy within myself, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, and listen, that's fine. And some people do that. Like me. Um, I outside of doing reading tarot, when I'm at home getting ready to start my day, I listen to high vibration music. When I'm getting ready
Mm-hmm.
to go kick it, with my husband, I'm finna roll up a blizzy. I'm finna drink some wine and I'm finna listen to ratchet music. I'm finna go kick it. I'm finna go gamble. I'm finna go do,
Right.
other stuff. Come in. When I want to hear, high vibration money music, I will listen to anybody who talk about getting that paper. You know what I'm saying? And when
Yeah.
I'm working out, I have workout music. So yes, I completely understand. I completely understand. Miss Kim, while we have these two people here
Yes.
before I drop Miss Cuban down, can you ask some of the questions from the yes, we are multifaceted
Yeah,
in our
I
music.
definitely
So
I need Miss Cuban because she said something in the beginning when she first started speaking, and it was a question that actually was asked several times,
okay.
and that question was about reading birth charts. So I heard her talk about that's one of her areas.
Birth charts
So
are
I
real
want her to
important.
elaborate on reading birth charts, and she did mention that.
Cuban can elaborate,
Oh,
and CD he also elaborated as well. We That's something that's very important for you guys to know. If you don't know your birth chart, you kind of don't know how you align in the earth. The birth chart begins to explain to you guys, and I'm gonna let Cuban speak. It begins to explain to you guys why you act a certain way at different times versus a different way, because sometimes you're projecting a different sign based upon what's in your birth chart. A lot of people don't
mm-hmm.
know that. But Cuban,
Yeah.
go ahead, and then CD
And
will
they also
expound on.
asked, how can you trust that someone's reading your birth chart correctly? So I definitely wanted her to answer that question.
Yep.
Oh yeah. So my abuelita like found my birth chart read it and did all of that. So that's like somebody I trust. I don't think that you should just let anybody in your energy, and that goes with like anything, friends,
Anything.
like friends, relationship, hugs, high fives, handshakes. You shouldn't share. It's like it's energetically dirty, if that makes sense. You don't want just anybody in your feet. So you like people like CD who are trustworthy. You seem genuine. You know,
Thank
so
you.
like I would trust you. I would, you know,
Thank
allow
you. I
I would want
appreciate that.
somebody like you to read my stuff. But like some of these other people who don't understand opposition, who don't understand sextiles, who don't understand trines or conjunctions, or like the where your house is, like the planets that are influencing that house and where it's sitting, and the influences of said house and the sign of that in general. You know what I mean? It's questionable because sometimes people will say like, "Oh, I'm gonna read your chart." Okay, well, like for me, I'm giving my big three. I'm a Sagittarius rising, I'm a Taurus sun, I'm a Leo moon in the tropical.
Mm-hmm.
But in like maybe the Vedic, I'm something else. I'm a Cancer moon, I'm a Scorpio rising, I'm an Aries sun. And so what does that look like? How are they reading? But yeah, but people will just give you your big three and they'll be like, oh, so this just means you're like this, and move on about their day. But you have all these other planets that are influencing, and how those planets are interacting with each other, influencing. And I'm sure CD can explain it way better than I
Yes,
could,
because he
because
has a couple
that's not my tip.
he has a couple degrees. So go ahead and explain it, CD.
CD, I
Yeah.
want you to see this. I don't know if you've seen this question really quick to add to what you're going to say, CD. Someone
Uh-huh.
actually even said in the questions, can what's in your birth chart be manipulated? Come on, give it to us.
Define
Can,
manipulated.
I'm not sure what they mean. That's just the question that was in there. Can
So
what's
like
in your birth chart also be manipulated?
yes, the only reason I say yes is because I know how to do that. Not the average person walking in the street would not know. You know, like for example, like in it can for example, when I first started reading people, this isn't a place this what I'm about to say is not universal. But the first year I started reading people, almost every single it was mainly Sagittarius rising women, but then I
What?
realized it might be a thing for all fire sign rising people. Like every Sagittarius rising woman I read, their dad was dead or sickly or was dead to them metaphorically. You know, a lot of the fire sign women that I read my first year reading, their dad was dead. I didn't know why, you know, but their dad was dead, or was just really really sick, you know, or was just not in their life, you know. I can look at someone's chart and be like, oh, you're an Earth sign rising. Okay, were you in the foster care system? You know, were you raised by someone else besides your parents? Who in your family has substance abuse issues? I can look at your chart and find and immediately like, if I wanted to hurt you, I could do this. If I wanted to hurt you, I could do that, you know? But the thing is, I know how to do that as an astrologer. The average person who doesn't know much about astrology would not know how to do that. You
Mm-mm.
know, the average person would not know how to do that. You know, like people who it's so when they say, can you trust, like, yes, anyone can like put your birth chart in like in a spell, you know, that's anyone can do that, you know, but like it's a matter, but in terms of like actually wholeheartedly manipulating the energies in your chart using nothing but like their just knowledge of astrology, only a ill-intentioned astrologer would know how to do that. You know?
Can I ask a question?
Yes,
Yeah.
go ahead.
Um,
So am
so
I
I
fake? Who are you asking that to? The people who are asking that, I would understand that every person that is here is real. Every person who is even faking what they're doing, they're still real individuals. We are just trying to help the spiritual community not be in a place to where you're getting so much misinformation that's kind of turning everyone away from the real truth of what being a spiritual person is about. It should be a part of your lifestyle before it even comes to a part of you actually doing tarot readings or Reiki healings and being a witch, etc. It should be your life before you even be wanting to help other people. And if it's not a part of your life, then why are you in it in the first place? So for those of you who are asking if I'm fake, I mean, my hair fake, but I got locks underneath here that's growing. Mm. Um, Go ahead, Cuban and CD, and then Cuban, when you get done, honey, I'm gonna drop you and let someone else in. Thank you, baby.
No worries. Thank you for having me. I was just gonna ask, like, about signs that are evolved and unevolved. Like, what does that look like in a birth chart reading? Would that be? And I understand like transits and stuff like that. Like, go through your birth chart, but
CD, if you go ahead and answer that, sweetie, if you'd like. I do want
Yeah.
to add someone who is opposing. Can someone who is there someone in the request who is an opposer? I would like to add you once I drop Cuban down.
Okay.
but yeah, or just
So
like
like I can look at some, like there's no sign or symbol saying oh, this person's evolved, you know, because at any point in time you can show me an evolved sign of your side of your chart. Another time you could show me an unevolved area of your chart. It really depends on where you are. Like when it comes to astrology, people don't realize free will is a lot more, it's free will is a lot more involved in astrology than people realize, because it's correlation, not causation, you know.
mhm.
So for example, I could look at, what is it, Aquarius? I could look at an Aquarius and be like, the way you isolate yourself all the time, you may think that it's you know, you taking care of yourself, but in all reality, it's not, because you're how do I say? Because Aquarius is a sign that is evolved when they are mingling with society and maintaining their sense of individuality. You know, because that's a sign that doesn't have strong ego, because Leo is the sign of ego, and Aquarius has to learn how to strengthen their ego, but they think that rebelling and isolating and being different and going against the grain is better for them, when in actuality it's not. You know, they have to learn how to maintain their identity while they're amongst the collective, while they are going against, they're going with the grain just as much as they're going against it. You know, but again, and they can, and any sign can show signs of this at any point in time. It just depends on the choices that they make. You know?
Yeah, because I know like I have a couple of negative influences in my chart, so I was like, what does this mean? If that makes
So I personally don't call things like good or bad. I just go by intense, and then more like harmonic, you know,
sense.
because if
Ooh, that's
you
a good way to say
it's like earth bending. It's like air, it's like the
it.
element, it's like you're an avatar character, you know, like if you're working with the elements in your chart, you won't have an issue navigating that energy. Like I said, like it's how do I say? Mm, can you give me a specific example of the energies in your chart that you're referring to?
Um, so I know I have I don't know. I know like for one, I have like a good amount, not a good amount. I have a lot of, so put it like this. I have a lot of trines. Like I have a lot of like harmonic um aspects in my chart, but they're less, as you would call it, they're less intense as say something that's, I have some really extreme things as well in my chart. I don't know how to explain it. And so sometimes the more extreme things in my chart take over the more harmonic things in my chart.
Like an
But
opposition or a square?
more squares and oppositions, if anything. But
Okay.
like,
Okay,
yeah.
got you. So like,
So
so for
go ahead.
example, a square. If you need a real life example of a square, look at Beyonce and Jay-Z. Beyonce's a Virgo, Jay-Z's a Sag. All right. Squared signs need to have a median that they can exist in, because again, they have, so Beyonce and Jay-Z, their median is their music. What bonds them together a lot of the times is their music. That's what brought them together in the first place. They have very distinct differences. You know, Beyonce's obviously the more famous one. Jay-Z's more of a chill business dude. They are anything but the same person, you know, but they have that one musical median where they can coexist in harmony. So for the squares in your life, it's like figure out where, how do I say, what medians need to be there for these squares to work with each other. And for oppositions are just like, think too intense, like too attracted to each other. They need to like pull back a little bit. You know,
Mm,
that's how oppositions are. Think of it like when two people who should not, who could work, but they're so obsessed with each other, they would destroy their own relationship. That's kind of like what an opposition is, you know?
that was such a good analogy, and I appreciate that. That like helped me a lot.
I hope so.
Awesome. Awesome. I'm happy to hear that. All
But thank y'all for
right.
having
Now I do want to add Kim, do one more question and then I'm going to drop Miss Cuban down and add another person in and then leave CD in with us, okay?
Okay, and
until
please, y'all, let's follow this young man because, oh man, he's so
yes, please follow
powerful.
him. Y'all know I'm not no pick me
The
person.
knowledge
Please
he
follow
has.
everybody that
Oh
y'all
my
like.
gosh. Listen, I am so overwhelmed hearing him speak. But another question that was asked quite often was, is using evil eye amulets considered to be appropriation? Appropriate, sorry.
What do you mean?
The evil eye amulets.
So for those
Is the evil eye amulets considered to be, no, it said appropriation, is what they said. I'm thinking they meant to say appropriate.
I'm gonna
Should
say
we be
I'm gonna
using
say
evil eye
this.
Appropriation.
amulets?
Yeah.
Using any symbols without understanding why you're using the symbols and how to use the symbols is not appropriate. You should understand if you decide to, wear the ankh or, what these particular symbols mean, even when it comes to the pentagram, how it was on some of the tombs for some of the religions and other religions, it meant other stuff. Each specific symbol, you should know what these things mean if you call yourself wearing them and or using them. That's what I'm going to say. CD,
I definitely.
Cuban?
Oh, were you about to say something, Cuban?
Yeah.
Oh, I was just gonna. I definitely agree because I was gonna say it and then hop out so you can add somebody else. But I definitely agree because, like, for instance, the Merkaba or the Star of David, depending on what kind of energy you're utilizing that for, can change the intent behind it, right? And in my culture, we have Ojo, which is similar to quote unquote evil eye, but we use different colors to represent that to stay protected rather than the symbol that you've been seeing floating around and being popular. I think a lot of the times people say, oh, this is popular, this is what everybody else is doing, let me try it. And then you start attracting energies and don't know how to repel said energies or handle those energies. And now you're blaming the sign when you should really be blaming your own naivety. I'm not gonna, or ignorance for that matter.
Come on, speak about it.
Yeah.
Thank you so much,
Yes.
baby, for joining and being a part. Let me send you a follow. I know we can only follow 10,000 people as a creator, but I'm going to send you a follow because I appreciate you being a part of the live today, and coming in and giving, how you feel and talking very educated. That's what this platform that I'm building is about. That's why the name of my business is Collectively Different. We're all different and we can all learn respectively from everyone. So I appreciate you being here.
I appreciate you. Thank you for having me. I'm going to drop down.
Of course, baby. Thank you. Kim, go ahead and
My
ask another question for myself and CD. I'm letting some people up. I need to know who was
Yes.
an opposer. Please send your requests. If you are an opposer, I need you to request now because I would like a debate. People don't like debates. I would like to.
I love debate.
I love them. I
I
love them.
love debate.
But I try not to say. I would like to have a healthy discussion up on why you believe all this is fake, or it's wrong for us to talk about fake people, or it's how do we have the power to be even decide if anyone's fake? Come up, please. Oppose. Do you have time schedules
All
for
right.
live streams? I'm working on that because sometime when the spirit moves me, I may be a little late. Mondays 11 a.m. are my readings. Thursdays 7:30 p.m. are my readings, and Saturday beginning at 11:30 a.m. are my discussions. I will make a video for it for those who are interested in keeping up with my journey. You can follow when you click the link in my bio. You can follow me on any of my social medias. And I will also post the videos there in case your TikTok gets mumbled and jumbled. Well, if you're following me on my social medias, you will have the videos immediately and you'll be able to know when we're doing and what we're doing. Okay. Um, Go ahead and ask another question, Kim. And who is an opposer? Did
All
you
right.
see
So
anybody in the comment who was an opposer?
I didn't see any. I know some people said that they were not opposing, but they made some faces. So
So
obviously
I
you have
need
a difference
someone
of
who
opinion.
believes that all of this is
Yeah.
fake, or who believes that we don't have the right to tell anyone or in any way, shape, form, or fashion that what they're doing is fake, that they're really real at what they do. Like I want someone to come in who believes that, or who believes all of this is of the devil.
So one of the gentlemen did say that he's going to come up. He had to change his accounts for whatever reason, but he said he'll be back. I do
Okay.
know one of them did say that. Yeah.
How to spot a fake tarot card reader. Okay. So before you do a
That actually
question,
was the next. That was the next one. They did say the fake tarot card reader and people. What you actually already went over about the pendulums. How you could tell when they're manipulating the pendulums,
yeah.
and can it be influenced? Can it be influenced to make it say or do what the person who's manipulating it do?
Okay. So, for those of you all who are here, when the people use the pendulums, right? The pendulum isn't going to move until the spirit moves it. If you pay attention to their hand, you can see whenever they're moving it on their own. When you actually get a pendulum and use it in your own time, this is a little tiny board. It came with my dowsing rods. I have a bigger one for bigger issues, blah, blah, blah. It's all about energy transference, right? You can see them when they're moving it, even when they hold on to these rods, if they're touching them at the top and it seems like they're forcing the movement, you can see that, right? I'm forcing it. I'm making it move. If you see someone's hands moving, they're forcing the movement and it's not an energy transference. There is no magnet to copper. For those of you guys who think that there's a magnetic pull and that these are fake, copper does not magnetize. I showed some of you guys that who was here. My daughter pulled a magnet off the fridge for you. When it comes to the tarot readers, how to spot a fake tarot reader. A real life coach like myself, and CD, you are a what? You're a priest?
No, no.
Okay, he said, don't give me that name.
No, no, I'm an astrologer. I mainly do Western tropical astrology, but I do it under Africa. I read mine through the African cosmogram.
Okay, got you. So we have a well-known astrologer here. I am a spiritual life coach, and there are many people who read tarot and do different things. I want y'all to pay attention to something when it comes to the witches and the tarot readers. Okay. If they're saying things that's bogus that don't really make sense, watch that. Pay attention. Not that it doesn't make sense to you. Now let me break this down. Don't sit up here and think because they speak in different words that you may not know because their vocabulary is bigger that they're bogus, right? Look up the word that they're speaking just so that you know, oh, okay, I see what they're saying, blah, blah, blah. If they're talking to you bogus, I need you to be careful of those. Those people who really don't believe in magic, but they're selling spells and love potions to teenagers and whoever else for a quick buck, watch those type of people. Because if a child is doing any type of witchcraft, they should be doing it with their parents who's teaching them the right way to do it. Just like when you go to church, they're teaching their children the right path to God or whatever they feel is right. They're listening to their parents. You shouldn't be giving anything to a teenager. I have teenagers who follow me and I give them advice, but I will never sell them anything because you need to talk to your mom. Fake witches, those who have their source and knowledge about witchcraft that's popular to fiction on TV, like the Sabrinas, the Charmed ones, all these little witchy shows, that's where they're getting their information from. That's not a real witch at all. They are one of those, the new age people.
I also wanted to include.
Go
I
ahead.
also wanted to include something as well. Like, depending on what path you go down, every culture has a
I'm
different
sorry,
definition
CC. I'm
of a
sorry,
witch.
CD. Somebody give me 1 second, CD. I'm so sorry, baby. He's ready. Savage Island official. He's
Okay.
ready.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead, CD. Sorry, baby.
Yeah, I was gonna say, depending on what culture you're from, every culture defines what a witch is differently.
They
Like, for
sure
example,
do.
if I go up to a Hongan or a Babalawo or a Mambo and say you're a witch, like I'm like, what the hell? Because again, those are priests of our religion. If you call them a witch, you might get bitch slapped. That is not a witch.
Exactly.
If you go to the Congo, if you go to the Congo and talk to one of the tribes that are still practicing their tribal religion, and you say I'm a witch, they will kill you.
They sure will.
Because even though some people say that African religions are witchcraft, for the tribes that still practice their religions, they don't like witches either.
No,
You know, so that's why I say be very careful what you define as witchcraft, because
you
for
do.
some of what Christians define as witchcraft, for our people, that's not witchcraft. That's just our religion. For ATR, if it's negative, if there's malicious intent, if it's baneful, then it's considered witchcraft. I saw a young lady, and this is one of the tribes in the Congo. Her tribe still practice their old religion. She unfortunately, trigger warning, death involved. She had two stillborns in a row.
Okay.
And her tribe was like, "You're sacrificing your babies for witchcraft." And they called the shaman of the tribe. He came over, did a reading. He's like, "No, she's not. This isn't witchcraft. This is just a woman with pregnancy complication. This is not witchcraft." And this is the shaman of the tribe saying this is not witchcraft. Mind you, this same shaman would be called a witch by the Catholic Church or by any other Christian denomination out there. They would call him a witch. And yet he's doing readings to determine whether or not someone's a witch. That's why I say, like, when you use that word, be very careful who you call it, because for some people it's a term of power. For other people, even if they are not practicing an Abrahamic religion, it can get you killed. Some people are like, "Yes, I'm a witch." I'm like, go to Nigeria and say that.
Exactly.
Go say that in the state of Nigeria. Watch what happens to you.
No. And he's right. And see, and sometimes I joke, and Kim has seen me do it, because people automatically assume, "Oh, you're a witch," and I'd be like, "Okay, call it what you want, but I'm a goddess, right? Call it what you want. I define myself differently." He's right. There are witches. There are high priestess. There are mages. There's so many different names associated with each specific religion and spiritual belief system. He is correct. But I'm using the word witches because you guys associate everybody who practices the occult as a witch. At least that's what these people are doing nowadays. And everybody who practices the occult is not a witch. Everybody who's a spiritualist is not a witch. Everybody who's a Reiki healer is not a witch. You guys need to know these differences. Okay? See, Miss Kim, was there another question that you asked? And hi, Savage. We are on topic. All of
Yes.
this is on topic. Up on the. Listen, hold on. First and foremost,
I was just about to respond. I'm glad you did.
listen. All of this is on topic, because the whole reason why I'm having this live is because a lot of my people have been complaining about these fake tarot readers, these Reiki healers, these witches, and everybody who's scamming people. It's all on topic. If you accepting an inbox from these people and you paying $400 to remove a curse that you don't even know is there because they trying to get your money, you shouldn't even be answering that inbox in the first place, because real people, we have websites. You book with us if you feel something's wrong with you. Don't accept an inbox from somebody you don't know. Stranger danger. Didn't your mama tell you not to talk to strangers? Savage, go ahead and speak before I get into the rest of how to pay attention to a scammer.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I actually just wanted to respond. I was on my For You page and your video popped up about the spiritual community and how new age spirituality maybe making it hard for us, right? Um, I would like to say this just to encourage those who are actually in tune with their spirituality. They may call it gatekeeping, but there's nothing wrong with guarding the gate. If you're aware of what religion has done to those of the original spirituality, then you know what you're protecting. So, in actuality, you're gate guarding, and there's nothing wrong with that. Protect it if it means that much.
Exactly.
That's all I wanted to say.
No. Thank you for that. And I'm glad you brought that up. I've said that before, and I'm going to say it again to piggyback off of him. So for you guys who feel that people are gatekeeping, some religious sectors, when it comes to voodoo, it comes to Santeria, it comes to the Gelagichis, the Kanokis, the Obe, and I'm talking about the ATR religions, the African religions there. When I speak about those, when it comes to some of those practices, that comes from heritage. They're taught from their ancestors. You shouldn't be practicing those things unless you were a part of that heritage. And so you cannot expect that a Gullah Geechee high priest, and I know I'm probably saying that incorrect, I apologize, and an Obey high priest and Obey, excuse me, Haitian voodoo, and so you can't expect that those people are going to give you information. This is why I give you the option to purchase those rare books of knowledge. Read for yourself, because in some of those books, they tell you why certain people weren't allowed to practice. They tell you why it was kept under wraps. They tell you how Christianity was pushed in to remove some of these belief systems. They tell you a lot of this information that you should know before you're deciding, oh, I'm a witch. Oh, I'm a high priestess. Oh, I have powers. Oh, I'm going to do this spell. Oh my God, I'm going to do tarot readings. They teach you the history of where this stuff came from. You got to read these old books, and I'm sorry for the voice. It's just it gets so he's right. Gatekeeping is important with certain religions and certain practices and certain covens. And I'm gonna burst your bubble. Certain secret societies. There are secret societies. There are way more secret societies than the Illuminati. I'm gonna need y'all to stop thinking everybody is in the Illuminati. Let me
And
burst your bubble.
As the son of a Freemason, I can assure you, I've sat next to the door where those meetings are boring as hell. They use a lot of big words. And they have to have meetings to decide how to vacuum the dang building. You do not want these men running the world. I respect the Freemasons, but God, you are giving them way too much credit. Way too much
Look,
credit.
and I'm not just talking about the Freemasons, right? Because I'm from New Orleans, Louisiana, so the Freemasons were very active in New Orleans, Louisiana. Freemasons actually at one point did not accept women. That's a new age thing. No women could be a part of a Freemason. Go ahead, Savage. There's more than that. There's the Order of the Golden Dawn.
I wanted to thank you for the time. That's really all I wanted to tell. Our community is guarded. There were people who died on this. There were people who had no choice but to die for this. And if people be offended that, oh, well, that's not fair that you get to hold that from us. Well, from me and the ancestors to you, suck my dick disrespectfully. Thank you.
Thank you, Savage.
I had to clutch my pearls, my imaginary pearls.
I love him. I love him.
I do too, though. What I want you to do really quickly, please. Can we talk about this excluding whites from? I'm trying to be.
I'm letting more
I'll
people
be
in.
careful.
Excluding them from what? Talk to me.
Skin color from hoodoo, voodoo, and all that stuff. Can we please talk about that because it's getting disrespectful
Hi,
in the
King,
comments. So please let's go over that again, please.
Okay.
Oh, this bastard. Hi, Phoenix. How are you, fool? I
Hello,
know this man.
asshole.
How are you doing,
How are you,
motherfucker?
asshole? What's going on, bitch? I'm sorry, guys, but we had to get this out the way with his ass. Because, I was trying to, this bitch, this asshole. Okay. For those who don't know me, this is the way I speak. Shit, baby.
But yeah, let's do that really quickly so that people can stop being disrespectful and maybe I can stop muting so many people, please.
I'm going to send you a follow, Mr. High King. So I'm going to say something and then I'm going to let these two people also speak as well. Here's the thing. I will never tell a specific skin color that you can't be a part of a heritage because you do not know what they were taught by their ancestors. You do not know what part of their blood says that they can learn what they have learned. Only them, they've altered, their ancestors and God knows who they're truly connected to or not. Right? If you come up to a voodoo or a hoodoo priest or whatever and you're trying to join or understand, they will turn you away unless you can explain how you're connected to the heritage. They will not allow you to learn under them and initiate and things of that nature because they need to know how you're connected. Because think about it, and I've said this on my live before. If you're of a Caucasian descent, and I'm going to use Caucasian and African American, right? If you're of a Caucasian descent and some of your ancestors were slave owners of your ancestors, or slave owners of some of the ancestors of the pantheon that you use in African religion, like Papa Legba and all these other ancestors that you can speak to and talk to. If your ancestors were slave owners of them, they're gonna laugh at you. The spirits of the ancestors are gonna laugh at you like, I'm not helping you, because you don't even know where your heritage comes from.
Yes.
So yes, it can seem like a race thing, but it's not. It's just understanding your culture, understanding your heritage. You got to dig deep. You got to dig deep before you want to be a part of something. Nobody's gatekeeping because of race. We're telling you, you need to be careful because y'all don't know. Y'all read some of them rare ebooks that I have in my bio. When you read in some of them ebooks, they tell you how people got offed from spiritual excursions. They tell you how people went crazy because some of the spirits wouldn't stop talking to them and wouldn't leave them alone because they got in something that they shouldn't have been a part of. Read some of them books. You're gonna realize, okay, they not gatekeeping. This stuff is serious. Go ahead, CD, and then Hiking.
Also, Phoenix, we can hear you clanging with the trolley over there. But so to answer one question,
Laundry, bitch.
someone
I'm doing laundry.
someone said, "What about mixed race people?" Marie Laveau was mixed.
She
All
sure
right,
was.
the whole
Yes, she
part of the
was.
Creole, that's a mixed identity. When Beyonce says she's Creole, like her, if you look at her mom's mom, I mean her mom's dad, Beyonce's mom's side is full of white folks. So
Oh,
Beyonce is an
shoot.
example of a Creole person. Now,
Because I'm Creole,
understand, like
African, and Native American.
Creole is it's African, Native American,
And
and
I'm
French. That's
Creole.
exactly. Abe Lincoln was Appalachian Creole. That's another Creole denomination. But when I'll look at it this way, a lot of white the if y'all remember a couple years ago, that girl Kat Rustin that died using voodoo, that happened in my state. She lived down the road from me. That girl who died, right? And she was in a spiritual community, and there was voodoo practitioners, legion saying, "Hey, can you chill? Don't do that." I'm mutuals of people who were like, "Hey, chill, don't do that." And she didn't listen. And so even though I can't prove how she died, I don't know. Like again, like
Right.
she and I have friends with people who work out in the eastern part of Virginia 757 area who said that she came to their spiritual stores and everything. Little girl didn't listen. And one thing I know about ATR, they say if you try to summon our spirits and you do it wrong, you will get a parasite latched on you. You will get negative energy latched onto you, and it will drive you insane. All right. And again, I can't prove that happened to her. But when it comes to the white folks who want to genuinely, wholeheartedly want to be in African religions, they just do it. They do the work. They
Exactly.
earn their place.
They earn their place.
I know some people, they do this whole, I know some people do, but guys, we're all the same. I'm like, yes, we're all the same. You're right. We're all the same race. I mean, we're all the human race. That does not guarantee you a spot in my space, though. Just because, like, if we were all humans, I would have never been enslaved in the first place. You wouldn't have to deal with half the shit we're going through with now. You want to do kumbaya when you're the one being kept out, but when it came to our people, we didn't have the same experience. So with that being said, it's like if you genuinely, wholeheartedly want to be in an African religion or any religion that may not be open to all these outsiders, do the work.
Exactly.
Go through their vetting process. Like you have to. I think you have to ask a Jewish person like at least 3 times before they let you into their religion. They have a vetting process. We have a vetting process. If you want to, then respect our process. If you feel like our vetting process is disrespectful to you, you don't belong in the religion. Simple as that. Even African Americans who go into it, because like here's the thing. Fun fact, those of y'all who don't know, when we lived in our tribes, we didn't have to get vetted like that because it was ATR is a lifestyle. It's a lifestyle. When you're in the tribe, you're already a part of it. When we left, when we were taken out, they literally made us recite an oath saying that we would forget and remember. They made us disown our heritage. So thus we have to get reinitiated again. But in reality, if we were still in our tribe, our initiation would just be a birthday. It's a coming of age ceremony. It would be for boys, it would be our circumcision ceremony. That would be, if you remember the color purple, when those kids were on their knees, they tilt your head back, they started drawing those scars. That's the type of ceremonies they have. There's a vetting process that we all have to go through. If you want to skip over that, then you don't belong here.
Exactly. Come on with it. And that's not just for what he's talking about. That's for a lot of religions. You have to initiate into Wiccan. You have to initiate into, you can self-initiate, but most of them you have to be a part of covens. Like and we're not just talking about covens for the European. There's covens in, I guess you could say, in the African religion, it's more so the high priestess and the priest. You have to vet, like he's talking about. There is no lies about that. You cannot skip history. When you were in school, could you skip history? Didn't you have to finish history to finish school? So why y'all think y'all don't have to do that spiritually? Why you don't think you have to do that in the real world? You can't even start a job without finishing training. Come on now, I'm finna help y'all out here because he's speaking facts. You cannot start a job without finishing training. So what makes you think that you can spiritually help somebody without having the knowledge or going through the vetting to really come on. Hi King. Thank you for joining. But CD, you speaking facts there. They don't understand that. And then they think people gatekeeping.
Y'all ready for my truth?
Go ahead, Hi King. What's going on?
Okay, a lot of these people don't know who I am, but they will sooner or later. Okay.
Um,
I'm tired of
listen, I understand what everybody talk about, but here's the thing. Listen to this. The people who want to go into the ATR and the people who want to go into the magic and the people who want to be the witches and the people who want to do all this stuff, it's because of power. It's to say, hey, I have this power now. I don't know what the hell I'm doing, but it's all about the power that I possess.
I'm gonna agree to
Without
disagree with you. I think it's about the money for some people, and then for others,
you
it's
didn't
about the
let me
power.
finish. You didn't let me finish.
Go ahead.
Okay? It's about the power for a lot of people. And once they receive or go into those books and try to learn what they have learned from the books, then they turn that power into a business. Then they go, okay, this is what I can do, and let me try to help you because I know that I don't necessarily have the resources to do what I need to do. So let's go ahead and use this sense of power, this sense of witchcraft, because now it's become a trend. Now this is something that I can get up on and get on top of. So I'm going to use this to the best of my ability and go ahead and start to take people money. Little do they know me and what I actually am. So I'm gonna just go ahead and use this sense of platform to reach out to individuals and steal their money.
Okay, let me ask you a question. So you're saying they're
Go ahead.
taking their power that they feel that they have, and then they're yet
They
stealing
they
people's money.
They feel.
Think,
They
okay,
feel
so
that.
they think. Okay, I get, okay,
Yeah.
wait a minute. Let me go back then. It's an
Mm-hmm.
assumed power. They think that they have a power because of what they're attributing their so-called gift to, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then they're using that assumed power to steal people's money, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay. So it's because there's power behind what the gifts are, or the spiritual belief system, etc., because they see the power behind that. That's where you're saying it's all about power. Am I correct?
Exactly. So imagine this. Let's say I come to you, right, sister girl. Let's say I come to you, right? You don't know me from a can of paint. But then I sit here and say, hey, can you go ahead and lend me $400 to $1,000? You're gonna tell me hell no. But if I come to you and say, I am a Reiki healer, I am a psychic clairvoyant medium, I can remove curses and hexes, knowing damn well you can't do shit. But if I tell you these things, in your mind, okay, this person can actually help me. So let me go ahead and pay this person. But this person is not anointed. They have not been initiated. They have not been do
Okay.
any kind of things. But you taking people power. I
Okay.
mean, taking people. And that's the other. And I haven't heard of you. I haven't heard you guys talk about this yet. It may be on your list. I don't know. But you have to be very careful on who you get cleansings and rituals
You sure
from.
do. No, we haven't talked about that yet. But go ahead and speak on it, and then I'm gonna piggyback after you get done speaking, and then I'm gonna let the circle speak. Because Kim will
Okay.
tell you she's been following me for some time, and some of my other people in the comments. We talk about this all the time, but we have not talked about it today. So go ahead.
Okay, because parasites much, stealing people energies much, generational hexes and curses much. These things are very important. When you have people that you go to people and they cleanse your head, that's one thing I don't allow people to do is touch my head. That's what you're not gonna do. And you ain't gonna touch my face either. I don't even like people touching me.
Mm-mm. You can't
Okay.
even you
And so
can't even pray for me over this app right now. If any one of y'all asked me on the panel, could I pray for
I'm
you? It
losing
would
my
be a
mind.
I created a video about the internet healing and Reiki. Well, we ain't gonna go there because I'm gonna offend somebody. Y'all know I don't care, but still. But listen, fix the face, CD. But honestly, really, really, people up here getting all type of spiritual services done, and then come to find out that they're the ones who've been hexing, cursing these people, blocking their financial flow, causing them to get sick. But you like, oh, I heard from a friend that you did ABs. I don't care what you heard. You need to vet these people.
You know what?
I-
I'm finna give y'all a little story to go with what he said, and
Ooh.
then I'm gonna let him finish talking. In some of my rare ebooks, going back to old hoodoo voodoo and Santeria and learning about my heritage and some of these other books, they talk about a couple of stories in there where this woman had hexed someone just by grabbing her voice into a jar as she spoke. It was a cursed jar already.
Mm-hmm.
And the woman started going crazy. The woman, this was a next door neighbor, right? This
Is her
isn't
name
the,
Ariel?
huh?
Is her name Ariel?
No, no. So, this isn't the only time I've heard of this type of event, right? We're going to go to what he just talked about. There are people, and I'm finna scare y'all, but I'm finna make y'all aware. There are people who do old as F magic, 1100 or more years old. And for them to keep whatever power or life or agreement or whatever they have to find vessels that they
Mm,
are going to continue to hex, that they are going to
mm,
continue to grab or pull in to be able to keep their power, to be able to keep their agreement with the spirit that they have agreed to with.
mm, mm,
He's not lying about that. There is it's and it's not even just about body jumping. What she says, she right there. But listen, it's not just about body jumping. It's
mm-mm.
rituals that these
Come on.
sectors and groups of people have to do to keep whatever power, to keep whatever they have agreed to be able to have while they are on this earth, to stay as
Mm-hmm.
beautifully young as some of these people are staying. There are
Come
sectors
on.
of people who will put these particular, they will say that they're removing something from you and they have taken your
Mm,
picture, they have taken
mm,
your hair, they have taken your semen, they have taken whatever it is of yours, they have placed it on the altar to add it to the rest of their rituals to keep
mm,
their life going, and you think that they're actually doing something for you.
mm-hmm.
So he's right.
Mm.
You have to vet these people.
And people don't do it. People don't vet these people, and then when shit start to happen, they have to come to me, go to you, maybe go to CD for a reading and be like, "Hey, I need some assistance," and then we go ahead and tell them the full truth. It's like, that's impossible because I know that you don't know this person from a can of paint. Okay, I'm a channeler. I tend to channel spirit all the time. When I see and I tell you something, it is what it is.
How do
But
you
people don't
protect
believe.
yourself from this? I'm going to answer that, and then I'm going to let High King finish whatever he wants to say, and then I'm going to let the circle speak. So, to
Mm,
protect yourself from this, first of all, you got to, depending upon your heritage, there
and your
are,
practice.
whatever you practice,
Mm-hmm.
you have to pray, meditate, practice witchcraft, whatever it is that you feel believe you need to do, you got to put that defense up. The spirit of the divine been telling me it's time for people to do defense magic because people is running around here putting shit on y'all
Ooh,
and y'all don't even know what's going on. People
ooh,
speaking negativity against you, your wife, your husband, your children, your family, your finances. People dogging y'all in the spirit and y'all not defending yourself.
mm, mm. Mm. No, I don't like you. Let me tell you why I don't like you because let me tell you I don't like you because let me tell you why I don't like you because for this whole month I've been teaching defensive magic in my mentorship program. And here your ass up here talking about defensive magic.
Yes. Listen, I'm not playing. God, listen, the spirit of the divine told me when I was on my altar, I had to protect my husband. I'm going to be candid. My husband began to feel something, and it's out of the blue. For you guys who don't know how to notice when someone's speaking against you, you're sick out of the blue for no freaking reason. And when you go to the doctor, they have no information for you.
There's nothing wrong with you. There's nothing wrong with you.
There's nothing wrong with you, but you feel down, you feel sick,
Mm,
you feel
mm,
heavy. You cannot explain where this is coming from. And then you go to the doctor and they're like, ma'am, your blood work is fine.
mm-hmm.
They're like, sir, you're great. Your heart is this, you're fine, you're awesome. Well, that is that negative energy against you. And for some people, they are already practicing magic against you. They're already practicing witchcraft. They're already sending negative energy to you. Baby, listen, they don't have to get a candle to send negative energy to you. They
Mm.
can sit right here and look into the screen with their eyes and just
Hello.
stare at your picture and speak negativity against you with these eyes, the way that I'm looking at you right now, and they gonna send it to you, baby.
Mm.
Just like I gave you that very strong eye, they can send it to you just like that.
And you know, I want to piggyback off of
Witches
you, and then
aren't
we can.
liars. I'm sorry if you saw that. That's clickbait. I'm a
Mhm.
clickbait person to make y'all come on in and enjoy my live and talk. Welcome to my live. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Yeah. So, and I want to piggyback on what you just said too. For me, the way I love to protect myself, because before I even talk about that, a lot of people don't realize that, like you stated, their hex and curse and these negativity, the evil eye, and all this stuff has happened to them, and then they go ahead and do the ritual protection, and that ritual protection is not working because you're protecting yourself from the wrong thing. And
Exactly.
one of the biggest thing I love to do, I like to call forth my spirit team. I'm gonna call forth my ancestors and my spirit team because they can see what's attacking me. Things that I can't see, they can in all areas of my life.
Yes.
And this is why when I'm teaching, I teach about the four aspects: the mental self, the physical self, the spiritual self, and the emotional self. If you know who you are on all these four levels when it comes to your identity and you protect all four, you have nothing to worry about.
Mm-hmm. And see, and some of us, and see me, this is why I say I'm eclectic, because I go very old school. I don't just talk to
I do
my
too.
I don't just talk to my ancestors. I do some Enochian stuff. I go way back. I deal with the angels and the elements and the I just I'ma just I'ma say that for people who are in my mentorship, I'ma teach you how to protect yourself. I'ma tell you that. I'ma teach you how to protect yourself. I'ma tell you that. I'm eclectic. I do it. Look, CD, why you looking like that? Talk
Mm.
to me, CD.
No, no, because normally whenever Phoenix talks, I'm like bullshit. They come to you because you're pretty. That's the only reason people come to you. Because not because of your services, because you're pretty.
Listen,
All right.
it's,
Like, so those
this,
so
this is what me and CD go through
you talk.
all the
He is
time.
I'm just
pretty
like,
though.
because you're pretty. Shut up.
Listen,
If
me
you guys look
and
at his
CD,
profile, you'll see what I mean. The dude is a
listen.
spiritual thirst trappist. All right. He does do valid spiritual work. He's not a scam. He gives out real services, but most people come to him because he's pretty. That's it. But hey, I'm not saying he's a scammer. I'm just saying. All right.
You know what? I can't. No, let me gonna give the circle the floor because CD,
Go
your
ahead,
face is just.
Circle.
I'm a ex deliverance minister to medium dark worker, so it's backwards, just like you.
Okay.
So I have three things I was
How
trying to
long
take
were you
notes
in
during this whole conversation.
how long were you in church? I was a pastor's wife for 8 years before I had my spiritual awakening and flipped to the truth. Well, my level of truth. How long were you a minister?
I knew 12 years into it, but I was 24 years traveling across the United States and Canada.
Miss Kim too. She
So
was a minister and pastor for about 20 years. Hmm.
wow. But as you guys were talking, I was taking notes over here like I usually do. And the first one I got when I jumped on about an hour and a half ago, the question came up was, how can you tell if they're fake or not? Most of the time, you know they're fake when they say they can read everybody. Because just like I don't like you, you don't like me, not
Oh,
every spirit's going to like every person. And when a person says, oh, I can read this person, I can connect with everybody, that's bullshit. Because just like I don't like some people, that spirit ain't going to like that person and they're not going to connect.
I would
facts.
agree.
I wish we had an
The
offering plate.
Mm.
yes. Can I get an amen now?
You know
Okay.
what?
Um,
Now, mm-mm.
yeah. And the second thing is a lot of people, that get on here, they literally say, they teach return to sender spells to people that don't even know how to do it. And they don't tell them when they do that return to sender and all that stuff that they're using their energy. So they're sending their energy to that person to being attacked. So now their energy is stuck to that person. So now that person that's being cursed and hurt and all that shit, their energy is connected to that and they can't figure out what's going on.
Mm.
It, Come on now. What you give out, you also take in. It's a
Mhm.
principle, and they don't teach that. They just want to teach
I
do
do.
this, do that.
I do.
I do too.
I do too.
Yeah, we
Anybody
all do
who's
pretty
doing
much.
any mentoring with me, when y'all do y'all readings and coachings with me, trust and believe when I tell you to defend yourself, I'm going to also teach you how to call your energy back. I'm going to also
Hello.
teach you how to call on vitality and healing, protection, all that. I'm going to teach you all that. I'm going to teach it to you. I'm not going to let you sit up here and be dumb and just be getting readings from me from here till kingdom come and not know how to protect yourself. Now, I don't want you coming to me forever. I want you to work on yourself.
That part.
No,
Yes.
someone just asked me that in the comments. They were like, "How do you like?" They said, "How do you make a living off of this?" I'm like, the whole point is like us astrologers. One reason we charge a lot because we don't want you to be hyper dependent on us. It's like you pay
Right.
for one reading, come check in with us maybe every 6 months or so for some
Mm-hmm.
transit stuff,
Mm-hmm.
but don't come into us every other week.
Exactly.
If it's like an emergency, okay, sure. But like you aren't supposed to be coming to us every single time for every single problem. We're maybe like a 1, 2, 3 readings, then go about your day. Go to your therapist after that. You shouldn't be coming to us all the time for that. So that's again, it's like, yeah, you're not for the whole point is we're supposed to solve your problem and go about your day. Spiritual medicine folk are like spiritual pharmacists. All right, we're like
Mm-hmm.
spiritual pharmacists. But there's a lot of spiritual drug dealers out there who call themselves
Hell,
witches. You got to be
Well,
uh,
careful with them. All right. There's a
mm.
lot of spiritual drug dealers, and you have to know if you're getting an actual analogy pill or you're getting heroin. All right.
But what they have to understand is that when they come to you, and I mean everyone on the panel, you're also giving them instructions
Yeah.
that they have to follow.
ooh,
Yes.
And the problem is that they do not follow these instructions, and
Mm-hmm.
that's why they keep coming
oh,
back
nothing,
to
baby.
you. Which goes
Get some
back to
more
the
water.
young lady
More
before
water.
you gentlemen joined that asked why is her readings always the same? And it's because you're not doing what you were told to do to unblock what they told you was blocked.
Absolutely.
Mm. Listen, when I do my live readings on Mondays and Thursdays, and which I hate doing them because, well, I didn't want to be a part of the TikTok reader community anyways, but I do it because I see so much fake stuff out there, so I do it to help people. When I do my readings, Miss Kim will tell you. I tell people what's going on. I tell people what I see, and I also tell them what is blocked, what energy center is blocked
Absolutely.
that they need to work on. So you got to do some self work. You can't keep sitting up here
With some
asking for reading after
instructions.
reading after reading. How are you building yourself? Are you reading books? Are you taking classes? Are you because even on your job you got to do better to become better, so you need to do that with yourself as well. Don't be dependent. Being dependent is what makes y'all, and I'm gonna let Oracle Circle finish speaking. Being dependent is what gives y'all the problem with popping in 9 and 10 different readers' lives, paying all your money to all these people because you want an expected answer and an expected result. Instead of working on what you're being told so that you can come up with your own expected result, your own expected change, and build your own future the way you want to. No, y'all want right now microwave. I need you to tell me what to do tomorrow because I'm gonna die without him, and I'm gonna this and I'm gonna that. Calm down.
The flashbacks you just gave me, sis. I've been in so many of these readings.
I do too. I
God.
get them all the time. And some people, I will not read them again. I will talk to them on the
Mm-hmm.
phone and give them critical thinking because why am I going to take your money again when you're calling me on the same issue and you ain't did nothing better than the first time you spoke to me? I'm not going to let you waste your money with me. Fix your issue, fix yourself. Then when you fix and you have something else that has arisen, okay, come get a reading with me. I will set you
Mm.
up. You
Right.
know what I mean? But go ahead. Circle. Go ahead.
And I know I have a little darker view on things because I work out with the darker side of life, but I see so many people get on TikTok and other places. They get the candles going, they get the robes going, they make their lives look all dark. And they're like, oh, I'm scary. I can call in demons in some of them. Have you given your life to work with him? What have you given away to work with him? Because if you truly work with the dark side and the other side, you've given away a lot of things. I've seen so many people say I work with darkness, and you say, what have you given away? Nothing. What have you gained? What are they showing you? Because not everything in the dark is bad. Not everything in the dark is evil. There's things on the other side that can teach you,
Yep.
guide you, heal you, and work with you and move situations. But
Absolutely.
people are like, oh no, it's Jesus. It has to be church. It has to be the Holy Spirit. And I'm going to say one thing about that because this is my famous line, and then so
You missed me
when else come
telling the
on here.
story about the
People say,
original Jesus, Jeshu from the Israelites, but I'm glad you're here. Go ahead.
yeah, I tell people, they say, oh, we got the Holy Spirit. You need the Holy Spirit. A spirit is a spirit. If you put holy to it or not, a possession is a possession. I don't care what you say is holy about it. Rolling on the floor, speaking in languages you do not know, and having total control, not control of your body is not good. And when people come in and say, I'm going to cast it
Well,
out
I'm
in
not going to
Jesus'
say it's not
name.
good because wait a minute, in the African American religion, people
Well,
understand channeling. I wouldn't say that. Don't do that.
yes, channeling is different. Channeling is different.
Okay.
Channeling is good. I do that.
Okay.
But
So
you
channeling
also
is
have
good.
people
You're
come into our
saying being
lives.
overtaken by a spirit and not knowing is bad. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, not knowing how to work it, not having the control, not having the being able to stop it and know what's going on. Because when you channel, that's different. That's working with the entity, working with the presence. But I also see in my lives, I get a lot of people coming in. I'll cast it out in Jesus' name. Do this, cast it out, move it with sage. And I'm telling you, I've seen so many times when people do that the spirit just backs off. They hide for a season, and they always come back. They always come back for that person. So it's never good to give people false hope. It doesn't matter if it's Jesus' name or whatever name you use, give people true hope. Work with that person. Give them something they can grip onto and have a safety line. Because I've seen it so much where people get so dependent on readers, mediums, and they just keep coming back every week, every week, every week, every week. And they never get truth. They never get that freedom. It's always their pocketbook being open, but never their heart. Never dealing with the shadow work, the pain, things that are holding them back, blockages. It's never worked on because if that a real psychic or medium is going to work with them on that and help them and guide them. But the fake ones don't want to open that up because it becomes a finance, an ATM machine. So I appreciate you guys letting me on the live,
Of
but
course.
that's what I got to say.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for coming in and saying that. And for people who may not understand what he was talking about the dark side, let me give you a little tidbit. I told you I do a lot of research from the 1500s and 1716, even way before that. And when you're dealing with the dark side, I'm gonna go all the way back to something that you may not know about, which is from Abramelin the Mage. Okay, and Abramelin did alchemy, and he also was a Mason. Okay,
Yeah.
and so Abramelin learned from. Abramelin is Abraham, if y'all didn't know, but burst another bubble for you. If you didn't know, Abraham and Moses and all them did magic. I'm gonna need you to do your research because the Bible from Christianity they got their own narrative. Um, one of the things that I read in the book advised that when working with lower vessels, right, the demons, yeah, Christianity calls them demons. Most of the other religions do not call them demons. They still call them angels. They are still angels. They are just lower on the totem pole compared to the archangels, God, etc. Okay, I'm gonna give y'all a little bit of knowledge here. When they're working with demons, they had to commune with angels for 3 days. After going on a fast for a month, after
Yeah.
eating certain foods, staying away from liquor, staying away from adult activities, they stayed away from a lot of things before they even talked to angels. And they believed that you had to get the help of an angel to really work with an entity of the dark side because the angel would protect you when you get ready to summon that darker vessel, that angel, to be able to summon this particular one that is over a particular sector of things in the world. So you have some that teach makeup, you have some that teach archaeology, some that have different powers of different
The
sorts.
Watchers.
Huh?
Yeah.
Talking about the Watchers.
Yes. So you have,
Okay.
so you, and it's not just the Watchers, but the 72 angels. I'm talking about we're going into learning about the demonology. They call it demonology, but it's not working with demons. They're just lower angels. Um, and they learned that they had to work with the angels to be able to even work with a demon or lower vessel. Before they even called them forth or summoned them forth, they worked with the angel, because if you weren't, and look up Aleister Crowley. Aleister Crowley did it a couple
Oh,
times and went crazy. He went crazy. He did a lot of messed up stuff to people.
why you bring that man's name up? I do not like that motherfucker.
I
All
don't,
right, I've dealt with
I
That,
don't
so
either.
many.
But he did do
I
some
can't tell
that,
you
bad
how I've
things with
been moaned
summoning
like this.
demons
yeah,
that would give y'all some
yeah.
information on how you really should know what you're doing before you think you're summoning an angel, before you think you're summoning an ancestor, before you think you're summoning a demon. You should do research, because unless you're fasting, unless you're giving up offerings, unless you're doing certain things for these spirits ain't gonna do nothing for you. They finna look at you like, so what you
Yeah,
gonna
and
do?
We
for
can.
and to give you like to give you another example, like for I'm glad someone just mentioned Lilith. If you look
Mm.
at Lamashtu is like this is pre-Judaism, all right? If you study like the ancient Sumerian denominations of their religion, in not Sumerian, Mesopotamian religion. In Samaria specifically, there is a demon. They call her a demon goddess called Lamashtu. She was cast out of
Ooh.
heaven by her father Anu. Basically, she basically that's what basically is Lilith, you know. And Lamashtu was a baby eater, a man killer. She caused miscarriages and disease. And you know what they did when they wanted to ward her off? What they do? They called another. I forgot his. I think his name was Pazuzu. I forgot. It begins with a P. They called another demon to
Another
fight
demon.
her
Mhm.
to fight her. You know, and you see how to get rid of one that they were afraid of, they called another one. You know, because again, when you're understanding these certain types of what demons, you have to separate the Christian lens. And you have to figure
Mhm.
out what is the original religion it goes back to, because these religions have different cultural narratives.
Yes, they do.
Lamashtu is, even though is Lamashtu and Lilith are kind of sort of technically the same thing, same archetype. Lamashtu was never worshipped. She was never praised. They were terrified of her. The fact that they had to summon another demon to scare her off,
Mm-hmm.
and they weren't. And think about it, they summoned another, and they were never condemned to burn for summoning this other demon. This is old Sumerian polytheism, or whatever they call their old religions. All right, that is how they used demons back in those times.
Yep.
All right, it's not this. And again, I say this as an astrologer. We have Lilith here too. I'm over the white feminist Lilith worshippers. I'm over them. They get on my nerves.
No, I
Mm.
But
completely
continue, sir.
understand.
Yeah. And one other thing I've learned, doing this for forever is a lot of times someone will say they'll curse you or you pay them to curse somebody. And a lot of times that person they're cursing or going after has already got fear. They already got depression. Something's already going on in that person's life. And most of the time, I'll say 99% of the time, the person that they're saying they're cursing is not cursing. They're manipulating.
Yep, yep, yep.
Um,
And
Yes.
let's
manipulation
bring
is
up
a big thing.
Yeah.
manipulating. No. You
Ooh.
good. Stay right there. Stay right there. Let's talk about manipulating.
Okay.
Do you guys understand the subconscious mind? How many people here understands the subconscious mind and how that portion of you works? Okay. You understand? You
I know.
understand? Okay, you
Yep.
do
Yep.
too,
Yep.
right,
Yes.
King?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I
Uh-huh.
know Kim does. We talked about it. Okay, cool.
Yes.
So let's think about it. Your subconscious mind remembers all of the trauma, remembers all of the good and the bad things that you've experienced in your life. Okay. Your subconscious mind also remembers everything that you're being told. It'll bring it back up in your dreams. You'll have triggers in life that activate your fight and flight response. You'll have so many things that begin to happen, which begin to create anxiety, begin to create a feeling, right? So if they're telling you that they've cursed you and they've put this into your mind so many times that they've cursed you, you begin to start believing to yourself that, oh my God, I might be cursed. And now you're believing negativity into your situation. Okay.
Absolutely.
And now you're believing negativity into your life, and your entire
Oh, I
life
said doing
around you
that.
starts to mirror what you begin to believe.
So it was really funny. So have you
Say for
guys?
those again. Say for those in again in the back. For those in the back. Say it, please.
I gotta
You
say
know,
it again for those
have
in
you
the
guys
back
ever?
soon as CD gets done talking.
Okay, so this is a term. I'm so glad you brought this up. I'm like so excited. So like in ATR, in African traditional religions, where's the thing they'd be called putting a root on someone. If someone puts a root on you, that's worse than any curse, any hex, any spell, because that means they want you to die. They want you to suffer. All right. So like for example, I had a client. She was Nigerian, and she's like, yeah, my her auntie came to visit one day. Auntie leaves. All of a sudden, her mama got cancer. All of a sudden, her mama got cancer. Out of nowhere. A root is one of the. If someone says that someone put a root on you, that's one of the worst things ever. And here's the thing: have you guys also heard the term planting a seed in someone's mind?
Yes, that's
Where do
like
roots come from?
Inception. The movie
Come
But
on
where
now.
Inception.
do roots come from?
Go ahead.
That's where the root comes from, the seed. So for example, astrology here, all my earth signs in the chat, you're all
Capricorn.
failures. All my earth signs, your dad's never approved of you. You'll never be successful at any job. You're all failures. Whatever structures you have in your life is going to crumble.
My
Yeah, that's how I
God.
use
I'm a earth
astrology. The earth
sign.
sign needs for structure. I jumped on that, planted a seed, bam, there's a root.
Exactly. That's so
Water.
In
basically,
my
and he wasn't
business.
saying
In
that
my
you.
Come on. I'm a
business.
I'm an earth sign too, Kim.
In my business. I'm an
Oh,
Aquarius. Get out of my house.
mm.
No, because you were so on point. You're right. I was never approved of. And I was told I was set to be a failure. I'll be God
See,
on.
well, we have to check to see what's in your chart, Kim, when we meet up next time, because you're an Aquarius and there may be some Earth in your birth chart.
Mm.
Oh no! I made a video. I made a video the other day saying, "Oh, to all my Aquariuses, put them in a room full of
No, it is
people
some in there. I
who are,
seen it. Yes.
who are all. If you want to mess with the air sign, actually, no, if you want to mess with the air sign, talk to them very monotone. Say a bunch of things that are incredibly stimulating, but just say it with an incredibly monotone voice. Don't add any fluctuation whatsoever. Just keep it monotone because Aquariuses need to be stimulated. Libras and Geminis, they need to be stimulated, but you have to keep it monotone. Like if I say, Kim, I think that I'm the greatest pastor ever. I have no degrees in any type of theology whatsoever, but I'm a better pastor than you. That would drive her insane. You know? Again, that just put a root. It could be a root just to piss her off. Planted a seed, a root's taking form.
Exactly.
It's like what Circle said. Like a root is worse than any hex.
Yes.
And watch Big Brother. Like watch Big Brother, the TV, like the TV show Big Brother. Yes, it's reality TV. They are planting seeds all over that show. I had to stop. I love Big Brother. I had to stop watching it. Stressed me out. It stressed me out.
Listen. This is
That's
what
like
I want y'all to be careful. So, and for everybody who follows me and who wants to be a part of the conversation on the 10th, please pay the little $4.44. I don't trust. I have bots. I have bots watching me. They're reaching out to you guys. They're sending you fake messages. So I'm doing that so I can have your name, number, and email, and I can send you a non-disclosure. We are going to build a spiritual revolt to get these fake people off this app. I'm not playing. I'm not playing because it's not just this app. I've seen it on Reddit. I've seen it on YouTube. They're talking about it everywhere. They're definitely talking about these fake TikTokers all over the freaking world. And I am afraid, as a person who has esoteric type of knowledge, I am afraid that the people who are young and kind of just learning, they're going to get confused. Y'all saw the
Mm-hmm.
Christian that almost confused half the room last week.
Oh, jeez.
I had to talk everyone down. We had to meditate. We had to hush for 2 minutes because it was that much negative energy.
What?
Yes, it
Yeah.
was.
People come in here tripping out on me because I'm a spiritual life coach. And I'm like, y'all calm down. Thank you for subscribing, baby. When y'all click that link in my bio, we're going to meet up by Zoom off of this app. So when you click to Spiritual Revolt, we are going to meet up off of this app. Please understand that. And we're going to talk and we're going to come together about these people. And if we got to get together and mass report, if we got to get together and push them off this, if we got to get together and show up their lies, if people are able to submit information, look, I will make a form just like I do for the religious trauma people. Y'all know that I am big on people using religious trauma and spiritual abuse to hurt people because they're using a god, a book, a deity, whatever, to harm people, to misuse people, right? Y'all go to the links in my bio all the time and report your spiritual trauma and your religious trauma. I'm going to go ahead and make a form and put on that same page so people can also report these fake people who have scammed money out of them. So we can begin to report them, because you can get your money back, right? That's a small claims that you can do in court, right? If these people are really scamming you guys and mistreating you guys, you should be going against it. Don't accept that standing up. Don't accept that sitting down.
Well, that's like I was gonna. My wife just sent me a text. So I'm gonna tell you really quick, if it's okay.
Go ahead.
With mediums, when you get people on TikTok like mediums and that, and they always give positive, positive, positive. That's a very dangerous sign, because I know myself. I've had doing a reading for a family, and I've had to refund it because the family's like, "Can I connect with my grandmother? Can I connect with my grandmother?" And grandma comes up to me and she started showing me her in the hospital bed in the nursing home. And she's like, "They never brought me a burger. They never brought me a Diet Coke. They never brought me nothing for Christmas. But as soon as I died, they took my money. They took my inheritance. Fuck them. I don't want to speak to them." And as soon as they said that, the spirit healed, let it go, and they released. And the family's looking at me going, "How'd you know that? How'd you know that?" And, seeing people always being confident and not giving 100% like that, it bothers me. Because not everything is going to be happy and cheery.
You're correct.
And to help you all break it down, the dark side of the energy, dark sides. When I say dark, I don't mean like the force, the hate realm within you, like not that dark side. I mean, like, there's one part of it that's all about confronting and addressing it head on. And there's another part of it that's healing, And I'm not talking about left hand and right hand path, not the same thing. Like, the dark side is more like just going straight for the jugular. Like, for example, if you're a Cancer, work on your mommy issues, straight for the jugular. If you're a Capricorn, work on your daddy issues. If you're an Aries, work on your attachment issues, stuff like that. Like, it's a confrontation. Then the light part is all healing. The dark side of the light part is toxic positivity. It's not addressing the problem. Not a bit delusional. That's a Pisces right there, delusional. Not addressing the problem is the part of the light. Is the issue with light work. The circle is completely right. And so, and here's the thing: most grandparents will say the same thing. It's like, "You never visited me once. I'm leaving my inheritance to my turtle." Because y'all don't deserve none of it.
Nah, I ain't mad at you. I seen someone in the comments ask, "Do I know any reputable ones on the app?"
Yes.
Pay attention to the reputable ones that actually have not followers they've paid for, but followers that's grown organically. They have hundreds of thousands of followers. They're talking about real stuff in their videos. They're not just doing your readings, but they have critical thinking. They're actually helping you through issues in your life. Pay attention to those people, right? You'll see the genuineness in them. And can I name one? A lot of people say me. I'm not going to do that because that's me tooting my own horn, right? Toot toot. No, we're not gonna do that.
Toot toot.
I like Darcel, Darcelle. He's a high priest. He will not do hexes. He do not do curses, and that's because he doesn't want to be involved in your bullcrap. And he will not do love working on you unless you are in the relationship with the person. There's a few more I can't think of off the top of my head, but I'm very, it's a few. I'm gonna say CD right now. I like his spirit. I like him in King. So I like them so far, the way that they're speaking and how they go about things.
Oh,
Those are
well,
a few
King
more
ain't
people.
shit. I
I
hope
like
y'all know.
Jasmine.
He's pretty, but he ain't shit. I'm just warning y'all now. He's pretty, but he ain't shit.
He's
Don't
pretty, but
follow.
he ain't
I'm
shit. Okay.
joking.
Well, you know what? I ain't
You
shit
are
sometimes too.
I'm sorry to interrupt. It's true because I tell you what you need to know, not what you want to know. I don't give a damn about your wants, your wishes, your desires. No one give a damn about that. I'm here to give you what you need directly from source, directly from.
Hello? Bullshit?
I
I'd like
don't.
to place an order for a few. I'm just
Hello.
I'm
Thank
not.
you for joining. Hold on one second, guys. I didn't know we. If you guys want to request, you can definitely request up, and we'll rotate the boxes around. But we're talking about this subject because it's very important. I'm tired of seeing people be scammed. I'm tired of Jasmine. Yeah, she's sweet. I like her, but she don't play no games. She's not going to. She's not gonna play no games with you. Don't waste your time speaking to her. You better know what you need, what you have an issue with, and it better be a real issue because she don't. Mm-mm. Jasmine is a sweetheart. I like her. She's just very forward, and everybody's different. Okay. Hi. Thank
Yeah.
you for joining.
My
Hello,
camera
thank you
kept
for
doing the
having
same
me.
thing.
I'm sorry.
I know, I
I was
knew
like,
what
let me
was
mute.
happening.
I don't normally come up in these kinds of debates. I stay in the box, but I absolutely love the discussion and the way that y'all are talking with each other, which is why I went ahead and requested to join.
Okay.
So I am little, just a little bit about myself. I'm a spiritualist. I do, when people ask, I call myself a witch because it's the easiest way to make other people make sense of it.
Okay.
Um, but very young. I was not raised in it though, because my mother was tr- religiously traumatized,
Okay.
and
Religious
so was my
trauma.
father. So
Okay.
I was not raised with anything to start with. So everything that I learned through my own experiences. Um, so just a thought across the board and a question across the board. And something that someone asked inside in the chat was, can a person be born a spiritualist or witch? Like you were saying, there's initiations in most of the religions, but I truly believe that it's something that you can have. It's a gift that you have to accept, you
Yes.
have to receive. Like you have to say, yes, this is mine. I will take it. I will take ownership of it. Um, but just for anybody else, do you believe that you have to be born into it, or can you just grow within it?
I'm gonna answer first really quick, and then I'm gonna let everyone else give their 2 cents. And this comes from some books that I've read from about the 1700s when I read this book. And it talked about for my skin color, the African American community. I read a book concerning the Kenokis, and this is before voodoo and hoodoo started adding scriptures to things, right? Scriptures was never a part of original voodoo. Let me help y'all understand that. They did that to protect themselves because Christianity came in, and so they had to practice voodoo and hoodoo with Christianity and Catholicism to protect themselves. But one of the things that I read in the book, it said that if you already had the power and the ability to speak things into existence at a very young age without even trying, and you would say something and it would automatically come to pass, or you would do something and it would automatically happen, how that, and with those particular things, you were already kind of a natural born witch or mage, whatever you want to call it, right? You already had the natural born abilities. So I do believe that outside of the fact that in some of these religions you have to initiate, unlike myself, I was born with my gift. I come from New Orleans. I'm part of the New Orleans voodoo, right? Even though I didn't know my heritage, I my gift was born into me. My family was religious, so where did my gift come from, right? So I believe that it's both. You can be born with it, and you sometimes maybe have to initiate and do the work. Learn. You like the fictional movie Doctor Strange. What did he do? He learned, right? He photographic memory and all, he still learned. He did the work. So I believe that you have to do the work, and then on the other hand, I believe you can be born with it. Everyone else can go ahead and answer.
Now, for me, I do think you're born with it. And it just, everyone taps into their gifts at different times. you could be born with it, and you can, be able to foresee, foretell, or prophesy, whichever one you choose to use, at a young age. And you may or may not have parents that know what you're doing, or you not even understanding what you were doing. So, like, for example, for me, I shared with the live a couple of weeks ago, I too was born with my gift. My great grandmother knew from the moment my mother birthed me. um and she didn't call me a prophet. She told my mother, "You just birthed a seer," is the word she chose. Now, let me explain to you. This great grandmother is a full blood Chippewa Indian. She's from the Dakotas. So you can kind of understand some of the spirituality that she's actually done. So even as myself, I was 3, 4, 5 years old, foretelling things that was going to happen, and they did. But I had a father who didn't understand anything about Christianity or spirituality, so he didn't know what to do with that. However, I had my grandmother, who's not his mother, who actually did. So I was being groomed and taught and trained as a young child my entire life how to operate in my gift. And I was not allowed to stand before the church and open my mouth and say anything until my grandmother felt like I was ready. So I do believe we're born with it, but you have to, just like when you go start a job. Oh no, let me back this up. A doctor can't perform surgery if he had not gone to school first. You understand? So it's the
Mhm.
same way with your gifts. You have to have someone that actually, for one, can see that gift in you and be able to cultivate that gift that's within you. But I do believe we're actually born with those gifts.
I want to jump next.
Okay.
I look at past lives. So if you look at past life knowledge, and you have 5, 6, 7, 8, whatever kind of past lives, we don't lose those abilities. We bring them to now. And as you awaken
Yes.
and you find out who you are, you don't go learn something, you activate. You give it power, you receive it, and you start awakening and start using that
Come
gifting.
on.
Yes, you can learn new things, but it's not new, it's just an added feature. Like if you buy a car with roll down windows, you add a feature, now you have power windows. So you have to look at it as additions and power. So it's definitely brought over. It's not something that's just, oh, I
Oh, we
want to
get
go
to
to the
see why
store and
we don't
become
like
a,
you
a
now, Mr.
medium today.
Pretty. Okay. Go-
So yeah.
I'm sorry, I had to do that. I
That's
had to do
sorry,
it.
sorry. That's why I blew a kiss. That's why I didn't say anything, and I just blew a kiss.
I had to do it.
Oh
I
man,
had to
I was
do
like, I have to come off mute for that. Like, you need to come back.
it. But
Sorry. Go
go
ahead,
ahead.
finish.
Yeah.
Um,
Go ahead,
So
sir.
that's all I have about that.
Okay, okay.
Well,
And CD, how do
well,
you feel?
yeah, well, I add one thing to it. I don't know. I know must be spirit speaking to me. Even in church, they considered me a prophet, like Kim said. But here's the funny thing: is when I stepped out of church, I did not change spirit. I did not change what I do. I stepped out of church. The purpose when I was in church, I used it in church for that purpose. But when I stepped out of church, I started using it for a different purpose. But the spirit never changed. I didn't take out the Holy Spirit and put in round two. It's still the same source. So it's that activation.
Yeah.
I always say
Um.
one God, one gift, and
Yeah,
it
and a
all
lot of
comes from
people
the
don't
same
believe that.
source.
A lot of people don't believe that. Y'all don't understand that everything good and bad under the sun, it is above as it is below. It is all underneath
Mm-hmm.
one governing power. Do we all know who that governing power is? No, no one really knows, right? No one really truly knows. We only have our individual experiences that are subjective to us. What we think we feel, what we think we experienced, or what we have grown to know while we are on this earth, while we are in the land of the living. No one will really truly know until the day that they transcend, right? So while we're here,
Mm-hmm.
can't we respect each other and understand that it's all coming from one source, just taught many different ways?
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
I
Yep.
want to
Absolutely.
add this real quick. I agree with you 100%. Sorry, CT, took your place,
You're
bitch.
fine.
But I do want to talk about this. I always
I
talk
have
about.
your chart, so be nice. I have your chart.
Okay, yes, tell it. Moving forward, I always say that the power comes from within, and yes, I do agree with you, the circle, because it also comes from the past life. I'm a past life reader, so I
Oh
love reading
wow.
from the
Okay.
past. Okay, that's what I do. I love doing that. I'm also a medium amongst other things as well, and I always talk about the power will always come out, whether you try to hide it the way you try to shield it, try to prevent it from happening. It's going to always come out. But here's the thing: this is what my belief is. Okay, it comes from trauma. When you go through a trauma or a situation in that way, your power will then manifest itself to defend or shield you from what the trauma is. Okay, and then that's how you tend to know what your gift is. Now, I also believe in the gift of empathy. A lot of the psychic abilities actually stem from empathy. So you have empathy as the base, and then your psychic ability will go ahead and grow out of empathy. Because you must understand people first before you try to connect into the spiritual realm.
Come on.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is what I believe. So when I'm teaching my students, this is what I teach them so they can understand on the connection between you and spirit. At the same time, we talk about emotion. What is emotion? Emotion is the access or the key that give you that you have to enter into spirit.
Come on.
Emotion is the key to give you access to spirit. Think about the seven chakras. When you're dreaming, when you're astral projecting, you're astral projecting internally to reach that spiritual realm, not as an external force. Okay? But that's what I gotta say. But yes, I
Yeah.
believe that you're
Yeah.
born with the ability.
Most
And
definitely.
also with what High King said, a lot of people go and try to do shadow work or inner child work, and they don't realize sometimes the trauma is not from this life; it could be from a previous life that you have to go find out what the hell happened and bring it back here and work with that. So, yeah.
Absolutely. 100%.
Uh, I actually define spirituality a little bit differently. That's why I was just like, ah. So like, for example, like this is how my when I'm hearing y'all talk about spiritual gifts, whereas like I define spiritual like how do I say like a religion is the laws and beliefs centered around certain spiritual experiences. Every religious person is spiritual. Not every spiritual person is religious,
It's
but
religious.
like in this in as in like you could stand at the top of the Empire State Building and that could be a spiritual experience and you could be atheistic as hell, you know. That's why I'm like that's why that's why I was making it because I was processing because I'm hearing more spiritual gifts than I'm hearing like actually like because I look at to be emotional is to be in touch with your emotions. To be spiritual is to be in touch with your inner spirit, you
There we
know.
go.
And that's more so about a whether and again like some people who are more on the atheistic side may see those as one and the same, you know. And so it's just like you can have like I said you can have a whole spiritual and it isn't and you don't necessarily have to be like clair whatever there's a lot of big words y'all be using, you know, but you don't have to have any of the clairs in your life to necessarily be able to access that, if that makes sense,
Correct.
Mhm.
you know. Like for example every pastor I know all I have to go is Jesus I love you and I'm like yes Lord. They lose their mind, you know, over that one song. I was in the kids choir. I sang a lot of solos, so I already know, you know. And half the time I'd be singing, I'm like, why y'all flipping out? Because I was little. I was ADHD, so I'm like, why is everyone's crying? I don't understand. In
Mhm.
my little kid brain, I'm like, everyone's crying because I'm singing. Am I bad? You know, so
See?
my little kid brain, again, ADHD, I couldn't comprehend what it was doing to them, why they were flipping out. But that's why I say it's like at the time, again, learning disability, I physically could not comprehend the concept of spirit or emotion. That's just a handicap, you know. Where it's like again, as I got older, you know, therapy, medication, then I was able to get in touch more with spirituality because I could comprehend those concepts. You know, even if I was in touch with it, I would have had no idea of recognizing what that was. That's why I'm like, you know, for me, I define spirituality as just the act of being in touch with your spiritual self, not necessarily being and it doesn't have to be through spiritual gifts. It could just be just extreme self-awareness,
I want
you
to give
know.
you.
And you
I
don't
want to give
necessarily have
y'all
to be
something. No, 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 no. You're fine. I love the way that you guys are talking because you guys are giving explanations to people where they can actually um, relate with you guys. I want to give y'all two definitions, and I want y'all to go look them up yourself. I'm a type of person who likes to go to the root of a word. Kim knows me. I like to go to the. I like to go to the root, right? And this is why. This is. some of the reason why I left religion and went to spirituality, because when you go to the root of a word, you actually begin to understand what a word really means. The English word for religion comes from the old French word religion and the Latin word religio. Okay, which means good faith, ritual, or similar means, from the Latin word religiare, which means to tie down, right? So religion ultimately means to tie down. Spirituality actually comes from the Latin word spiritus, which literally means breath, signifying life. Now, and I know a lot of people have a feel that spirituality has some sort of a stigma behind it. But the original meaning of spirituality means you have the gift of life, means you have opened up to understanding the true gift of life. And that amazing gift is what you have right now on the land of the living, and you're understanding your inner self. Okay. Now, when you look at those two definitions, would you rather be a part of religion or would you rather open up to spirituality? You want to
And
be
it's
tied
funny that
down
you say,
or you want to have the gift of life?
So here, but let me clarify this though. When it holds, some people need to be held down, not all of us, but the whole point of religion, it's laws and regulations around spiritual experiences, because without those laws and regulations, people will go batshit crazy. You have Jim Jones all over the place.
Yep.
You'll have the wackos. You'll have, like, that's the point. Like, even though people think religion is binding, here's the thing: don't think of it like the Romans. The Romans literally created the Christian church to have authority.
Yes, they did.
Voodoo as a religion was not created for the same thing. Judaism as a religion was not created for the same thing. That's why I said that you have to really think of the differences between universal religions versus the ethnic ones, because the ethnic ones are about lifestyle, you know? But people like the Romans, they use that religion specifically for control.
Specifically
That's
for
when she said the
power.
Latin roots. The Romans spoke Latin. Duh, you know? So like when you think about like the how we look at religion, are you looking at it from religion as an experience through all the cultures, or specifically from the lens of the Roman Empire? Because if you're looking at from the Roman Empire lens, then yes, it's going to tie you down. The Romans will always use it to tie you down. Romanization means to assimilate you into the Roman culture, into the Roman Empire. That's what it is.
Exactly.
So if you want to Romanize your religion, you're assimilating your religion into one definition. you
Exactly.
know but if you think about religion as a whole, as a universal, as a worldly concept, different definitions,
For the
different
person who said that
experiences.
in the comments, the Bible was created to control. Yes, it was. It was actually created by the Roman. It was created through the Romans. First off, when the Bible was originally created, it was written a whole lot differently. If you click the link in my bio, you can get some of the old rare Bibles. You'll actually see that some of the stuff that's in Christianity today was not what they talked about back then. Um, I have rare ebooks from all over the web that you would never be able to find. And if you did find it in the store, you'd be paying over $300 to $1,000 for some of these old rare books. Um, when the Bible was reformulated through King James, because King James, he didn't even like women. King James was obsessed with black magic. He thought black magic killed his wife. There was a lot going on with King James before he uh, interpreted the Bible from Mr. John Wycliffe. When it was originally reinterpreted, if you go do your research, they actually outlawed John Wycliffe's version. They outlawed him and then they dug up his body and burned him and said, hey, we're not keeping his original version. We're going to go ahead and go with Mr. King James. You have to look up Constantine. You have to look up the Council of Nicaea. You have to look up a lot of the old people and what they did and how they formulated shit to control people. Yes, they did use it as a form of control because they did not want you to know certain things. They did not want you to understand your own power within. They wanted you to
Yeah.
stay stuck in religion and understand the bare minimum of what they wanted you to learn specifically, because if you knew too much power, it gave you too much power and you would create a revolt.
Yeah, the role, like, if you guys look up the count, like, actually, like, look up the Council of Nicaea and all the
Seriously.
stuff that was said to it. They literally talk about how, hey, let's take Christmas because it was originally celebrated during Passover and put it during because they were trying to de-Judaify it. A lot of people think, oh, they wanted to go against the pagans. No, it was specifically the creation of those holidays were specifically with the intention of de-Judaifying Jesus. It was with the intention of taking Jesus and making him less and less Jewish. The pagans were just, unfortunately, they were just a byproduct. You know, they were a byproduct. They say, hey, if you have to go against the pagans, you're going against the pagans. But like they literally said, like, hey, let's take when they were creating Easter, let's not make it a Jewish thing. The intention was to de-Jude. They like the Jews killed Jesus. That's literally what they say during the Council of Nicaea. So that whole thing, like when you guys think about how when some people who are anti-Christian kind of like project against Jews, Christianity was the church system was specifically made to spite the Jewish people. So to attack Jewish people makes no fucking sense.
And it was also
What?
it was also pushed on
Yeah.
the African American community for you to remove your spiritual belief systems. So hoodoo, voodoo, all that, they pushed that on the African American community. They pushed Christianity on the Native Americans. They pushed Christianity on the Latino and Mexican, and I'm not sure how many people practice it, but the Santeria. They pushed that on all you guys. Everybody of ethnic descent, they pushed Christianity on you and said, serve and do this, or we're offing you and your family.
Facts.
So they had to
Another thing.
incorporate
Yeah.
Catholicism and Christianity with their ancestors. So when they were praying to the ancestors or the people of Catholicism, and they were praying to the saints of Christianity, they were actually praying to their ancestors, but they connected it to protect themselves.
Well, another thing I've seen being in the church 24 years on the platform is coming out of that is removing the Christian filters that get put inside your mind, because you get so trained on what to say. Every word will be in the name of Jesus, and every other thing will be like that coming from the church, that you have to remove those filters and start believing that you're not going to hell, that you're not doing wrong, that this is not, going to cause harm to you, because you get programmed into that you think you're doing wrong, and it's a very hard filter to break.
Yes.
Absolutely.
I agree. Listen, this was a very what I would like for you guys to know is, first off, please follow everyone here. Please send a follow to everyone here. They are all beautiful people. I'm pretty sure they have amazing lives, conversations, videos, just by hearing them all speak on this live today. Follow them. If you would like to catch these 4 hours of knowledge and conversation, when you click the link in my bio, it's going to my YouTube. I'm screen recording. I put all these on my YouTube for people to be able to pick through and dissect and do whatever they would like to do to re-go over the information of their choosing. Okay, so they're all there. I'm gonna say this real quick, and then I'm gonna let you guys. We're gonna talk more about this topic, and I'm gonna let whoever in or whoever would like to come in, you can be a part. Because
Also, I was going to mention if you have live replay, TikTok already has the live saved for you. If
yes,
you access your live
but
replay,
you
you won't
don't
have
get
to
to see
you
the
won't have to.
comments unless you screen record. So I screen record so people
Okay.
get to see the comments on why we're saying what we're saying and stuff like that.
Okay.
So I want to say this. For everyone who feels led to work with anyone here, please reach out to them. If you guys are watching and you guys are like, hey, I really love CD Spirit. I want to learn from him. I want to be a part of his mentorship. Follow him, reach out to him, find out how you can book a call with him if he does that.
Full display, yeah, I don't have a mentorship because I hate people like that. So like, just get a reading from me because I don't like talk. I'm a dance teacher. That's it. That's the only class I'll teach. Just get a reading because I
So
hate
follow
people.
him to enjoy his content. He said, bump that. I am a spiritual life coach. So if you feel led to work with me, click the link in my bio, schedule a call, join the spiritual revolt, whatever. Hi King, I believe, also does mentorship. He may have been doing this a little bit longer than me. I am about 7 years, 8 years into the game for spirituality, but when I come from Christianity, if you add my 8 years to it, I'm a few years in. So, but High King, he may have been doing it for many years. Reach out to him. Follow
I've been
him.
doing
He ain't shit though, so
How
be
many years?
careful.
I've been doing this since I've been doing my whole spiritual magic. My mom is a voodoo; she's all into the voodoo aspect, and I've been doing basically watching her since I was 8 years old, and I'm 30 now. So my abilities did not manifest in Florida until I was 13, and I
Yeah.
had mentors, I had high priestesses that taught me and everything. I just recently became a blood mage, so there's so many different things that I got going on. So do what it do and
Yeah,
what it do. But one thing I
and I
want, one thing I want
And
to
then
say, mental.
Circle, I don't know if you do anything or if
Oh,
you
yeah.
or anybody else, but please follow each one of these people that you feel connected
yeah,
to.
I have a big I have a big Facebook group where I have a bunch of experts over there to help people walk through the light and dark. I have a school I teach on Saturdays for people to learn their abilities and their gifts. A pretty big TikTok channel, so we do a lot of helping people.
What's
Okay.
your give us your Facebook as well. I did follow you here on TikTok. Give us your Facebook.
The
Everybody who's
Facebook
been a
group
part of
is the
this
same
live,
thing.
get up, move around, and
The Circle of
stretch
the
if you've
Unseen
been
is in my
sitting here
bio
for a
too.
very long time, guys.
Yeah. Okay. Yes, we need to get the moving.
Yeah, if you don't get that blood pumping, let me tell you. Uh, but yes,
Um,
so how do y'all feel about possibly coming against the people who are scamming people? What do y'all think would be an important thing to do?
Maybe I got
Outside of
probably.
me making the spiritual revolt, I think I should have some sort of reporting where people can put like their YouTube or Facebook or TikTok names where they can submit that information and we can compile like a list. Especially in the event people get scammed out of their money, right? We would have those reports if needed. I don't know. What do y'all think? Talk to me.
Before
Um,
before anyone speaks, this is not my live, but I'm going to treat it like it's my live as well. We do not believe in muting anybody. Okay, if someone's coming in here being disrespectful, block they ass because we do not have time for this. Okay. I just read a post just now. Why is she talking to everybody? She's the host and she's trying to get the information through. Okay. If you're gonna come on this live and be disrespectful, I guarantee you, everybody here will rip you a whole new ass. So let's not be disrespectful, okay? Especially if I'm on here. All right, we're not doing that. Okay, we don't believe in anything. We're going to block the ass, and we do that for a reason.
Yes,
All right.
my moderators know better. I don't do any disrespect on my platform. I don't care if a CD would have been Christian, if he would have been Muslim, if him over there would have been in Catholicism. I don't care what your belief system is. I'm not gonna disrespect you for how you feel. And if you're gonna come in my live and be disrespectful, guess what? My girls are gonna get you out. I'm sorry. Because this is not that platform. Because I'm not gonna talk to you out of the side of my neck like these people be doing, like y'all be letting these people talk to you like they your mama, your grandma, your daddy, your uncle, your teacher, your boss. I don't know why y'all be letting these people talk to y'all crazy. I wish you would. Not me. No, I have respect and I want you to have respect. We're all adults.
Miss Cece has worked hard to make this a safe space,
Yes.
and that's the way we're going
Especially
to
when I
make
do
sure
my
it
religious trauma lives because
stays.
those
Not
people
talking
deserve it.
directly to you, Afro, but we try to make this a safe space for people of all
Oh,
walks of life, all faiths, to be able to come in here and give their opinions. And that's why I actually put that in the chat a
oh no,
lot.
I wasn't talking to you, Afro.
You
You ain't
know,
never came in here and did nothing crazy.
yeah.
Um, so how do y'all think we
Um,
should report this stuff? What do you think we should do? The people who are joining the revolt. I need to know what y'all feel because I don't want to.
but make sure you keep me a spot, please, because it won't let me do it while I'm on the live.
Okay. I'll
So
keep
don't
you a
let them
spot.
take up all the spots while I'm on the
They are buying into
live.
their spots, you know. But I'm saying, but
You
you,
can
I
make
got
sure
you.
you keep a spot because it told me I can't do it while I'm live.
Okay, okay, okay. No problem, no problem.
I mean,
Um,
I'm gonna be honest with you, friend. A lot of
wait. Let me say this
if
before
I
you
were to,
speak. But hold on. Let me say this real quick. So I'm not the type of person to feel like I'm judge and executioner like the Christian community is, right? I'm not that type of person. So let me say this before anybody says anything. I do not think that I'm qualified by myself to say who's real or fake or whatever, right? That's not my business. But when you can noticeably see that people are being scammed, immediately blocked after payment, you know what I'm saying, misusing, mistreating people, they're talking to people out of the side of their neck and speaking to them disrespectfully, thinking that someone's gonna buy a service with them. Stuff like that. I think that we should come together and we should deal with it, just like how I am a advocate for religious trauma. I'm an advocate for all. So let's do it. So what do you feel, CD? Go
One
ahead.
one thing I've also learned
Wait a
real
minute,
quick
wait a minute, sir, because
is with
CD was about
me.
to speak and I cut him off.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead, CD.
I was gonna say if you go by just in terms of like in terms of just like legalities of the situation, most people who work as like I'll just say spiritual medicine folk, when you register your business, you have to register it as entertainment.
You sure
You
do.
know, so if you really want to get something done on like a bigger level, you have to get more government regulation I'm going to use the word spiritual medicine specifically. But when I say government regulation, I mean more so like in kind of how, not in the same way you regulate a pharmacist, but like I said, you have spiritual medicine folk and you have spiritual drug dealers,
Okay,
you
so
know?
what you're
And
saying,
so,
wait a minute. So let me ask you a question. Are you saying, and we're not just talking about spiritual guys, this can also go for life coaches who have nothing to do with spirituality. I would like for you to know that there is no regulation on any type of a life coach, whether you are spiritual or not. You can get certifications from here to from the sunrise to the sunset. If you decided, you 280 beautiful souls who are watching, that you wanted to be some sort of coach tomorrow, you could dub yourself as one. You sure could. And there's no regulations
without
against
having
it.
certification.
Right. You could
yeah.
dub
You
yourself
do
as
not
one.
have to have
So
certification to be
I
a life
think
coach.
that
Yes.
maybe, no, because that would take away from people who get their gift from their grandmothers. Maybe where we
See,
just,
this is the downside. I'll say this because most of us astrologers, like most of us astrologers are self-taught. There, like, and I'll say that most of us are self-taught, and there are some like associations for astrology, but you'd have to ask for like representative, like for example, me and Hiking have done fitness stuff to be considered like to teach fitness legally. There's certain associations you
you do.
have to have certain accreditations from
You do.
to be considered like a legal fitness coach. I know for like dancers, it's not quite the same
It's
regulation. For
already
dancers, you don't
coming,
necessarily need
Afro.
like that experience,
Afro, I'm
you
sorry,
know.
baby.
But
If you go to my bio, it says Spiritual Revolt in all of my links. Click it. It's coming on the 10th. We are doing a secret live. We sure are. It's going to be on Zoom. Go ahead. I'm sorry,
yeah,
baby.
yeah, because when I originally registered my business as astrology, at first, because my accountant is also a pastor, at first we had it under research, but then I'm like, you know what? Let's. I have to put it under entertainment because like astrology is a pseudoscience. So I can't necessarily call it like a hard science. Like there is like actual like science to it. There is actual science to it, but not enough that I can call it like a research-based field like that. So I legally have to put it under entertainment.
Okay.
And it would, and think like I know, like Fox News is under entertainment because they aren't a credible news source. And when you put stuff under entertainment, it kind of gives them the leeway to do fiction, you know. And so in order to be able to get like a good hard administrative like clamp down on it, you'd have to provide them some type of truth that this type of service can affect people on a mass scale
Which way
in
you
a
would have to make it a
systemically
little bit
damaging
legal.
kind of way.
You would have to make it a little bit legal where
Yes,
people at least have to get certifications of some sort. Maybe that's something that we can talk
yes.
about in our private meetings, guys, because he's very right. So let me explain something to you guys. In the event when my online store opens and you guys are buying candles from me, I do have to put that they are a curio item. I do have to put that all of the stuff that you guys get from us are entertainment. We do have to say that. He is very correct. Even on this app, if you are just a content creator and you're not spiritually life coaching people, either way, if you're a life coach, a reader, whatever, you should have business insurance to protect you. Collectively Different does
Mhm.
have insurance. I have insurance to protect me as a content creator and a life coach. Okay. You there, so he's right. There are some things you have to do to cover yourself. If you are, I get my candles at Walmart. I'm just saying, for people who are selling herbs, candles, all that, you have to name things in a certain way to protect yourself, or the government is going to try to get you for trying to regulate something as if you are a doctor.
Mhm.
So he's right.
Before we continue, Miss Kim, I have a question for
Yes,
you.
baby.
What is your connection to Cleopatra?
I'm sorry, say that again.
To Cleopatra, the connection.
I don't know.
Oh, baby, we need to have a conversation.
Okay.
Stuff from you, but okay, but you can message me later. I gotta go.
Okay.
I love all of you
Hold on,
guys.
make sure I'm following you. Hold
See
on, hold on, hold on, hold on.
you
Okay, I'm following you now.
everyone else, I love y'all. Make sure y'all know. Be that
Bye.
bad
Thank you
bitch
for
that you
joining.
are. One TD, eat a bad
Leave,
dick, and
leave.
Nice meeting you.
Nice meeting you, babe.
all right, love you.
Nice
In,
meeting you, baby.
in Oklahoma, where I'm at, they actually make you get a minister's license. You have to register with the state under minister, and you have to
Oh, baby, so
carry.
this Delaware.
Yeah,
Yes,
make you
and so
carry
so
insurance, LLC, the whole 9 yards.
I have my business license. My business is registered. I have insurance. I'm trade my business is in the midst of being trademarked. Guys, when you make a business name, it takes 6 months to a year to trademark your business name and brand. So be very careful. Okay. Um, so yeah, there's a lot of things that you should do to be very professional. Dimensional thinking. Come on in.
Dimensional thinking. Hi. Let me see. It's my first time going live with other people, so give me 1 second. Are you guys
Okay.
able to see me? Hi.
Yes.
Yes, I am.
Hi.
I actually had a question for everyone. And I feel like I've heard enough to know that I can trust your guys' guidance.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm nervous. So the reason why I'm reaching out is because I started making content back in 2020. I'm able to like predict and see things, and like so I started getting into like the cards to assure me that I wasn't just imagining these things, but rather reading, if that makes sense. Like, I acknowledge that I myself don't channel, but I'm rather a messenger, right? And the
Okay.
more that I see it that way, my point being is, I am Mexican and I don't have any bloodline of psychics. My mom did have dreams and stuff like that, right? But what I started noticing was that I'm not like the rest of the readers. I kind of resonate how one of you mentioned that you didn't want to just post readings to give false hope or love or whatever it is. Because I'm definitely not the type of reader that you can hit me up and ask me stuff about is somebody talking smack about you. It's more about needing guidance, if that makes sense. Um, that being said, I started noticing that while I was posting on TikTok, I would get like headaches, I would get sick, so then I would disappear for a bit and then reappear. In order to protect myself, I use prayer because I grew up Catholic, but then again, it's not really effective, especially since I'm doing tarot readings and channeling and taking people's energy. I feel like there's obviously other methods, but I don't want to overstep close practice, if that makes sense.
Of
I've,
course.
I've gotten suggestions, but yeah, so that's why I'm here. I wanted to see your guys' thoughts in regards to how
How
I'm
emotionally
handling my
how
ability.
emotionally involved are you in these readings?
Oh my god. Like with clients?
No, no, no,
With
no, no. Let
with
me let me
clients
let me break down
online,
what he
all the
means.
above.
Um, when you're doing these readings, do you find yourself emotionally attached to where you can almost feel every bit of the emotion? You're crying, you're sad, or whatever. Like you feel it.
Oh.
You feel it in depth.
Um what happens is I start getting visions that aren't mine, memories that aren't mine. I've also found that some of them are future. Like I'll mention like a scenario, and then comes October, and that's exactly what they end up going through. Like I tell the people to take it with a grain of salt. As far as emotions go, sometimes I have cried, and I know I have no reason to cry, if that makes sense. But I'll feel really like sad, and then I'll ask like, okay, why am I feeling this? It's almost like and that's why I'm here seeking guidance because I don't
Okay,
understand everything that I'm
so
going through. Uh-huh.
I can kind of figure because you kind of do sort of kind of similar readings to what I do. So like as someone already commented, like you're technically like if you're on the empath section of the side of the wheel, what you need is a median, like something to channel through. Like when I read astrology, I'm not reading the person, I'm reading the wheel. So any spiritual thing is caught in that wheel. You need something as like it can a tarp. It can be a fucking necklace, something that you can channel into to like to ground you. In the meantime, because you're Mexican, you said you're Mexican heritage, yeah?
Yeah.
I would visit your local botanica, whatever's the closest to you, and if there's any like curanderos or santeros nearby, they can help. They can give you like their tools to help protect themselves as well.
Yeah.
A lot of people who I know who are in the Latin American community, even if they're not like santeria, they still can go down like the curandera or the curandero route. So or just if you talk, even if someone practices brujeria, like they can still give you those methods to ground, because when you're absorbing a lot of people's energies, because when I first started reading astrology, like I have people confessing murder to me, I have people confessing like all this intense stuff to you. It's a lot, and so it can make you you can either be incredibly attached or extremely apathetic, so what it is you have to go, like, again, find your rituals, your little things that you can just put that energy into, charge up before you start your reading and after you finish it, and that will help regulate it. You can also talk to a therapist. That'll help. Talking
Yeah.
to a therapist works as well.
Let me ask you a
But
question here. First and foremost, do you meditate before doing readings for others?
Oh, I have to.
Okay.
I have to.
Have you
Not just
gone
for like
through
shadow.
have you gone through your own shadow work in regards to previous trauma, things of that nature, etc.? Because when
Yes.
I still had shadow work to do, reading for people was really hard for me. I felt every bit of their emotions because my emotional alignment was not in order completely, right? I had to check myself and deal with myself, take a sabbatical for a month, really heal, deal with everything that I was dealing with that I thought could have been better, that I thought could have been amazing, that I thought could have been great. And I began to realize after I healed myself and really changed some things about me that my wall was back up once I got done with that part of my life. I did not feel those emotions. I did not feel that deep. Like I can feel and sense when people are crying, but not enough to where it's completely draining me. What begins to drain me is if I'm talking for too long.
Right. I think my main issue is like I said, I don't feel their emotions per se. Like sometimes the tears will come, but that's only happened like a few times. I think the main issue here is like whenever I'm consistently posting on TikTok or Instagram too. I have another group there as well, and I just post my predictions, like little stuff like that. And then if it hits, it hits, right? If it resonates with anyone. That being said, just as a means to kind of, if you guys deal with something similar, or if it's just me
I
because of my lack of
Yeah.
protection.
the thing I'm picking up with you is I would get some selenite and start cutting those attachments when you get done doing those readings.
Oh, okay.
Do you take a bath
Start
or
cutting the
shower after your
cords.
readings?
No, not like a spiritual bath, not with intention.
You should, because you're not
Okay.
cleansing yourself. Like he, see, what I'm gonna let him finish saying. I'm gonna let him finish talking because I don't like talking over people. That's rude. But when I get ready
Yeah.
to do my readings, I take a shower. I meditate. I set intention. I pull my spiritual wall up. I prepare myself to help
Hmm.
people. When I get done with my readings, especially if you're doing them on these apps and you're live, you don't know how many people are sending things to you. You don't know how many people are talking negative. You don't know what people
Exactly.
are doing. When you get
Exactly.
done with that live, you want to cleanse yourself and you want to set the intention that you're cleansing off all previous energy, all connection to any readings, any people that are sending anything your way. Water is very cleansing. So you want to do that. And you should be taking a spiritual bath weekly if
There's
you're going
about
to be channeling.
change. Yeah, change your clothes after a reading when you're doing a lot of readings. Change your outfit. Get that shower. Get that bath. Take that selenite. Cut those cords of anybody that's attached themselves to you. Cleanse yourself. Go outside and ground. Make sure you put
That
those
I do.
shields up
Hmm.
Okay.
because
also,
doing
what's your
all
sign?
those
No,
will
continue,
help.
continue.
Go
What
ahead,
is your
CD.
sign, friend?
I'm a Taurus with an Aquarius moon.
Oh, girl, I got you. Okay. So, no, so literally, like, so because someone said it's rational detachment, because I'm a Virgo, the greatest sign in the zodiac, and literally after I do all of my readings, it's just like, okay, it's literally like someone. So I could, again, I read for 3 hours at a time, and I also post predictive stuff all the time. Literally, it's training your mind to detach.
Yes.
Like I said, I literally had someone who was a trigger warning, who was a self-admitted recovering narcissist admit to me that they saw their wife as just a thing and that they had killed someone in the past. And I did 2 readings on him, so that's 6 hours of reading, you know. And I just be like, okay. And I had to teach him to just walk away, Hey, he's a recovering narcissist, so he knew he had to get his shit together, just to just walk away from it like it was nothing. Like you have to train your brain. Also, you have an Aquarius moon, which means that like you're really sensitive to like the collective, like you're really sensitive to like large groups of people, and that Aquarius part of you is like, I must isolate myself, but you actually have to learn how to on an emotional level. You have to learn how to like integrate into these collectives without being too overstimulated. Because I think there's a part of you that's fighting the change, right? There's a part of you that's fighting the change of it. There's half of you that likes the change, that likes the intensity, that likes the stimulation. But that Taurus part of you is like, no, I don't like this. I don't like this at all. I do not like this. So the air and earth and your energies are clashing heavily. So you have to find that median. Like what he said, using certain types of spices, herbs, rocks, chains. It could be a fucking shoelace for all I care. Whatever can help you get that detachment. And I don't mean disassociate. I mean like logically compartmentalization and detaching.
Uh-huh.
Otherwise, you're gonna gaslight yourself, and nobody wants that.
Right, right.
And it'll get rough if you don't start detaching yourself, because what's going to happen is you're going to have a natural burnout. You're going to have a natural burnout. You're going to be like, oh my God, this isn't for me, or I need to take a break. And sometimes we all need that mental break. Okay. Nothing wrong with it. We all eventually need that mental break. I don't care how much y'all see me on this app helping people. Trust me, on Sunday, I don't answer the phone. I do self-care. I stay to myself. I read a book. I meditate. I do self-care to keep myself detached away. I don't touch TV. I don't nothing. So like you have to find like what he said, what works for you, where you can detach.
Okay.
Also, I forgot to mention also release as well, because there's a full moon tomorrow, in case you haven't noticed.
Yes.
And like what I always tell people during full moons, it's people like, oh my God, it's time for manifest. No, the fuck, it's not. Full moons are like
It's
peak
time to
emotion. That's like the
release.
height of emotion. So when that happens, you gotta like, if it means going to the top of a mountain and screaming, if it means listen to Selena and just scream,
It means it's
whatever's gonna get
releasing.
that
It's
release.
releasing more than it is manifesting. Manifesting is more so around new moon.
Okay.
Yeah. Because me, I've never meditated in my life because I'm more of a musical person.
That's okay.
So
That's still a form
whenever
of
I used to,
meditating. A lot of people don't know.
yeah, I
Reading
know
a book is a form of meditating. Listening to music, all that's forms.
exactly. Exactly. And so like when you get sometimes getting your headphones in gear and just dancing down the street, that can be a release for you. It can make you finding the spiciest thing in your house and just yeah, pray for your toilet later on, but see what happens and just see what works. But again, talk to your therapist as well.
Yes.
But,
Um,
Thank you guys
to
so
jump
much
but
for
on
make
this
sure you
virtual day.
make
Oh
sure
my
you have a
God.
release.
Say that
what
again.
Okay.
Circle said is yes, selenite. Like
So,
I
wow,
have
that's
the biggest piece of ever because I'm just a big woman and I can do one swipe with this. But selenite is great. You're cutting off all of those ties. All of black tourmaline is great to reflect any negativity,
I'm always wearing black
to
tourmaline
keep
on my
that around.
lives. I don't care how much.
And yeah. And then after readings, if any of that energy, any of those feelings are lingering at all, I put it into quartz.
Also, I'm going to piggyback off of what she said, and then I'm going to give you some other tips. Do your research based upon your heritage and find certain symbols that are used for protection. Right now, don't use these symbols without understanding how to meditate and understand. But sometimes people don't always fall towards crystals. Sometimes people need a candle. Like me, I'll have a candle in the midst of my readings right there, so that I'm looking at the fire. I have that right there as a detachment type of thing for me. So it's normally a candle and my garnet crystal, because that's my birthstone. But crystals may not work for everybody. Bye, CD. I mean, why you laughing? I'm
Bye.
saying bye. Um,
He just pieced out.
Peace out. You're just gonna leave me without saying bye. Um, so It's very important for you to find what works with you, because it may not be crystals. It could be you need candles. It could be you need to be near water. You need to be around the ocean. Take a walk on the stream. It could be that you need to go to the mountains, like CD said. It can be a range of things.
I
Yeah, I
think the
was
other
going to say because I don't live by water. I was actually going to mention the water. I noticed no one had said that at first. I actually live in the mountains, and I live in Park City, Utah, and as you can imagine, it's over 90 some, almost 100 inches of snow. So I sit on my balcony on Saturdays now, and I actually, as cold as it is, it's not, yeah, as cold as it is, I actually sit on the balcony barefoot with my glass of whatever. Sometimes I'll use stones, sometimes I'll use a candle. It's just what my energy is feeling at that moment. And I actually stare at the moon. I don't even talk. I set my intentions through my pineal gland. And that's a form of meditation as well. And that's how I also stay grounded as well. So even if you're not around like water, you may have a foot bath. You can put your foot, and maybe in a foot bath or something like that. I know water is very powerful, which is my sign as well. And but that's a good one as well because I'm not around water and I love water and I need water. And so I actually stick my feet in the snow on my balcony, and that's how I um, set my intentions and release in the winter here.
Hmm. Hmm. So yeah, we gave you
So just
kind
it
of
may
a
be
few
different each
ideas.
week.
It just depends on
Yeah.
what works for you, baby.
Hmm.
Yeah.
It goes back to the rock song from the 90s, give it away, give it away, give it away now. Make sure you're giving it away and don't hold it in. That's the whole thing. Don't hold that negative energy in because it can affect your body, your emotions, it can affect your health. It can affect a lot of things in your own self. So make sure you like that song, give it away.
So I want to
How
say
do
for
I know?
everybody
For
who is,
example, I
go
think.
ahead, go ahead, baby.
Oh, I was just curious because I assume the information's coming from source or my intuition, right?
Hmm.
But it's like, although I pray and I'm praying to the Holy Spirit because that's how I grew up, how do I know for sure that that's who I've always had that doubt, and I always want to make sure I do things the right way, which is why I've never really practiced any sort of spell work to protect or defense magic, as you mentioned, because I would rather do the research first. But
So let
how
me
did you guys know where the information was coming? Uh-huh.
let me ask you a question. Outside of the fact that you pray and believe you hear from the Holy Ghost, and there's nothing wrong with that, right? Because everyone feels they have their connection a different way. Perfectly fine. Um, what made you know that your path was now different instead of being in a part of church? What made you know your path was now different?
um it was fear. It was a traumatic event. I was some lady saw my gifts and she told me to work for her and that she was going to be my mentor. She told me that if I offered readings and sold inner child classes, that I could make money that way and stuff like that. But it was always fear based. It was always kind of like religion, of being like, if you don't can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, we can hear
Yes.
you.
Yeah. That it was
Y'all
that if
hear
I
this? It
didn't
don't just happen in the church.
do the work.
Go ahead, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Huh?
No, I'm an advocate for religious trauma
Oh, that.
individuals. So when you said that, I'm like, wow, religious trauma at its finest, but more so spiritually. Go ahead.
Right. And so that kind of taught me that I guess spirituality is like what's true to yourself and what's working out for you, and not to put so much power onto certain people, if that makes sense. Even though I'm seeking guidance right now, right? It's like, does that make sense? So basically, I was good at what I did, but at least I was being very easily manipulated because she was using me to do these readings for other people,
Okay.
if that makes sense.
No, no, no. I
So
completely
that's how
understand.
I
So
know.
you're at the point of finding your way all over again, right? And so
Right.
as a spiritual life coach, I'm going to tell you this. Don't don't allow yourself to fall into the doubt of, am I really hearing from the divine? Because people who do what they do spiritually, myself and anyone included, even the celebrity witches that you see out there that's really helping people, everyone hears from a different source that's all connected to the divine. Some people work with lesser beings, some people work with angels, some people work with other deities, some people work strictly through God, strictly through Elohim. Some people work just, some people are all different, right? So, where your confidence is going to come from is from building that confidence within, like, hey, before I even got to the place of this traumatic experience where I was being exploited, I know I had a gift. I know I know what I hear, I know what I feel, I know how I am as an individual. So when you remove yourself from the traumatic experience, which takes time, you have to begin to accept what happened, release it and let it go, and then live in the now, right? When you live in the now and you understand and have confidence in yourself, you will begin to be able to walk on the path of, okay, this sounds like I hear this and I'm noticing this. Okay, I know what this is. I know what this means. Perfect. When you have a doubt, begin to question yourself. Why am I doubting? Why do I feel this particular way? Because doubt normally comes from a little bit of trauma, right? Like you stated, there's trauma, and I'm not reading any cards. I'm talking to you about logical thinking, right? That trauma begins to come in and it creates that doubt. And when that trauma is there in the subconsciousness of your mind and it sits there, all you think about and begin to see is everything that you went through instead of living in the now. So I would say start with, first off, releasing and letting everything go, like CD said before he left during the full moon, and then begin to process, okay, what do I actually know? Do I actually hear things? Do I actually have a gift? Think about how many times the people were touched by your actual readings and know that, okay, even though I was exploited, that's not the case now. I'm truly helping people. So, how do I help myself before truly helping people? And that will begin to build your confidence because you'll know without a shadow of a doubt that you're doing this for the right reason, right? That's
Right.
that's what's gonna help, because having that doubt just means that you're human, right? And that you don't want to misuse people. And that's a beautiful thing
Right.
because that's what will keep you pure. Okay? I don't know if that
That's
helped
good.
you, but
Thank you.
I just wanted to give you that,
No,
because
yeah,
I've been where
tremendously.
you are. I've been where you are, trust me. So I just wanted to say that, and maybe hopefully it will help.
Okay, thank
Um,
you.
I've been there too, being in the church 24 years as a deliverance minister. And I tell my students when they come in and start working with source and spirit, go into a room when you're relaxed, like when you're taking a bath, and learn your heartbeat, learn the voice in your head, learn how you feel, and then go out and pick up your tarot cards, start communicating with spirit, and feel the difference because you'll know yourself and then you'll know what spirit feels like. And as you learn what spirit feels like, you'll know when you're communicating. You'll know when you're working with source. You'll know you know when it's good and you know when it's dark. You'll start learning those different emotions by learning how you feel and then working with source. And just trust yourself. Listen to that little voice. You know, a lot of people don't listen to that voice, but we always have to listen to that voice. It tells you when it's good or bad, and don't be afraid and don't put yourself down. The thing that happens with a lot of people is condemnation comes in. You start hearing, you're not seeing, you're not feeling, you're not helping. And when that starts happening, we put up these little barricades brick by brick. And our spiritual gifts start getting shut down a little bit. And we start putting fear in front of us instead of trust. So just start learning with source and learn trust. Okay, hun?
Thank you so much. I appreciate your guys' advice. It really helped. It really did.
Of course, baby. Thank you
Okay.
for being a
Thank you.
part. Thank you for
I'm gonna
joining.
exit the live,
Bye. Yeah, if you want to.
but I'll still be on the chat. Just
Okay.
how do I but I still
I
want to be in
got
the
you.
chat.
I
So
got
how
you.
do I? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome. Does anybody else want to join before I get off here? I do have a couple of scheduled calls. For everybody who's here, if you were one of the people who I'm supposed to call tonight just to have a conversation before you book a session with me, I will be calling you right after this live. So if I'm running a little late, please bear with me, okay? Those of you who are becoming a part of the spiritual revolt, we're just going to go and do some mass. We're going to do some mass reporting and stuff. Okay. We're going to talk about different processes we can take. I don't want to get to the point to where we make it too legal, where we're forcing people to get certifications, because can't nobody certify somebody who's been doing this for 20 years and it comes from their heritage. It comes from their spirituality, right? Voodoo and Hoodoo priestess, they have their own certification process. So I don't want to run into making it a big issue to where people feel like, oh, what are you doing? You messing things up, blah 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 blah. No, I don't want it to be that. But what I do want it to be is I want it to get to the point to where these scammers are afraid to get on here and continue to scam. That's what I want it to be. I want it to get to that point because I'm tired of seeing people be scammed. People are even scamming in my name right now. If you guys have clicked the follow button, please watch out for the bot accounts. That is not me. I do not DM you. We do not DM you. How to spot a fake tarot reader, witch, all that. Watch out for the DMs. We're going to give you guys some tips before I close out because I know everybody been asking and we've been having great conversations. So I'm going to let everybody give tips and I'm going to give a couple of tips. Watch out for DMs. Do not answer them. Search for reviews on the web. It's very important. Look at their comments. You'll see comments in their live. They'll talk about how amazing a person is. They'll get in their lives and talk about how amazing they are, how many times they've helped them with so many issues. You'll see that in their live. You'll see that on their videos. You'll see I'm going to start posting the reviews from what people have stated to give people an opportunity to be able to see. You'll see that, right? Fishing for information. There's a difference between verifying and fishing for information. Watch out for that. They should know what the cards mean. We work by interpretation and by hearing from the spirit. I'm not talking about new readers. If you see new readers on this app, technically, babies, if y'all are new readers, y'all should not be on this app openly reading to these people. These people are cruel. Read to your family, read to your friends, read to your coworkers, read to people where you're building yourself up without any type of unnecessary negative speaking towards you while you're building yourself, because your confidence will begin to drop because these people ain't got no common sense. Okay, they're gonna talk to you out the side of your neck just because you're reading from a book. I will still read from an oracle book, and I have been on this side of the equator for over 8 years because oracle books have prayers. That's different than tarot. Those prayers are important. Okay, so you see somebody reading from a book, most of the time they're oracle decks, leaving people alone. What else? No website to purchase services. Not everybody believes in a website, but they should have a way, maybe a blog to tell you about their history, something. You can make blogs for free. Have your assistant, your family member, somebody type up about you, your heritage. Give them a little something to be able to read about you so that they can look at you and go, hey, I really like her. I like where she's from. Oh, dang, she's from New Orleans. Oh my God, she's from California. Something about you, right? Y'all may not like what I'm saying, but people have to be able to relate to you to want to work with you. And if they can't relate to you and all you have is Cash App and you don't have no other way to give any information about you, come on. Have more than Cash App. Look professional. Have PayPal, have Stripe, have something, right? Check their page for content. If they don't really have content upon any type of spirituality and this isn't a lifestyle for them, what they doing going live doing readings? If they're doing readings off of basketball and football cards, red flag, guys. Come on. And that's pretty much it. It's just It's a few other things. What you guys think? Give them some ideas, guys. We got some requests.
One thing that has worked for me is I didn't answer right away. And when you don't answer right away within like a 24-hour time frame, they'll block you. And that's how you'll know that they're fake.
Yeah.
That works for me every single time. I just don't respond. And I'll go back the next day and they would have blocked me. And I said, okay, yep, I know who you are.
Mm-hmm. Because we're not gonna listen. Even if some of
Yeah.
you guys are, and tap the screen, guys, send as much likes and loves as you feel. Even if I have a vision or a dream about you, I ain't reaching out to you. I'm gonna write it down, and when you reach out to me and you're like, I really want to do a reading with you, or you book a reading on my website, I'm gonna tell you I had a dream about you just recently, and I'm gonna pull it out of my file and I'm gonna tell you what happened. I'm not gonna reach out to you in any way, shape, form, or fashion and bug you in your life. I look like a scammer that way. Oh, I saw
Mm-hmm.
something about you. Oh, my favorite one. There's this dark cloud that I sense, and they use this on everybody. They get on my nerves. Not everybody has a dark cloud. Some people can be in dark spots. Some people can be in shadow work. There can be some. It's so many. It's just child. Let me hush. Let me let other people talk.
I I will give one that is very, very specific with me that really ticks me off is when we have these mediums come on here and they say like your grandma's here or your mom's here. Go deeper. Give me their favorite ice cream. Give me what their couch looked like. Give me their TV show. Tell me what kind of toilet paper they used. Tell me their
So
laundry detergent. If they're really there, they're going to tell you what they had when they were alive. Don't sit there and tell me they can't tell me that confirmation. They don't remember. Bullshit. They remember because they don't forget. Energy is energy. So demand the confirmation. The secrets you know. What did they call you? Pull up a Christmas. Pull up a Christmas card from 5 years ago and ask them what was written in this card. Give them that challenge, and the real ones will be able to give you what's in that card or give you the favorite ice cream or give. I've had it where the lady's telling me I'm holding a black and yellow crocheted blanket watching the people's court eating remember those peanuts that are real hard in a blue bag? I can't remember the name right now. They're like the hard peanuts, but it's a certain kind of food. Confirmation, confirmation, confirmation. If they can't give you confirmation, learn something. It is not bad. The middle finger and the block button is a very good thing. So
facts.
And those were the Boston peanuts, right?
There's Boston
Hi, thank you for
peanuts, and then
joining
there's.
Yeah.
official Terra Spooky. How are you, sweetie?
I'm good. How are you guys?
Wonderful, wonderful.
Great.
I saw this going on, and I, as Circle was saying, I am a medium, so I can attest to that. I actually, as you guys were saying, I came into my gift as I was growing up. I lived in a very haunted house. I experienced multiple things, some dark, some positive, and at that point I knew, like, I used to go to church, I was raised Catholic, etc., etc. But I knew something was different, as the one said that I had gotten the same offer when I had gotten a little bit older. Oh, you're a medium. We can make money off of this. We can help people reunite with their freaking family. No, no, that's not what I want. Also, I've had many, like you were saying, collectively, many people have messaged me on TikTok. I said in the chat, someone's pretending to be you. I blocked them instantly. I was like, okay, you have zero content.
I've gotten it on Instagram. I've gotten it on TikTok, and I'm like, okay, if you're asking for money, like that's the first red flag. Like I'm not that vulnerable. I'm not that naive. A real tarot card reader or a medium will not ask for money, and they will not message you
No.
first.
And even
You
if
guys
we
would.
inbox you something that we feel, we're not going to ask you for any money behind it. We're just going to be like, I felt this and I just wanted to let you know, and you have a wonderful rest of the day. We're not going to ask you for $400 to remove a curse or remove a hex or whatever. Girl, bye. Oh, I was drawn to you because of your picture. Yes, that's another one. Run away from that. Run away from that. That grinds my gears. You now see
And
what
then
the
I
chat is. Yeah, if you came in because I said witches are liars, that's so clickbait. I play with people all the time. I
I
misspelled
was like,
Christian one
wait a
time.
minute.
I misspelled Christian one time, and it was over 700 people in here, child. I will clickbait you. I practice. I'm a spiritual life coach. Um, I'm a real one. A lot of these people who are here, they're also real ones.
I, you know, had that fear also when I was at the church. I was born Catholic. I would go to church. I was baptized. I had the fear instilled in me. And then I also had the thing with the money. So I was like, okay, yeah, I'm different. And I found out that I was even more so different. And this may be a little graphic, but when my grandmother passed away, we went to the funeral home. I had asked the guy, the mortician, where's my grandmother? She's being kept on reserve. Can I see her? Right then and there, I knew something was wrong. I'm like, what? So I have helped many spirits. I communicate with them. But I don't ever ask for money. I am still coming into it. I'm still learning my gift. And it's not something that I always put out there.
Wait
I
a minute, wait a
am.
minute, wait a minute. I'm gonna tell you as a spiritual life coach. Hold on. Pause. I started on this app. Now, I've been doing this for over 7, 8 years. I started on this app over 6 months ago. I did 2 days of free readings for 5 to 6 hours each time. My moderators got me in a special chat outside of TikTok and said, F the fuck no. Your time is money, and you are not going to sit up here and help all these people the way you do and not at least get paid for your services. Now, I have a website, right? But when I would come on the
Mhm.
live, I did not ask for anything. I'm so done with you. I did not ask for anything. And the spirit of my moderators was like, nah, I'm sorry. They was like, you got to charge 22, 22, 33, 33 something. They was like, no. And one of my moderators won't even be a part of my live if I'm doing 11:11 because she feels that's too cheap and she will not even support me on that day. That's how serious they are with me. And I see other people serious with other people. So I'm going to tell you this as a woman who has a gift, even if in the event you're still learning, you can offer up the ability for them to do donations of a certain amount. Say, offer, be like, hey, 11 to 15 for a donation, I'll accept anything between that. Just give people the opportunity to give into you, right? Because it is your gift. You're using your time, you're using your energy. And as a medium, which I do not allow, so I'm glad I friended you because when people ask about mediumship, I can send them your way. Some of those spirits like to stay and bother you and knock on your doors and windows. So you're opening up yourself to a lot. No, ma'am. Accept payment. Accept payment.
I want to interrupt real quick.
Okay.
you're going to realize doing this that there's going to be things that attach to you that are going to kick your ass, that are going to hurt you, and you're not going to want to do this for free. Um, the ones that are coming in there wanting it for free, a lot of times they're just there to cause BS. They're not there for a real reading. Anybody that wants a real reading is going to invest in their time, in their healing, in what they're seeking. And you giving it away, doing it for free, brings nothing to you. It brings nothing to you. It does not help you. You have spirit guides and ancestors, and they're in the background slapping the table saying, what the hell are you doing? This ain't a freebie. This is worth your time. So invest in yourself. This is a thing you have to invest in yourself. I started doing free ones when I first came on TikTok, just like the host said. And I would have people in there for hours and hours for free, for free, for free, for free. But as soon as I brought the price up, boom, there's one of my haters right there. Hers is a known scam con. Thank you. Right in the chat as I'm talking about that. Thank you. And as soon as you start bringing up that price, people pull back. They will not be in there, but the ones that do pay will literally be there waiting for you and needing
Hubby,
you. And that's how you
can I
build.
see your phone real quick? I need to block a
Baby
number and make a
girl,
phone call.
you
I'm
can't
actually
go to the
running late to a
doctors
meeting.
and not
Um,
pay. They have you in there 10, 15 minutes and they gonna get their money. And you're
Mm-hmm.
doing way more than what your doctor is doing for you. So you must know your worth and believe in your worth. And you go ahead and charge according to your worth. You understand? And don't let nobody tell you your worth and
exactly.
what you should and should not be
I
charging.
only said 11
Because
to
then I'm going to
15
have to
because
come
I
over
want
there and
you to
set
feel
some people
comfortable.
straight.
If you feel that you're worth more, you charge
Right.
your worth, right? Because listen,
You charge it.
I was concerned when I first got on this app when I was doing readings, and then everybody who was a part of my readings was crying and sobbing, and I was like, oh God, so my gift is a little bit more vast than I thought. Why am I in people's houses? This isn't gonna work for me. Like, so it gets expensive. Like, so don't worry, it's okay.
I actually haven't offered any, like, you know, as you guys are saying, they're tarot readers, how they, go about ask for money, they'll, like how you do. I don't put my gift out there on TikTok.
Okay, got
I
you.
only talk
I don't blame
about,
you. TikTok is a tough place.
I've
Toxic.
talked about some of my experiences, like at my old house. I have a protector, and then I have a little girl attached to me from my old house, but she's a very good spirit. I learned her story through there, and sometimes when I go to my friends' houses, I have to be very, very careful and cleanse myself after I leave there, because I'm like, okay, you got some spirits up in here and they're not good. But I don't offer like my services, my all that on TikTok, because I know how hard of a place that can be, and
Oh,
I know people can become haters.
hold on,
I
guys.
will say one
Listen,
thing real
listen,
quick.
listen, real quick. I'm gonna let everybody get their last thing out. Y'all are going to dislike me. However, I am running late to a scheduled call with some clients. I have 4 calls I have to do this evening. Who has booked a scheduled call in my bio, not for a reading, just to talk to me and get some sort of guidance to decide if they wanted to book a reading or not. I don't like being late to those type of things or making them feel, some type of way, but it ran over and I wasn't paying attention. So I'm going to let you guys get your last thoughts out, and I'll say the last little bit. Make sure you guys book in the bio to be a part of the spiritual revolt. $4.44. I'm only doing that because I don't trust people, and I feel like some trolls and bots are going to come there. And so Do that. Set yourself for the tent. We're going to have this conversation while you're going on this app. Take screenshots and videos of all people that you feel are scammers so we all can collectively talk about it, bring it up on the screen, and kind of deal with it together, and maybe work on doing some mass reporting to get the negativity off the app. Right? That's what I'm trying to do. And if y'all don't like it, hey, okay, I'm not playing no games, because I do this for religious trauma. I do this against churches too. So I mean, when they report religious trauma, I read their messages on YouTube. I read it on this app. I opened it up to the world because we got to be tired of. We can't be scared of um opening up and dealing with these situations. Okay. You can't be scared of it. So I'm gonna let everybody say the last of what they need to say. And remember, the spiritual revolt meeting is off of the app. You have time. You have time. It's gonna be on the 10th. That's why I only made it $4. I don't trust people. Go ahead, y'all.
I just go ahead.
Go ahead.
I guess I'll start. I guess I'll start real quick.
Okay.
As you jump on this TikTok and you start doing this journey, you're going to find out you get a lot of haters. They talk about me on Reddit. They put pages on here all about me. There's numerous channels on here about me. Don't let people discourage you, because as people come in and hate on you, it's free advertising. You're doing something right. For them to
Exactly.
pick you out, to put you on Reddit and all of this free promotion, accept it. But make sure you have a good mod team. Make sure you have people to back you up and help keep you safe. So that's my advice as you come on here with truth and doing this. Have a good backup team, because you are going to get hated. You're going to get talked about. They're going to create shit about you. And just like you seen in this live, they came right in this live after me. So be prepared. You know you're good when this happens.
Yeah. I was getting ready to say I have 4 bot accounts and two fake accounts on IG. No, 5 bot accounts on this app that I'm reporting, and I mass report every day, and 2 on IG that I mass report all the time until my trademark is cleared for me to just go ahead and fight the actual company and say, hey, trademark infringement, remove them. So listen, go ahead, official terror. You were trying to speak and then it froze.
I'm good. I
Okay.
have nothing else.
Okay. Kim, or no, Oracle, did you have anything to say, baby?
Hi love. Hi guys. Hi Kim. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. I'm on my iPad this time, so I'm like, I hope you guys can hear me. I just want to say a couple of things. Number one, y'all, Cece is amazing at being an advocate for those who have been spiritually hurt. So when she is talking about creating this revolt, this group of people who are going to be looking out for the collective, this is not going to be something that is done from hate or a malicious intent.
No.
This is something it's going to be a process. We are not okay with witch trials, and we are not coming for people just because somebody was hurt or being a hater. If one of Hirsch's haters comes to us and is like, hey, this is what I have, we're gonna look into it. It's not gonna be a quick thing where we just go in and mass report because somebody we like said that somebody else is fake. So I just want to say that, because I do want people to know that it's going to be coming from a place of love. So if you're real, you don't have to worry about it, because we'll be able to tell.
Yeah.
Also, if you're a spiritual baby, please hit up CC for some spiritual coaching. All of that information is in the link tree. I know for me, when I started my spirituality, I came from very strict religious background. When I'm wearing my crystal bracelets, I have family members that told me that I cannot come into their house when I have on Satan stones. So I understand that TikTok is an outlet for some of the people who do not have the ability to go to friends and family. Just use your discernment, though. Listen to your gut feeling. That is your intuition. When you go into a live and you sit there for an hour and something don't feel right, block. Leave that room. Don't sit in that room. So spiritual babies, protect yourself. Learn
Yeah.
what grounding is. Learn what meditating is. And don't see everything on TikTok as fact. Even
They
question
are
what
in the
we're saying.
Bible. I
Go
was
out
just getting
and do
ready to
your
say
research.
that.
No, an
Not
oracle. Thank you so
setting
much for
stones.
that.
They are in the Bible.
They are in Revelation. They are on King Solomon's vest. Solomon
Yes,
actually
they
did
are.
magic. If you go back to a lot of the things that go way before the Bible, he had the seals to deal with all of the archangels. He had the seals to deal with all of the demons. He had the seals to deal with the planets. That's a little bit of esoteric knowledge. I'm not going to drop that on y'all right now because you're going to be like, what? Solomon did what?
For real. For
um,
real. For real.
um, did you have anything else you wanted to say, Circle? And then official terror. Do you mind if I drop you and let someone else up who wanted to say something really quick, baby? Please come back anytime. Mwah. Bye. Let's see here. I try to give everybody their space. Let's see. Afro, you asked to come up real quick. Um, Circle, did you have anything you wanted to say? And then Violet.
Nope. I want to jump off.
Okay, thank you. Come back anytime. I did
Yep.
follow you.
Okay.
Okay, I did follow you as well. Miss, how do we say this? Rocks, Violet. Look,
It's fine.
did you have anything else you
I just
wanted to
have
say?
one thing on the original topic. Is don't be afraid to ask whoever you're going to get a reading from for information about themselves. If they are hesitant, if they will not give you that information, if they say, no, 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 that's me, that's personal, then that is one of the things that personally, that I've seen a lot on here. They're like, when did you know? When did you discover tarot? How long have you been doing this? How, those simple questions that you just want to check on before getting a reading. If they won't answer those basic questions, that's a red flag for me.
Correct, and she is
Um,
right. I want y'all to pay attention to that because you can ask me a question. And I'm gonna be honest with you, as a Capricorn, I don't always want to answer y'all because y'all too damn nosy. However, however, it's okay. Afro, I'm gonna let you speak if you want to come back up. However, I am the type of person where I will give you a little bit about me. I will tell you about being married to a pastor. I will tell you about how I ran the church. I will tell you about where my gifts came from. I will tell you about what I research and what I look into. Will I do any type of spell work on a live ever? No. We would have to pay for a private event on my website for me to help you with something like that. No. Not. There's some things you shouldn't even be doing on live. What's wrong with y'all?
yeah.
But if they don't answer them simple questions, run
Mm,
away. They should be able to tell
yeah.
you how long they've been spiritual. My spiritual awakening came in 2015, even though I ran a church for 8 years before that. I can tell you the timeline. Can they?
Yeah.
Facts.
Go ahead, Afro,
Yeah.
and
We
then
all know where it started and where it ended.
exactly. Go ahead, Afro.
Hey y'all, my name is Afro High Priestess. I'm just here for like real quick. For the people in the comments, there is a person that was in the chat talking about Ifa. Listen, within the tradition, whatever they was in there telling y'all in these comments, do not listen to them. They're speaking false information. They're not even using the correct words and the correct terminology. I see there was some people in the chat that was like basically listening to that person. And Ifa, the kind of God that Ifa is, he would never come into a space like this and tell you that I'm the truth, I'm the truth, I'm the truth, because you're gonna know that he is the truth. You feel me? So I don't that person I my Ori's telling me that they are not initiated. So do not for y'all in the comment for like the new spiritually, the people that is seeking guidance. Do not listen to this person in these comments because they do not even know what they're talking about. Because first of all, you spelled goon wrong, and that told me all I needed to know.
What
So
she's talking about is the African religion or spirit. You have to initiate into Ifa. So yeah, don't be paying attention to anything in the comments unless you're speaking to an actual initiate, or you're speaking to a high priest or priestess.
and they don't know what they talking about, y'all. So it's just like y'all was like, feeding into what they was saying, but they are not, they're nobody. They was really spreading false narratives because that's not even what Ogun is. So that's all I really wanted to say. That was really it.
Okay.
I love y'all. I love y'all for this space. Like follow, like, y'all just be happy, follow your read, whatever you believe in, follow your heart,
Whatever.
step your God. We love it. We love it all. It's about holistic wellness over here. So
Yes.
we love it. That's all I really wanted to say. I didn't have, CC, all y'all really basically covered everything and got me over here crying and stuff, all in my feelings. I
I
love
just love
it.
you. I love you, Afro. You're so amazing. I just love you. You're like, I gotta come up here and I gotta let people know real quick. For those of you who are babies who are listening to that shit, no,
Do
Don't.
no,
not.
do not do it. Just don't do it.
And this is why I'm making the spiritual revolt. Because we can help get some of this craziness off these apps. Because these babies don't need to see that. Most of these babies are a part of the new generation that just scrolls on the internet all day. They don't need to be ingesting this crap all the time while they're still trying to learn. That's not helping them. That's going to confuse them. And then they're going to get like,
Exactly.
Yes,
they're
exactly.
going to get like
Exactly.
the girl last week who was so overzealous but had no
Ooh,
knowledge.
ooh, I remember that one.
Because the thing is that
Spiritual
when
angel.
you're a
Hold on,
baby
Oracle.
and you're
Ho-
hungry,
Hold on,
okay.
Oracle. Spiritual angel, go ahead, baby.
Okay, hello. Hello, you can hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, so hello everybody. So I was gonna say the same shit that Afro High Priestess just said. That shit was irking me. I kept seeing that like,
Yes, it was making me so mad. Someone that's trying to, get into a
right.
tradition. It was making me so mad.
That's what I'm saying. Like I understand like the religion is really beautiful. Like I understand a lot of people want to talk about it. Like you can, but there's certain things that you can't say. It's a closed religion. It's a closed practice. You learn in different houses, differently, different ways. You can't just start spreading shit about here, like around here, because somebody's gonna try to take it and try to do their own shit with it. No, like you could talk about it. You could talk about the history of it, the basics, like something foundational. Don't get too in depth about things that other people shouldn't be doing, because then other people are gonna try to grab it, gonna try to take it and try to use it for themselves, and they're gonna fuck themselves up.
Exactly.
So
Real
I,
bad.
I just
Real
wanted to say basically the same shit you said, because that shit was irking me. I
It
saw
was
that shit, I was like, mm-mm.
nervous. I was like in the comment, like, CC, do you see me? Please let
No,
me
I
up,
did
because
not
this.
listen when there's too many people in here. Kim be trying to catch the stuff from me because baby.
I did, and I didn't even see Afro because I would have definitely said, Cece, we got to get Afro up here. I'm
Ooh.
sorry, I didn't see you either.
Not we was in a good space. No, it's not. Y'all don't have no reason to apologize, because we was in a good space. And but as you see, me and him, we saw what was going on. It was like it was. I was just like, at first I'm like, okay, yeah, okay, look, we love E5, and they
Right.
going. I'm like, baby, wait a minute, you talking too much. Thank y'all. That was it. I'm finna follow you. I'm already following all y'all. Never mind.
So listen, guys, I just want to say this. Everybody who has clicked the follow button, I need you to know without a shadow of a doubt, I do not inbox you. I do not inbox you. I do not inbox you. I am going to say that one more time. I do not inbox you. I do not inbox you. I do not inbox you. I do have a website if you want to work with me. I have a mentorship program I'm building. If you are a part of the mentorship program, look at the benefits for the mentorship program. If you want to do it month to month and you don't want to do what's there, you don't want to pay a deposit, you could just get a spiritual one-on-one consultation and purchase them whenever you feel see fit. Okay. Also, when you book a coaching with me and or reading with me, I'm going to send you an email. You need to fill it out, right? It helps me to help you with critical thinking. It helps me to help you with your mind, what you think, what you believe, your goals. I'm a spiritual life coach, not just a reader, right? So you got to fill that out. If you're going to be a part of this spiritual revolt, I'm going to kick you out of the room if you haven't signed your non-disclosure. I need y'all to know that now. I'm going to email everybody their non-disclosures once I get off the phone tonight or throughout the week. Whoever decides to purchase before the 10th, I'm going to email all that over to everyone. I'm going to kick you out the room if you do not have that. Please don't play with me.
Don't play with it. Don't play with it.
I
Come
need
on, baby. Don't play.
I need you guys to understand, and it's not me being rude, but there are so many people who are going to try to be a fly on the wall and going to try to record it. And it will be a Zoom. Yes. It will be a Zoom meeting. Yes. The NDA will come in your email. And if you don't happen to have it, when you come into the room, I'm going to do a check at the beginning to make sure, like, hey,
You got, yeah, if you haven't signed your NDA, I will say so. Okay. So,
Am I one of those calls that you're making tonight? Asking.
did you do one for tonight? I have 4 on the list. What's your first name, High Priest?
Deidre, last name G.
Deidre. Did you schedule a call? I have for tonight first name Erica, Carolyn, Keosha or Keisha. I'm not sure how to say that. And Derek.
No, that's not me.
Okay.
I know.
When you click a link in my bio, I made it easy now. So instead of y'all sending me your information for me to reach out to you, um, it's gonna mess me up and I'm gonna forget somebody, and I don't want y'all to think I'm fake like that, right? Mm-mm.
We would never.
So click the link in my bio, and there in that link on that link tree, pillar, link tree, whatever you want to call it, there is the spiritual revolt there. There's buying rare ebooks, there's schedule a call with the goddess, it's free. There is my website, there is all my social medias. If you want to connect with me on my regular social medias, don't be acting up on my personal Facebook. Everybody over there know me. Don't be acting up over there. You get to see a part of my life if you go over to my personal Facebook. Okay. There's everything there. So you can click to be able to schedule a call with me. And I'll call you. That way you can send me your number and your information. Am I still on? What do you mean? Make money with Tina. Didn't get an email to confirm. There should have been an email to you. If you sent me your email for a call, it will be there. I have everybody's call in my Candly. I'm getting ready to make my calls now. I'm actually 30 minutes late from calling the first person. So I'm
So we
getting,
said we sorry.
it's okay. So I'm going to catch them all up and speak to them all individually right now. So and for those who got books, check your spam. It is a drive. It is a zip drive. You need to unlock it, unzip it, use 7-zip, WinZip, whatever. These books are not my own. You can find them on the web if you roll up a blizzy and get a bottle of wine and sit up for hours and hours and hours. You'll find them, but I already have them up for you. So it's up to you. You can click it and look at what I have, or you can and go search it up yourself, or you can let me send it to you. Okay? So I just want to make sure you guys know that. If anybody has any other questions, book that call with me. I'll call you. You can go on my website. You can schedule a reading with me. You can schedule a coaching. You have the availability to talk about religious trauma and spiritual abuse. That link is there. And any other questions you have, call me at any time or send me you will have my business number once I have called you for the first time. You could call me, text me, whatever. Follow all these beautiful people. Run
Love
away from the
y'all.
fakes. Run away from the fakes. For those who have questions about, I saw somebody who had questions about the Bible. Hold on. I'm a baby and I have questions about the Bible and spell work, maybe. Yes. So, Tashira, I'll catch you next week, okay? Or if you would like to call me, you can. Okay? Everybody enjoy your night. Does anyone else have anything else they wanted to say?
I love
I just want
y'all.
to say thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I have
Cece,
one
thank you
really
for having
quick
this
thing,
space.
only because there's so many people in here, but I know that you have to run, so I don't want to hold it up, but is it okay? Is it okay?
Go ahead, real quick, baby.
Okay. All right. Real quick. For anybody in here who is getting live readings, the scammers are getting really, 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 really amazing at how they're scamming. I had a family member that was almost scammed by someone because they were watching my live. They watched one of my followers get a reading. They took the information that was given in the reading and put it in a personal message. So even though my family member was questioning this scam account, she thought that it was real. real because they were picking up, quote unquote, on stuff that was said during a live reading. So be very, very careful with these scammers because they are watching you. They're watching these lives. They're
Yes.
sitting in these lives for hours to be able to give you information in a DM that does seem legit because they just saw you getting a reading that day or earlier in the week. So be very careful. I just
Yes.
wanted to say that because that's one thing that people don't realize.
No. Thank you for saying that, Oracle. I'm glad she said that before I hung up. She's not telling a lie. When I get off these lives, there are people who have sat here for hours, never hit the request button. They never follow. They're just sitting there and they're watching. I have people who have reached out to me and said, "Hey, they said something about what I said in the live and I thought it was you." I've I've had
Yep.
other people on my panel who claim to be such beautiful people reach out to people I'm already mentoring and helping to offer them a reading.
Are you
Okay.
kidding?
That's sad. And I had one page, y'all, just so y'all know. One page.
So y'all be careful, right? Everybody is not what they seem. Have discernment, right? Everybody's beautiful who spoke today, but have discernment. You never know. They could be reaching out to you, offering you readings tomorrow. I don't.
I won't.
You feel led to work with
No,
me? Work with me.
I
You
ain't got
feel
time for that.
no,
I'm in
no.
shadow work right now. I'm not doing readings anyway.
Me either. And you know what? Spirit, the reason why we don't message people is because Spirit brings those people to us when that person is ready to receive the message. Just like Cece was saying earlier, she could get a message for somebody, but she doesn't say it until they come to her. And the reason for that is because we know that there is divine timing, there is divine intervention. And we also know that we can teach you, preach to you. But if you're not ready to take the steps and go on your own journey, then it's a waste of time for not only you, but us as well.
Yes,
It's a
yes.
lifestyle, not a trend. Lifestyle, not a trend.
It's a lifestyle. So I will meet you guys. Well, what is this? This is, let me look at my calendar. All right. It is the 4th. I will be here Monday doing readings in the morning, Thursday doing readings in the evening, Friday the 10th. I will do readings for just a small moment, and I will see you guys at 9 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Take as many pictures and videos of different accounts you see, different information you have ran across. Keep it in your file. Keep it ready. We're gonna blow it up and we're gonna talk about it. We're gonna come collectively, and get this information together so that we can save some of these beautiful people on this app from seeing this craziness. They can find their own. You can find your own platform to be a scammer if you want to. There's plenty of ways to scam. But on an app where people sit daily and look at information, I don't think it's a good thing. So we're gonna come together, okay? Good night.
Good
Good
night,
night,
y'all.
everybody.
Spiritual
Bye.
Angel
Bye,
444,
y'all.
come here anytime, sweetheart. Bye, everybody. Everybody come back anytime. I don't care. Mwah, 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 mwah. I'm glad you all love. Take you to be able to follow YouTube. And all of these will be on my YouTube, but the meetings will not be on YouTube whatsoever. Okay? Does anybody else have any questions for me before I go? Okay, see you guys next time. Bye. Mwah.